You're listening to Forsake, a Mosaic Chronicles novel. By Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2017, Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Artemis Page and her son Daniel. Artemis, for being a wonderful friend. And Daniel, for being a wonderful son to a wonderful friend. Thank you both, smiley face. Chapter 1. Nicole wobbled a bit on the wooden platform as the tailor pinned another section of her hem. The bright blue taffeta was beautiful, and with all the flourishes and embellishments he'd added to the bodice, it would make an impressive evening gown. Too bad the event she would wear it for was a complete sham. She checked the time on her cell phone, eager to be finished before her mother arrived at the store. She and Mr. Finucci had been working for 45 minutes already, and together they had finally gotten the dress to a length and style that satisfied them both. Nicole loved the dress, but she was mostly apprehensive about the ball she'd be wearing it to the next evening. Her parents rarely spent money on her, unless it was for something that would ultimately embarrass her by putting her on display, or by forcing her to do something uncomfortable. Like talk to their snooty friends. Or pretend to be able to do magic, even when everyone knew she couldn't. Nicole was an Arete, a fourth-born child. Her magical powers, when they finally came to her, would be elemental, coinciding with the color of her hair. Dark hair, including black, meant the person would control earth properties. Red covered fire powers, light brown was water, and Nicole's natural blonde represented wind abilities. The ball was supposed to be in celebration of her 18th birthday, the traditional age of an Arete when their powers came to them. She turned 18 2 months ago. Tiffany claimed to have forgotten, but Nicole figured her mother was trying to show her who was in charge. Like that was necessary. She sighed, watching the pins in Mr. Finucci's hands flash as he continued working on the hem. Tomorrow, her passage into adulthood would finally be recognized. Tomorrow, an event her parents had almost never talked about would be celebrated. An event that still hadn't happened. That might not happen. Tiffany wanted to stress her, to force it. Nicole couldn't understand why. Tiffany hated Aretes. She especially hated the fact that her own daughter was one. It drove Nicole nuts because she'd never been able to get Tiffany to tell her why. The tailor looked at her in the mirror, his brown eyes kind as they appraised her. "Are you well, Nicole?" She shook her head. "You know how I feel about these events." And he did. He had been Tiffany's tailor for as long as Nicole could remember. The man was probably in his 60s by now. His fingers were starting to bend from arthritis, but he was still quick and agile. And kind-hearted. Nicole appreciated that part. "You look like you're ready to throw up," he said. Nicole's stomach did feel upset, but she couldn't understand why. She didn't normally get nervous about these balls. A thought occurred to her. Was her stomach upset because Conor was her date? Conor was the new guy in school. He'd only been going to Jordan Glen Academy, the private school Nicole attended, for maybe 4 months. He was also attractive. And smart. And because he was new, attractive, and smart, he was the object of many girls' crushes. Nicole had been surprised when he'd asked her out. Most non-Aretes were intimidated by her. She dated a lot of regular humans, but was typically disappointed to find that most were only interested in her because of what she was. Maybe she was nervous about having Conor around her parents. How would they treat him? What would he think of their indifference? Maybe she'd get lucky, and they'd all just ignore each other. Her first date with Conor had gone well but hadn't been spectacular, and Nicole had left feeling unmotivated and uninspired. Then their second date happened, and the sparks had really flown. He'd been sweet, charming, and wonderful. And he didn't ask a single question about magic, or restarting, or being an Arete. It was so refreshing. Their third date was tonight. They would be doubling with Nicole's best friend, Lizzie, and a guy Conor was setting Lizzie up with. Nicole was really looking forward to it. She flushed as she thought of their last date, how he'd kissed her cheek, edging toward her lips, but had left her hanging with a flirtatious wink. She put a hand on her cheek now, unable to stop the smile that grew when she thought about it. With a deep breath, Nicole pushed thoughts of Conor from her mind. He definitely wasn't the cause of the nausea. Tiffany would be arriving soon, and she would need to be on her best behavior. Thinking about a guy wouldn't help. The bells at the front of the store chimed as somebody entered. Nicole and Mr. Finucci looked at each other. The place was closed. It always was when he was doing her fittings. Tiffany paid him well to ensure that she was his only customer when she had work for him. "Is your mother here already?" he asked. Nicole lifted her phone to check the time again. "If so, she's 15 minutes early." Mr. Finucci raised his eyebrows. They both knew that Tiffany was never late, but 15 minutes early was not her style. Exactly 5 minutes early was how she ran her life. Nicole broke into a grin when the last person she expected to see stepped into the back room. "What are you doing here?" she asked Lizzie. Lizzie half smiled, tucking a wayward red curl behind her ear. "I couldn't leave you alone to deal with both Mr. Finucci and your mother." The expression Lizzie sent Mr. Finucci showed that she was teasing. Both girls loved him and he knew it. "I totally appreciate it," Nicole said. "But the last time you came to one of these fittings and Tiffany discovered you, she made your life miserable." Lizzie waved Nicole off. "She only yelled. It's not like she hasn't yelled at me before." Nicole smiled. Lizzie had a point. Tiffany and yelling were nearly synonymous most days. And then somehow, your parents' subscription to Dad's magazine got canceled. The customer service representative told us they don't know how that happened, that it was most likely an accident. Lizzie slumped on the couch opposite the mirror. Besides, no harm was done. If your mom did that, it was a completely passive-aggressive thing to do. So don't worry about me. I can handle myself. She studied Nicole's face in the mirror. "Has it happened yet?" Nicole knew immediately what Lizzie was referring to. "Nope. And I don't think having you ask me every time you see me will force it. You don't scare me enough." Lizzie chuckled. "You know better than to think being scared would force a restart." Nicole nodded, watching as Mr. Finucci finished pinning the hem. "Besides, you know I'll be there for you," Lizzie said. "If I'm not already with you, just give me a call when it's about to happen." Nicole raised an eyebrow. "Does it work that way? I mean, will I have enough warning for you to come?" "No. But it's the thought that counts, right?" Nicole laughed. Being a redhead, Lizzie was a fire Arete. Her restart had happened about a month ago, and she was Nicole's source for all things Arete. Her parents weren't anti-Arete like Nicole's, and actually welcomed discussion. Nicole sighed, wishing she could talk about these things with her mom and dad. Any time she had ever brought it up, they'd clammed up immediately. It had gotten old quickly, and Nicole had stopped talking to them about what she was years ago. "How much warning is typical?" she asked. "I don't know, maybe a couple of minutes. It's just so different for everyone. Remember though, you'll definitely pass out. And some people puke, but not everyone." Lizzie hadn't puked. She'd passed out, yes, but as she said, everyone passed out. The restart forced it. Around the time an Arete reaches the age of 18, the magic in them begins to build. When their body gets to where the magic can no longer be suppressed, it shuts down for several moments before coming back and allowing them to sense and control the powers that had been invisible to them before. Lizzie's restart had been as easy as they come. She'd felt a slight zap right before and had only been out for a few seconds. No vomiting. Nicole hoped her restart would be as graceful. "What are you wearing for the date tonight?" Lizzie asked. "Does it matter? I mean, we're going to a thrift store. You know, to try on the most hideous clothes possible." "Yeah, but you still want to look attractive for Conor, right?" "Course." Nicole looked at herself as Mr. Finucci stepped back to get an eye for the overall picture. The bright blue taffeta set off her platinum hair perfectly and made her eyes pop. Nicole lifted the skirts, standing on tiptoe so she could see where the hem would hit the floor when she was wearing her heels. The pedestal she'd perched on swayed slightly, and she put out a hand to balance herself. Lizzie chuckled when she saw Nicole's feet. "Wear your shoes, girl. Isn't it pointless to have a fitting without the shoes?" The bell on the door chimed once more, announcing another arrival. Nicole and Mr. Finucci looked at each other again. That would be Nicole's mother. Chapter 2. Lizzie saw the expression on Nicole's face and groaned. "I didn't get here early enough, did I?" Nicole didn't respond. She felt the butterflies in her stomach increase, which surprised her. She hadn't felt nervous around Tiffany in a long time. The woman was formidable, yes, and unapproachable, but she wasn't dangerous, and she had never hurt Nicole. Tiffany swooped in, her arms full of bags which she dumped on one of the extra tables that lined the room. The event planner, a woman with a severe bun holding a notepad, followed her. Tiffany's eyes barely landed on Nicole before dropping to her feet. "I figured you'd forget these," she said. She tossed a pair of bright blue high heels at Nicole, turning before seeing whether Nicole caught them or not. Nicole did, and she stepped down from the pedestal and slipped them on. Tiffany put her purse on the counter and faced the tailor. "I'm sorry my daughter wasted your time by not having her shoes." She raised an eyebrow at the dress. "That taffeta alone isn't enough. Finucci, I told you the dress needed the silk organza overlay. The one I brought." Nicole sighed. "And I told you I didn't want the organza. It completely changes the style of the dress." She knew that any argument would be pointless, but since they were supposedly celebrating her birthday, she felt she should at least have a say in what she wore. "And those sleeves are horrible," Tiffany said. "Did Nicole tell you to do them that way?" "I specifically said no petal sleeves." Mr. Finucci gathered up the organza that he and Nicole both had ignored from where it lay on a pile of taffeta trimmings. Nicole knew he disliked the stuff as much as she did. The tailor started arranging the organza, and Nicole turned when the event planner tapped on her shoulder and began talking. She tried to focus on what was being said, something about arriving at the courthouse with her boyfriend on her arm. She already knew that Conor would escort her down the marble steps while she held a single white rose in her other hand. She'd heard it all several times already. The planner lacked creativity and organization, which surprised Nicole. Tiffany usually only worked with people who were uber organized, but for some reason, Tiffany kept going back to this lady over and over again. There must have been something about her that made Tiffany want to continue working with her. Nicole chuckled to herself, wondering if the woman had offended Tiffany at some point and was being punished as a result. That was as good a reason as any. Most people who chose to continue doing business with the Williams tended to share their standoffish ways. Nicole's eyes landed on her best friend. Lizzie was busy looking down, messing around on her phone, trying to be as invisible as possible. "Does the dress have to be so tight?" Nicole asked as Mr. Finucci wrapped the organza around her waist, following Tiffany's instructions. Tiffany glared at her. "You've gained weight." Nicole rolled her eyes. She hadn't. Tiffany's gaze slid past Nicole, and she put her hand out to stop the planner who was now going over dinner arrangements. "What is she doing here?" "She's my best friend," Nicole said, not needing to look to know who Tiffany was referring to. "I invited her. I want her out. Now." Lizzie got to her feet, stuffing her phone into her purse, not looking at Tiffany. Nicole hated that Tiffany treated her friend that way. "I'll see you tonight." Lizzie gave a small wave as she exited the room. Nicole watched her friends receding back, feeling as if her anchor to sanity was leaving. She and Lizzie had been best friends since first grade. They were the only fourths in the entire elementary school. Tiffany had been so angry when she'd found out about Lizzie. The girls had managed to keep their friendship a secret, but Lizzie's mom once made the mistake of inviting Nicole to a birthday party. Tiffany got the invitation, and after finding out what Lizzie was, had immediately pulled Nicole from the school and enrolled her in an expensive, snooty private school that Lizzie's parents couldn't afford. It had taken Lizzie years to earn the money, and she'd finally been able to apply and was accepted their senior year. Nicole had been so ecstatic, and Tiffany still didn't know. Why Tiffany had gone to all the trouble to have a fourth was beyond Nicole. She should have stopped at 3. Nicole turned to face the mirror, watching as the tailor finished pinning the newly cut organza over the taffeta. With the bright blue of the taffeta now muted, the dress wasn't nearly as striking. Mr. Finucci was hiding his emotions well, but Nicole knew he was just as annoyed at Tiffany as she was. The petal sleeves had been his idea, and Nicole loved them. She could never move her arms in the straight sleeves her mother insisted on. "How is your magic?" Tiffany asked. Nicole felt her jaw drop. Tiffany never asked about magic. Never talked about magic. Why now? It made Nicole suspicious. "Why do you want to know?" Tiffany didn't respond. She was studying the dress. "Can you make it longer? The length isn't right for the shoes. And I don't like the way you've placed the organza. It needs to drape to her right side." Mr. Finucci began unpinning the hem that he'd spent 20 minutes putting up. Nicole's opinion was that the high heels and the length of the dress were perfect together, but Tiffany, of course, wouldn't admit it even if they were perfect. She liked having things to nitpick, liked feeling superior to everyone around her. Nicole watched Mr. Finucci, wishing she could apologize for her mother's behavior, but knowing it would only result in more bad behavior. Instead, she pushed her irritation aside and decided to let her thoughts wander. Finally, over an hour after Tiffany arrived, the fitting was finished, and Nicole declared ready to attend the ball the next evening. She felt her stomach twinge again, but she tried to ignore it. Stupid nerves. Nicole drove home, grateful for the chance to be away from Tiffany for a while. Tiffany had inherited a great deal of money as a child, and Dad's businesses had been very successful. As a result, Nicole had everything she'd ever wanted growing up. Instead of enjoying it, though, she resented it. She would rather have gone to bed hungry as the daughter of parents who cared for her than have a mom who disliked her and a dad who was never home. When he was home, he was distant and unapproachable. He would hug or kiss her occasionally, but he allowed Tiffany's verbal abuse to continue. And even though Tiffany made sure her children were well cared for physically, she didn't like being emotionally close to them. It wasn't just Nicole, though she definitely got the brunt of the bad behavior. Nicole knew there had to be reason for all this, but by the time she reached junior high, she no longer cared to find out. Instead, she started fighting for independence, for the chance to spend time with Lizzie and Lizzie's family, and especially for the opportunity to make money so she could go to college, support herself, and never deal with her mother again. Once she reached high school, Tiffany had finally agreed to let her find a job. Nicole now worked 3 of them. She stocked books at the library, made deliveries for a florist, and was a research assistant at a small medical facility. She'd only recently found out that Dad pulled some strings to get her the research and library jobs, but the flower one she'd gotten on her own. The owner didn't even know who her parents were. The familiar streets of Dallas, Texas, passed by, and soon Nicole entered Lucas, a small suburb of the bigger city. She approached the estate she'd been raised in, punched in a code at the gate, and waited patiently as the doors opened. Once inside the house, she ran up the back staircase to the 2nd floor and walked to her bedroom, hoping her mother wouldn't come up to talk. Chapter 3. A bouquet of red roses and white daisies waited for her on her desk. Nicole squealed, dashed across the room, and picked up the bouquet. A note accompanied them. "I can't wait to see you tonight." Nicole smiled, raising the flowers to her nose and breathing deeply. Conor had been doing things like this since their first date 2 weeks earlier. It was nice to be spoiled by someone who cared. She pulled her phone out of her purse and sent a picture of the flowers to Lizzie, asking if Lizzie would be able to sneak over before the date. Her response came quickly, "Wish I could. Mom's lecturing me about my grade in math. The flowers are gorgeous. See you tonight." Nicole grinned. Lizzie had the perfect family. Siblings who cared for each other and squabbled a lot. Parents who were involved, sometimes to the point of driving their kids crazy, but they always showed how much they cared, and they'd practically adopted Nicole as one of their own. It had pretty much saved Nicole's life. Conor picked Nicole up promptly at 5. He was never late, and Nicole appreciated that. Instead of Dad being there to greet the guy, her older brother Derek did it. He and Conor joked around, and Derek only had to remind Conor once about the guns Dad owned. As if Dad would ever shoot anyone. The thought made Nicole chuckle. Derek gave Nicole a hug, told her to have fun, then watched as Conor took her hand and led her to his car. Nicole waved to her brother while Conor opened the door. What her parents lacked in the care department, Derek had in abundance. She loved that he'd always looked out for her. So, Conor said as they fastened their seatbelts, I still haven't met your mom and dad. Nicole tucked her hair behind her ear, trying to gather her thoughts and figure out what to say. Several sassy remarks flew through her mind, but she doubted any of them would really match how she felt about Conor meeting her mom. She didn't want to scare him away. Instead, she smiled and said, That's what tomorrow is for. She took his hand. I'm excited for tonight. Conor grinned at her, making her stomach do somersaults, helping her forget the lingering nausea. She'd take happy butterflies over angry ones any day. Me too, he said. Then he turned and focused his attention on driving. On their first date, when she realized he didn't like to talk while driving, she'd been uncomfortable with the silence that filled the car. She couldn't understand why he couldn't do both at the same time. Now, though, the silence was pleasant, and she watched the streets of Lucas speed past her window as they approached Dallas, where both Lizzie and Conor's friend lived. They picked up Lizzie's date first. Nicole did a double take. He was older than she'd expected. Rather than being 18 or 19, he looked to be in his late 20s. She hoped that would be okay with Lizzie. Once at the thrift store after they'd picked up Lizzie, they found the ugliest outfits possible, trying them on for each other and taking pictures. When they were done with the clothes, they went to the appliance section and messed around with old computers from the 80s and other things that Conor and Luke were both thrilled to find, but which Nicole and Lizzie only laughed at. Then they finished off the evening with pizza. Luke ended up being the life of the party, and he and Lizzie really seemed to enjoy each other's company. Nicole only felt the stabbing nausea a couple of times, and she was grateful for that. The date didn't go long. Conor and the girls had school the next day. They dropped Lizzie off first and then took Luke home. The moment Luke was safely inside his apartment, Nicole turned to Conor. Okay, she said, how old is Luke? Conor flushed, not looking at her. He's probably as old as you're thinking. You realize Lizzie's in high school, right? She's 18, he said defensively. Nicole rolled her eyes. She didn't want to argue with him. Conor finally exhaled in exasperation. Look, he was the only single guy they first could find on such short notice. I haven't lived here for long, remember? You know, we didn't need to double. As much as she'd enjoyed spending time with Lizzie and Luke, she wouldn't have minded being alone with Conor. He looked at her, his honey brown eyes glowing. You would have been okay with that? Of course. Our first 2 dates were alone. Conor grinned and reached over to take her hand. Fine then. No more middle-aged dates for your best friend. Nicole shook her head and laughed. She couldn't believe Conor had actually set Lizzie up with someone that old. But the date was over, and no harm had been done, thank goodness. On the doorstep next to the garages, Conor gave Nicole a very light kiss on the lips that made her back tingle before walking to his car. She pushed the door open, smiling. Nicole finished a quick homework assignment, then went to bed. Hopefully the next day would go well. On top of the ball, she'd nearly forgotten she'd been asked to play a cello solo piece at the Senior Accomplishment Assembly. It was going to be a busy day. When Nicole woke up Friday morning, the nausea that plagued her before had intensified. She rushed to the bathroom several times, expecting to throw up, but nothing ever happened. She was tempted to call in sick, but knew they would have to reschedule the assembly, and Nicole refused to do that to everyone. Especially when she didn't think she was really sick, it was just nerves for the ball. Wanting to look her best while feeling her worst, Nicole picked out her favorite pair of slacks that were approved by the school, and a top that was both attractive and feminine while still being soft, comfortable, and also school-approved. The outfit made her feel at peace. Nicole was standing on the porch when Conor arrived. The skies were cloudy and overcast, uncommon for Dallas in April, and the brisk wind and smell of rain made her feel melancholy. They pulled into the school parking lot, where Conor parked his Porsche. Before Nicole could even grab her backpack and reach for the door handle, Conor had dashed around and flung the door open for her. He reached inside, took her hand and pulled her to her feet. He put his arms around her, nestling his face into her neck and breathing deeply. "You smell good," he said. Nicole tried not to feel self-conscious as other students walked past them, averting their eyes. "Oh, thanks." She didn't mind his touch, but why the parking lot? He nibbled along her jawline, his touch gentle and deliberate, making her knees weaken. Then he did something Nicole totally didn't expect. He placed his lips squarely on hers. Her eyes widened, and it took a moment for everything to register. Then she melted in his arms, returning the kiss. He pulled back several moments later, a large grin on his face, and rested his forehead on hers. "I can definitely see us going places," he murmured. Nicole tried to hide her grin but totally failed. "Can you?" He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I've never dated an Arete before." Nicole groaned inwardly. "It's pronounced Arete. And please tell me that isn't the only reason you've been asking me out. Because I hate to disappoint you, I haven't even restarted yet." "Yeah, but you can still do cool things with magic, right?" "No. Not at all. Arete's powers don't come until they restart." "Okay," he said, kissing her in between words. "Well, let me know when that happens." Even though Nicole enjoyed the attention he was giving her, she couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't answered her question about dating her because she was an Arete. He took her hand and escorted her to biology, where Lizzie waited at their assigned table. After another kiss, he waved goodbye and left. The moment he was out of earshot, Lizzie squealed. "He finally kissed you." I saw. Nicole smiled, motioning her best friend to quiet down. "The entire school probably did." "How was it?" Nicole thought for a moment before responding. She'd been so surprised at first, she hadn't been able to think. "Good. It was good." "We'll talk later," Lizzie said as their teacher started writing on the board. "How are you feeling, by the way? You look a little pale." "My stomach is still upset. I don't know what my deal is. I've never been like this before a performance or a ball." The bell rang just then, and their teacher turned from the board. Nicole sighed. Nicole's nausea increased exponentially during biology, and by the time she was about to meet up with Conor for second period and the only class they had together, English, she could barely walk. She wasn't sure what compelled her to stay at school, other than the assembly. Thank goodness it would be right after English. But would she make it? She trailed a hand on the wall as she continued toward class, trying to keep her balance, and seriously began doubting it. Nicole stepped into the classroom and saw Conor sitting at her desk, where he'd obviously been waiting for her. He got up, met her at the doorway, put his arms around her, and gave her a quick kiss. "You're not looking so good," he said. Nicole shook her head. She didn't have the energy to be annoyed that everyone was saying that. Her eyes widened as a thought occurred to her. Was she about to restart? Was this how it went? The question barely formed in her brain when that morning's breakfast erupted through her mouth. As wave after wave of vomit came up, spraying across the teacher's desk, Nicole was too sick to feel mortified. Right when she felt like she was about to throw up her stomach, she passed out. Chapter 4. Nicole blinked, trying to remember how she ended up on the floor in English. Lizzie hovered over her with a worried expression. What was she doing here? With a groan, Nicole tried to sit up, but failed miserably. She could barely move her head. She stared at her best friend. "When did you get here?" "Hate to tell you this," Lizzie said, "but everyone is already talking about it. I heard about it like 10 minutes ago." 10 minutes? Nicole asked, putting a hand to her head. How long was I out?" Lizzie's eyes strayed to the clock, and Nicole's followed. She blinked. "Class was supposed to start 15 minutes ago." "You've gotta be kidding me." She struggled to a sitting position, refusing to stay on the floor a moment longer, all too aware of the eyes on her. Obviously, the janitor had already come. The floors were clean, a crisp antiseptic smell lingered in the air. She definitely wanted a shower, but at least she didn't smell too much like throw up. Several students backed away as she reached for her purse, her eyes roving the room for Conor. He was there, sitting back at her desk on the front row, his eyes on her. The expression of revulsion on his face made Nicole wince inwardly. "Conor," she said. "Hey, I'm okay." He didn't respond, didn't make eye contact, but his blush told her he'd heard. Nicole felt her face redden. Everyone was watching them. With Lizzie's help, she got to her feet. She reached out to Conor. "I'm not contagious, I promise." Instead of taking her hand, he scrambled to get out of and around the desk, keeping it between them. "Don't. Stop it." Nicole frowned. "Is that how you're going to be, over something I couldn't control? You were so excited earlier to be dating an Arete." He shook his head, not meeting her gaze. His ears and neck were bright red now too. Nicole hiked her purse over her shoulder, flipping her hair back. "Fine?" She looked at the teacher. "I'm going to the nurse's station." Not waiting to see what anyone said or how they reacted to what had happened, Nicole turned and stormed from the room, Lizzie at her heels. "The nurse already came and checked on you," Lizzie said, trying to keep up. "She wanted you to go see her as soon as you woke up. She said you should probably go home." "That stupid immature jerk," Nicole said. "And after all the gushing he did about how cool it was to be dating an Arete." "Did he really?" Lizzie asked. Nicole nodded. She swallowed several times, trying to ignore the tears that were prickling the backs of her eyes. "I can't believe that happened. Why did I have to throw up? And why in front of my boyfriend? And why in class, of all places?" Lizzie sent her an apologetic glance. "You should have seen me trying to convince everyone except the nurse not to call 911, she said. "It's a good thing restarts aren't dangerous. Otherwise, you'd be in the hospital by now." The nurse agreed with me. Nicole glanced at Lizzie and groaned. Can you imagine an ambulance being called? Why were they so weird about it? It's not like everyone hasn't been waiting for my restart to happen. I hate to bring this up, but what about the ball tonight? Lizzie asked. You're probably dateless now. Nicole moaned. What was she going to say to her parents? Tiffany would not be happy that things wouldn't go as planned. Then she straightened her shoulders, refusing to be a victim. I don't care. I don't want him there. She didn't wait to see if her teacher had let the nurse know she was on her way, before plopping herself on the bed. The nurse bustled in from her office and gave Nicole a compassionate expression. I'm so sorry that happened publicly. Nicole folded her arms across her still aching stomach and glared at the floor. Tell me about it. It was so embarrassing. The nurse clucked sympathetically. Well, how are you feeling now? Nicole sighed and rubbed her eyes. I don't know, humiliated. And I guess I'm a little nauseated still. The nurse took Nicole's temperature, checked her ears, eyes, nose, and throat, then put away her instruments. I know you're not going to like hearing this, she said, but I think you should go home. Get some rest. Out of the question. I'm playing in the assembly next period. Sweetie, you've just restarted. You don't know what's going to happen. If your magic will come immediately, or if it will take hours or days or even weeks. The point is, you may be dangerous to yourself and others around you. Nicole looked at the nurse incredulously. I'm not out of control. I'm still the same person. It's not like I'm going to blow up the whole place and kill everyone." She realized something just then and said, "I can't even feel my powers yet. How am I a danger when I can't use magic? Shouldn't she be able to sense something by now? Or did it depend on the person, like everything else?" She'd ask Lizzie as soon as she could. "Well, I suppose you're right," the nurse said. "You should still consider going home though. You need the rest. I can rest here until the assembly, and then go home as soon as it's over. But there's no way I'm going to skip and make Principal Worthington have to reschedule." The nurse seemed to think that was a good idea, or she suspected she wouldn't win this argument, because she signed some papers and handed them to Lizzie. "Take this to Nicole's teacher. Then you'd better get to class." Lizzie sent an apologetic glance to Nicole, then left the room. At the nurse's insistence, Nicole lay back on the bed and closed her eyes. She wished she could have a moment to feel excitement over the fact that she finally restarted, but the embarrassment of the event still plagued her. Why did it have to happen that way? Why couldn't it have been graceful, like she'd hoped? She was glad the nurse hadn't insisted on her going home. There was no way she would allow Conor or anyone else to see that her restart, and how they'd acted around her, had affected her negatively. The assembly went well, and even though Nicole was still nervous, she played decently enough. Normally, she'd consider decent a bad thing, but considering the circumstances, she was grateful she had done even that well. As soon as the assembly was over, she scurried off the stage and returned to the nurse's room. She didn't want any reason to have to stop and talk in the auditorium or halls to discuss what had happened, especially when she hadn't finished processing it. No one even looked at her, thank goodness, and she didn't see Conor. Maybe he'd skipped the assembly. Lizzie offered to take her home, but Nicole didn't want to make her miss the rest of school. Instead, and after plenty of internal fights over the pros and cons of doing it, she called her mother. When Tiffany checked Nicole out of school, she wasn't elated or irritated about her daughter's restart, she was indifferent. Nicole could handle indifferent. She relaxed in her seat. They didn't talk the entire way home, but Nicole didn't expect them to. They rarely talked. And if Tiffany was concerned about Nicole's well-being, she didn't let on. Nicole knew that at least Tiffany wouldn't cancel the evening's plans, based only on her daughter feeling ill. The show must go on. It was comforting, actually, after how her peers and boyfriend had acted. Nicole grimaced to herself, finding irony in the fact that she'd restarted on the day her family would celebrate her restart. It was a good thing Tiffany knew it had nothing to do with her, otherwise, she'd be gloating about triggering it. After getting home and taking a nap, Nicole decided to soak in her tub, half waiting to hear from Conor, a text or phone call, anything, but the only word she got of any sort was a text from Lizzie asking how she was doing. Nicole let her best friend know she was fine, then she dropped her phone on her bed and got in the tub. She wasn't sure how to feel. She and Conor had only been dating for a week or two, and she hadn't really developed strong feelings for him. He'd been the one doing the pursuing after all. But she was still disappointed that he'd freaked out so much. She'd only been in the tub for 10 minutes when the door on her deck opened with a creak. She smiled. There was only one person who came to visit, by climbing the trellis outside her window. "Nicole, are you in here?" Lizzie called out. "Yeah, soaking in the tub." "Oh good. Hurry up, I'll help you get ready." Nicole finished her bath, then dressed and joined Lizzie in her bedroom. Lizzie was staring at the ball gown Tiffany had hung on Nicole's closet door, her eyebrow raised. That organza definitely changed the whole dress. Nicole barely glanced at the gown. It always does. Poor Mr. Finucci, one of these days Tiffany will let him do things his way. Or not. Lizzie sent Nicole a smile, then eyed her hair. Let's get started. Chapter 5. With Lizzie's help, Nicole was ready in 45 minutes. Lizzie had attacked her with a flourish, and her hair was now in a fancy updo that was still slightly messy. Lizzie loved a little chaos, and it would drive Tiffany nuts. Nicole's makeup was smoky and dramatic. She definitely looked ready for a ball. Lizzie flopped onto her back on Nicole's bed. "You know," she said, "someday we'll be sharing an apartment and I won't have to sneak over to hang out." Nicole nodded. "I'm pretty excited. Only 123 days to go." "You're counting?" Lizzie asked. "Of course. Freedom is worth counting down to." Nicole usually worked the weekends at all of her jobs, but her mother had insisted she get work off for the ball. Considering Nicole's restart, she was grateful she'd done as she'd been asked. She glanced at Lizzie. "So I can't sense anything yet. Is that normal?" Lizzie shrugged. "From what I know, yes. It was a couple of weeks before I was able to recognize magical pulses." "What do they feel like?" Nicole asked. "Well, sort of like a gentle breeze that's warm and a little tingly at the same time. Sometimes a pressure that hits me all over. It might be different for others. I haven't ever asked." Nicole nodded slowly, considering what Lizzie said. She hadn't felt anything like that yet. Of course, it had only been a few hours. She glanced at the clock. The ball would start in 40 minutes. "You'd better head out now. Let's avoid confrontations with my mom tonight." Lizzie agreed and escaped the way she'd come in. Nicole watched her best friend climb down the trellis that attached to the side of the house where her window was. Wild roses grew there, and if Nicole's mother ever knew that was how Lizzie gained access to the house, though how she didn't already know Nicole couldn't figure out, she'd probably have a conniption. A knock came at Nicole's door and she turned, expecting her mother. But it was only the housekeeper. "Mrs. Williams says it's time to leave. Are you ready?" "I am, but I'm going to take my own car if that's all right with my parents." "It might be," Mrs. Smith said, a doubtful expression on her face. Then she beamed at Nicole. "You look beautiful." Nicole thanked her, and the two walked down the hall and the grand staircase that graced the foyer of the home. Tiffany and Dad were waiting at the base of the stairs. They both glanced up, then looked away. Tiffany was tastefully dressed, her deep purple gown hiding her few faults. Dad was handsome in his usual tux, a black one with a red vest. He looked at his watch impatiently. Nicole was used to his impatience when it came to events like this. He was the person throwing them, though, and it wasn't like anybody would start without the Williams. But she understood why it would bother him to be late. "We have plenty of time to get there, Dad," she said. "I know. I'm going to drive my car. I'll see you there." Tiffany's mouth popped open, but Dad only glanced at Nicole. "Fine. No side trips along the way." Neither of them said anything about her boyfriend not showing up, and she was totally okay with that. The old, upgraded schoolhouse they usually used for events like this was decorated beautifully, twinkle lights everywhere, and see-through fabrics decorating the marble pillars, ceilings, and walls. One entire wall was made up of windows, letting in the breathtaking sunset. Nicole sat at the head table, staring out those windows and swirling a straw in her fruit punch. She didn't miss the irony that she was at a ball being held in her honor, and yet everyone was ignoring her. She didn't care about being ignored, just that she had to be there at all. It was ridiculous. She'd finished her fourth cup of punch and third serving of brownies when she heard a familiar voice call her name. "Nicole?" She turned, her mouth open as she stared at Conor, who was weaving through dancing couples as he walked across the floor toward her. "What are you doing here?" She resisted the urge to put a hand to her stomach, not wanting to show that his presence had an effect on her, causing butterflies to flutter there. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his tux pants and stared at the floor. "I came to apologize." Nicole folded her arms, glaring at him. "Yeah. What you did was horrible. Rude. A complete jerk thing to do." "I know. I agree." He took another step in her direction, the look on his face one of extreme remorse. "I feel horrible. I shouldn't have treated you that way, especially not after telling you how excited I was to be dating an Arete." He ran a hand through his sandy blonde hair, his gaze shifting to the side as he obviously tried to figure out what to say next. It's just that it freaked me out. I didn't expect you to actually puke, and... Yeah, I get it. I don't want to talk about it. It was embarrassing enough. Conor flushed. And I only made that worse. I'm sorry I humiliated you in front of the other students. Nicole stared at him for a moment longer, wishing she could still be angry with him, but sensing the sincerity behind his apology. Finally, she gestured to the chair next to her, inviting him to join her. Conor did so in a rush with an expression of gratitude on his face. Thank you so much. He looked at her sidelong. Is it too late to be your date for the evening? Nicole shrugged. I suppose not. She fiddled with the small clutch she'd brought, not sure what to say. One glance at Conor told her he was just as uncomfortable as she was, but the events of the morning seemed almost insurmountable. Conor finally blurted, Are we still dating? He obviously felt stupid for asking, so he hurried to continue. I mean, I don't want to push you into anything. But it felt like we were going somewhere, I don't know, somewhere that had promise. Nicole hesitated, opening and closing her mouth several times before saying, I don't know. Conor stared at his hands. She rolled her eyes. Okay, fine. We're still dating. But if you do something like that again... She wasn't sure how to end that. She'd slap him? Break up with him? Run him over with her car? Conor exhaled with a huge rush of wind. Oh, thank goodness. What I did was stupid because I really love, like you. His face turned bright red, and he nearly knocked over a glass of water in his rush to put his hand on her arm. I mean, I like you, not love you. I mean, I could love you if it ever came to that. Oh, that came out bad. It's not like I'd be forced to love you. Because that's just not right. I'd love you for you, and not because someone told me to do it. Oh man, I'm making a mess of this. He ran a hand through his hair, rubbing the back of his neck on the way down. Nicole felt her chest begin to warm, and she couldn't help but smile. How about we go dance? Conor grinned at her. That would be great. He stood, extending a hand to her, which she took. He led her away from the table and to the middle of the dance floor, where they joined the other couples already dancing. Nicole loved the feel of his arms around her, loved the feel of his bicep under her left hand. He was a surprisingly good dancer, and they laughed as he taught her how to waltz and then do the cha-cha to music that wasn't meant to be a cha-cha. She was so grateful he'd chosen to come. The evening had been dragging and lonely, but having him there brightened it considerably. Tiffany beamed her approval from across the room, and for a brief moment Nicole almost wished Conor was in Arete. Tiffany definitely wouldn't have approved of him then. After the 6th or 7th song, Conor pulled Nicole close and kissed her on the cheek. Be right back. I need to go to the men's room. Nicole nodded. I'll be at my table. Conor gave her a half smile, and she walked to her chair. She'd only been sitting for maybe 5 seconds when a woman she'd never seen before approached her. Are you Nicole Williams? The woman asked, her gaze darting around the room. Yes, I am, Nicole said before realizing that maybe she shouldn't have admitted to it. The woman sat next to her and leaned forward. I don't have much time, they know I'm here. I'm a Cerberus, Nicole. A guardian of knowledge. I need to talk to you, the guardian of magical items. Nicole raised an eyebrow. Guardian of magical items? You've got the wrong person. The woman inched her chair closer. We don't have time to discuss it. She lowered her voice, her intense dark eyes making it hard to look away. I have information about Lizzie. She hesitated a moment before saying, she's in danger. And you must protect her before they realize she's who they're looking for. The woman opened her purse and pulled out a flat, shiny object which she fisted in her hand. She glanced around the room, then grabbed Nicole's hand and shook it as if they were exchanging greetings. Nicole felt the woman pass the object to her when she let go. Keep it safe. Someone will approach you later, a friend. Don't tell anyone, not the police, no one, what I've said. Promise me you won't. Why is Lizzie in danger? Promise. You must keep her safe, Nicole. Of course I promise. How could Nicole say anything if it might put her best friend in danger? But how do I know I can trust? The woman stood, knocking her chair over as she glanced across the room, then back at Nicole. I have to go now. Wait, Nicole started, but the woman rushed away. Chapter 6. Nicole watched the woman's receding back, unsure what she should do. What had the woman meant? She obviously knew who Nicole was, and Lizzie too. How was Lizzie in danger? Nicole looked at the little metal thing the woman had given her. It was rectangular, about half an inch across. Ready to dance? Conor asked, making Nicole jump. Yeah, sure. I am. Nicole grabbed her clutch and shoved the piece of metal into the coin pouch, pretending to be searching for her lip gloss. She wasn't sure if Conor should see it, but decided to hold off on saying anything about it until she knew more. She hurriedly applied the gloss, then dropped her clutch on her chair. They'd only just started dancing when a commotion started up near the front door. Nicole watched over Conor's shoulder as the woman who'd approached her got detained by one of the big security guards Dad had hired. Tiffany approached and began questioning the lady. Nicole sighed, knowing what was about to happen. Tiffany did not like people attending her parties who weren't invited. Sure enough, voices raised, tempers flared, and several people crowded near the front door to watch. Conor glanced back, wanting to see what everyone was doing. What's going on? He asked. Tiffany motioned at the doors, and the security guard grabbed the woman and started towing her away. Just then, a pressure pushed against Nicole's chest. She looked down, nothing was there. Another wave of pressure rippled through the entire room, making her nose tingle. Was that magic? Had she just sensed someone's powers? The floor quaked, knocking everyone down. The walls and ceiling vibrated, and the windows that covered one wall rumbled then shattered. Glass exploded into the room. It swirled into a massive vortex, spinning faster and faster. Then the lights went out, bathing the room in semi-darkness. Several people screamed. The main doors to the ballroom were flung open, and the backup generators kicked on. Nicole gasped, her hands fluttering to her mouth. The woman lay on the interior steps that led up to the front door, one leg awkwardly pinned beneath her. Hands still at her mouth, Nicole stepped across the ballroom floor, needing to see if the woman was okay. The closer she got, though, the more she realized that something was horribly wrong. The woman's entire body had been stabbed with tiny glass shards. They pierced through her dress into her legs, chest, and stomach. Her throat, arms, and face were coated in them. Her mouth was wide open, so full of shards that it made Nicole choke. Even her eyes were covered with the sharp little things. Blood pooled around the lifeless woman, dripping down the marble steps. Nicole screamed, barely noticing as several others did too. Someone call the cops, a man yelled. That wasn't necessary. One of Dad's best friends was a detective. He pulled out his badge and ordered everyone to sit at their tables. No one was happy to be told what to do, but fairly quickly, Detective Brooks had things under control. Minutes later, the ballroom was sectioned off with police tape, and cops were streaming in and out through the door. This wasn't Detective Brooks's jurisdiction, so he only gave a few directions until the right detective arrived. Why are you holding everyone here? A woman called out when the new detective came and started telling people what would happen. It's obvious that whoever killed her is an Arete. Nicole felt her ears turn red. She was the only Arete present. Tiffany would never invite one to a party. And everyone else knew that too. As one, 100 pairs of eyes turned and stared at her. It was Nicole, someone shouted. She did this. Nicole shook her head. No, I didn't. There's no way I would have been able to. Several people began shouting at once, demanding to be let go. Nicole's eyes scanned the group for Tiffany and Dad, but they were busy arguing, Tiffany motioning angrily at the shattered window. How like her to be more concerned about the window than a murder. Detective Brooks stared at Nicole for a moment, his eyes narrowed. They'd never been friendly with each other. Yes, he was one of Dad's best friends, but he distrusted Arete's as much as Tiffany and Dad did. He grabbed the new detective's arm. It's true. He pointed at her. She's the only Arete here. The detective assigned to the case nodded. He strode to Nicole, grabbed her by the shoulder and flipped her around, pushing her stomach against the table. He pulled her arms behind her back and handcuffed her, giving her the standard Miranda warning. It wasn't me. Nicole shouted. This isn't right, I didn't do it. I can't even use my magic yet. Mother. Dad. They obviously couldn't hear her over the commotion. Even more people were shouting and screaming now. Several were insisting on calling their attorneys, others were pointing at Nicole, and the rest were upset about the murder and their lack of control over the situation. 2 officers pulled Nicole out of the building and searched her for weapons before pushing her into the backseat of a cop car. Her face burned as she felt eyes on her. She looked out the window at the night sky, feeling tears of anger, fear, and frustration building up. Sitting with her hands behind her was uncomfortable. They could have at least undone the cuffs. Her head began to pound as she thought back on the events that had just taken place. Who had murdered that woman? And why? There must have been another Arete present. There was no way Nicole was the only one. But everyone knew that her parents disliked Aretes and wouldn't ever knowingly invite one to any of their parties. Nicole accepting, of course. Thinking about the glass that had been pounded into the woman's body until she died made Nicole's stomach roil. She couldn't believe how barbaric that was. Something occurred to her. No one else had been injured, even though the glass had gone everywhere. How had the murderer prevented anyone else from getting hurt? Were Aretes really that powerful? Nicole hardly knew anything about her heritage, what she was supposed to become. She tried to ask, but her parents had been unwilling to talk about it. Of course, she could always look online or ask Lizzie. But she had been so busy working 3 jobs, dealing with school, and teaching cello lessons that anything extra had simply slipped to the back burner. They finally arrived at the police station. A female officer took Nicole by the elbow and pulled her into a shower room where Nicole was strip-searched. Her face burned the entire time. She couldn't even protest, she was so humiliated. After the search was over, Nicole's hair was a complete mess. The woman made her dress in a jumpsuit, and she got booked. She could tell by the way the officers treated her that they were nervous around her. Ridiculous, every police department kept Aretes on their staff. Any one of them should be able to tell she wasn't dangerous, not even close. Nicole was held alone in a cell that managed to smell like urine and antiseptic cleaner. Disgusting. Apparently, murder suspects weren't allowed to be around other people. She was just fine with that. For the first 5 minutes, Nicole sat on the bed, her face in her hands. What a horrible, horrible day. Once she got over the humiliation of the strip search, she began pacing the cell, requesting her one phone call from anyone who came near. They all ignored her. Nicole realized she didn't know what the law was, whether she was allowed her call immediately, or if she had to wait for a while, or if the law said it had to happen before a certain amount of time had passed. With nothing else to do, she ended up lying on the cot and staring at the ceiling. The hours dragged by. Was Lizzie in danger? And if so, from whom? Nicole couldn't help but fret over her situation. She was supposed to be meeting someone, not getting stuck in jail. And where did they take her clutch? Had they removed the metal thing from it? Where had Conor gone after that whole thing happened? Finally, Nicole heard the sound of a door opening, and her mother's voice filtered down the hallway. "Thank you for understanding, officer," her mother said. "Yes, just a miscommunication. No, you won't be hearing from our attorney. You were doing your duty, and we appreciate that." Tiffany appeared at the bars and stared at her daughter. "Well? Get up. I'm here to take you home. After you answer some questions, of course." Nicole swung her feet over the side of the bed. I didn't do it. Tiffany rolled her eyes. Obviously not. Then why have I been here so long? Tiffany stepped aside as an officer pulled some keys out of his pocket. I had to make sure all my guests were okay, she said. Your dad and I were questioned last. We gave our full statements and made sure they knew there was no way you could have done it. She watched Nicole as the officer stepped back, holding the door open, inviting Nicole to exit the cell. You don't have any powers. You just restarted, after all. Nicole stepped into the hall a little hesitantly, half expecting someone to jump out at her with a camera and yell, "Gotcha?" No one paid her an ounce of attention though, and she was allowed to change out of the jumper and get back into her evening gown. They returned her items, and she was relieved to find the piece of metal in her clutch still. Thank goodness. She felt sad looking at her dress. The organza had been ripped from the taffeta in her struggle to get away from the officers, and the beautiful blue fabric was ragged. She gripped the edges together and returned to Tiffany, holding her head high as they were escorted to an interrogation room. Chapter 7. The attitude of the police officer who booked Nicole was completely different now from how it had been when he'd brought her in. Though stressed still, he was more relaxed now, more friendly. He sent her an apologetic smile, and she felt her shoulders slump in relief. She really wasn't a suspect anymore. She and her mother were invited to take seats. Then the detective over the case, a very exhausted-looking man named Keeney, began with the questions. The tired way he voiced them told Nicole he'd asked multiple people these questions before. She wanted to help him, she really did. But how much could she tell him? How much should she tell him? Detective Keeney looked up in surprise when she said that she'd actually spoken with the woman just moments before her death. What did she say to you? He asked. Nicole shrugged, scrambling for an answer. She wished me a happy birthday, and said she was excited for me that I'd restarted. Nicole didn't want Detective Keeney to sense a lie in her voice, so she rushed to change the subject. Was it really an Arete who killed her? Detective Keeney rubbed his face. It seems so. How else would the windows have shattered in such a targeted way, and only the woman get blasted with the glass? Nicole nodded, biting her lip. But who would do it? She glanced at her mother. It's no secret my parents hate Aretes, so it's not like they had any of them there. Apart from me, of course. Tiffany glared at Nicole. Stop being petty, Nicole. As if we could hate what our daughter, our only daughter, is. Nicole ignored her mother's comment. Detective Keeney rubbed his face again. Yes, well, we're trying to figure out who the woman even was. We don't have any history on her. No fingerprints on file, and she didn't have ID. No one had even seen her before. He leaned forward, clasping his hands on the table in front of him, his gaze on Nicole. Are you sure she didn't say anything else? From what I can tell, you're the only person she spoke to. Nicole pinched the bridge of her nose, thinking through everything the woman had told her, trying to figure out what would be safe to say and what she should keep private. She hated the fact that she had information she couldn't give the detective. But until she knew what was going on and how it affected Lizzie, she couldn't break the promise she'd made. Well, I was approached and congratulated by so many that I didn't wonder who she was or anything like that. Nicole felt bad for yet another lie. She hoped all of this really would end up helping her best friend. Detective Keeney asked a few other questions. Things like what Nicole had done during the day, and if she saw any weird behavior from anyone else at the ball. She told him about her restart and her boyfriend breaking up with her, and then showing up after all. The detective obviously wasn't interested in their little quarrel. He gave Nicole his card, and asked her to call him if she remembered anything else. As soon as he gave them permission to do so, Nicole and Tiffany left the police station. Nicole breathed deeply the moment she was underneath the big Texas sky again. How close had she come to getting locked up for a murder she hadn't committed? What would have happened if she'd been an experienced Arete? They would have continued under the assumption that she'd done it. She wouldn't have been released, and an investigation and trial would have ensued. Nicole shuddered, thinking about the humiliation she would have had to endure, but on a long-term basis. Her mother dropped her off at the old schoolhouse where her car was. Nicole was surprised to see Conor standing by her door. "Don't stay out late," Tiffany said before pulling away. She didn't need to worry. The thing Nicole wanted most was her bed. Conor gave her a small smile, and she wondered if he was upset by the evening's events. Everything had happened so quickly, she hadn't really paid attention to him. She checked her phone, dismayed to see that it was 1 a.m. How long had he been waiting? "Hey," he said. "How are you feeling?" He took her arms and pulled her into a hug. "I'm sorry I couldn't have been there with you. I'm willing to bet you didn't get a lot of support." "I'm okay," Nicole said. She felt her lips start to tingle as the shock of the evening spread through her again. "Once they realized I didn't do it, they were much nicer." Conor must have sensed her shaking, because he held her tighter. "That was freaky, right?" He kissed her forehead. "I mean, I can't believe somebody was killed. Right in front of us." He leaned back, looking into her eyes, his light brown ones concerned. "I heard that the woman spoke with you for a moment. Did she go there just for you?" Nicole shrugged. "I don't know. She just congratulated me on my birthday and restart. She wished she could talk to him about everything, but until she knew what was going on, she wouldn't tell anyone anything." Conor looked relieved. "Good, at least they can't blame you for anything." He kissed her cheek, then said goodbye and headed to his own car. Nicole pulled out of the parking lot, merged onto Highway 75 and drove toward Lucas. She was lost in her own thoughts for most of the way, but something at the corner of her eye drew her attention when she was about 15 minutes from home. She glanced out her window. A huge dark dog ran alongside her car. She shrieked, nearly pulling her hands off the steering wheel, and barely turning her eyes to the road again before drifting into the car in the lane next to her. As she drove, her focus skittered back and forth between the road and the animal running by her. It had large pointy ears and was slender and sleek. She blinked, expecting the dog to disappear, but it didn't. Even though she was driving at least 60 miles an hour, the dog was running just as fast. How was that possible? It caught her staring at it, and made eye contact with her, the expression on its face intense. It jerked its head toward her, making her wonder if it wanted her to pull over. Like that was going to happen. After about 5 minutes, the dog veered off, and Nicole spent several moments watching the highway behind her. What was going on? The woman, a murder, an unknown Arete, and now a dog that could run at highway speeds? She gripped the steering wheel until she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. Her knuckles were white in the streetlights. Nicole went way too fast the rest of the way to her house, going at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. She punched the code into the gate and pulled up the drive, parking in the garage. She didn't get out of her car until the garage door was shut, watching through her mirror the whole time. No dog followed her in. Thank goodness. Nicole was almost to her bedroom by the time she'd fully convinced herself that she'd imagined the dog. There was no way that had happened. No way. She had just shut her door behind her when a knock made her jump. "Who's there?" "Just me," Derek said. Nicole pulled the door open, inviting him in. "I heard a woman got murdered at your ball." He put his arms around her. "I'm sorry. That's so crazy." Nicole nodded, feeling as tears yet again prickled the back of her eyes. Derek had a scheduled exam the night before, otherwise he would have been at the ball. Boy, had he missed out on a lot. The whole day had been crazy. Horrible. "Did they tell you that I got arrested for murder?" Derek's eyebrows shot up. "What? No, they didn't. Why?" "Apparently, I was the only Arete present, and the woman was murdered by one." "How did they know?" "Because she was killed with glass from exploding windows, and no one else was even touched. Only an Arete could have done it." Derek slumped onto the settee at the foot of Nicole's bed. Holy crap. Does anyone know who she was? Nicole shook her head, joining Derek. No. They don't even know where she came from. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should tell him everything. The clutch with the little piece of shiny metal was still in her hands, and she twisted and turned it, staring at it. Derek leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands. He peered over at her. I'm never more than a phone call away. Nicole nodded. I know. I'll call you immediately if I ever need anything. Derek reached over and ruffled her already messy hair. You do that. I love you, sis. Take care of yourself, okay? Nicole thanked him, then shut the door as he left. She finally let the tears fall, while gathering up her things and changing out of her dress and into pajamas. She got into bed, but tossed and turned for several moments before realizing she would never be able to sleep. She needed another good, long soak. She was on her way to the bathroom to start filling her tub when a movement on her balcony caught her eye. Expecting to see Lizzie there, Nicole turned. What she saw made her shriek. It was definitely not her best friend. The dog from the highway stood there, illuminated by her bedroom lights, partially hidden by the drapes. It was large, larger than most dogs. Its sleek dark body shone from sweat. Even though Nicole had never seen a dog like it before, it didn't look foreign or weird or like it was anything other than an ordinary dog. The creature gave a small yip, audible through the double-paned glass doors. It seemed to want her to open the doors and let it in. No way. The dog began convulsing, and Nicole scrambled backward away from the door, tripping over the settee and landing on her butt. She watched in horror as the dog's neck stretched out, its front legs becoming thicker and its torso lengthening. The thing bent over, then straightened on its hind legs. In a matter of moments, a man stood on the balcony where the dog had been. Chapter 8. Nicole's mouth opened and closed several times, the scream she wanted to belt out refusing to come. The man wasn't very old, probably in his early 30s, and was somewhat attractive, though his eyes had a sort of sadness around them. His hair was a bit unruly, but wasn't too long. He wore a brown leather jacket and light blue jeans. Not one thing about him said he could turn into a huge dog, capable of running at freeway speeds. If Nicole had met him anywhere else, she would have spoken to him if he'd approached her. The man motioned again to let him in. The scream finally tore itself from her throat, and she jumped to her feet and ran from the room, slamming the door behind her. She knew her family wouldn't have heard her scream, the house was too big. She'd have to take care of herself. But where could she go? The dog ran as fast as a car. It could get up onto second-story balconies. And it shifted into a man, which meant it could go anywhere that a man could go. Nicole couldn't take her car, and she wouldn't hide anywhere near a window. She thought as she tore down the hall and stairs, running across the main floor. The theater room, she'd go there. The door locked, there weren't windows, and it was in the heart of the basement. Nicole ran down the back steps, crossed a hall, and burst into the theater room. She'd expected it to be empty, but her parents were there, watching an affair to remember. They looked up before turning back to their movie, munching popcorn. Nicole quietly closed the door behind her, locked it, then sat at the back of the room. Why were her parents still up? Rather than question, she decided to be grateful they were awake. There was no way they would let a dog, man in the house if they could help it. Nicole stared at the movie, completely unable to pay attention. She couldn't believe her parents were being so cavalier, as if someone hadn't just been murdered. She would be scarred for life just from what she'd seen. She grabbed a blanket and covered her legs, curling up on the couch. Her arms were shaking, her eyes unable to focus, her head pounding. But for the first time in hours, she felt safe and was comfortable enough to fall asleep. Nicole woke just as her parents were leaving. They didn't seem to think it weird that she'd locked the door, or if they had, they didn't comment. She waited for a moment, then got up and locked the door behind them. She pushed the couch she'd been on up against the doors, making sure nobody would be able to enter the room without her hearing it. Once she was as safe as possible, and realizing she wouldn't know what to do if the man did enter the room, she stretched out on another couch, pulling her favorite fuzzy blanket to herself. The exhaustion of the last few hours was too much, and after only a few minutes, her eyes started drooping. She wasn't sure how long she'd been asleep when a shuffling sound woke her. Chapter 9. Nicole jerked, her eyes immediately flying to the door, but it was still closed with the couch in front of it. She froze, staring at it, wondering where the noise came from. "Hey," a man said from near the projector screen. Nicole whirled, almost falling off the couch in her surprise. "How did you get in here?" she shrieked. It was the same man from her balcony. The man who turned into a dog. A dog that could run at highway speeds. She jumped off the couch, scrambled around it, and ran to the bar that lined the back of the room. She grabbed glasses and bottles, throwing them at him. He dodged them easily, holding his hands up in a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said. Like she believed that. Nicole threw the last glass, disappointed that most of them hadn't shattered, and pelted him like the woman had been pelted earlier. Once she'd run out of breakable things, she began chucking pillows and blankets. The man looked like he was trying not to laugh, and that only made her more angry. "If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it already," he said. "Nicole, didn't she tell you I would be coming? I'm here to help. Do you still have the data?" What was he talking about? Data? What data? The man shrugged. "It should have been a little shiny piece of metal. It's actually a data chip. It contains information about Lizzie and other things we don't want people to get their hands on." We? We who? "The guardians of knowledge." "And what if I do still have it?" Nicole asked. "Would you kill me to take it?" The man looked confused for a moment. "No. Why would I kill you? You're the guardian of magical items. It's your job to protect it. And it's my job to protect you, as a guardian of knowledge." Nicole fisted her hands at her side. "Why does everyone keep telling me I'm a guardian of magical items?" "Because you are. Or you will be in a few short years." The man watched Nicole with cautious eyes, slowly lowering himself to one of the beanbags in the room. When she didn't jump at him, he settled himself in and motioned for her to take a seat on one of the couches. Recognizing he wasn't going to hurt her, at least not now, Nicole sat on the couch that she'd fallen asleep on. The man began speaking. "My job is to protect you until you are able to seal the data chip." "Why have I never heard any of this before?" Nicole asked. "Because you haven't yet done what you will do to gain guardianship status. I can't tell you more. Knowledge is power, yes, but it's also dangerous. And the more you know about your future, the more danger you will be in." "The woman mentioned my friend," Nicole said. She watched him closely, trying to see if she could sense any dishonesty or anger there, any negative emotion. He just nodded. "I know. She was supposed to bring up Lizzie. We realized it was the only way to get your attention." "Did you have the woman murdered to get my attention too?" The man's face filled with sadness. "We didn't do that." Nicole could feel his sincerity. "Who was she?" "A good friend." He stared at the carpet for several moments, then raised his eyes to hers. "Have you heard of the Hounds of Tindalos?" Nicole hesitated for a moment, pondering the name and comparing it to the odd things she discovered in her position as a research assistant. But nothing came to mind. "No, never." "What are they?" "You're looking at one right now, though a tame one. Hounds travel through angles. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I got in the room." Nicole frowned, looking at the couch and the door it still covered. "What do you mean, you travel through angles? That doesn't make any sense." He pointed at the corner of the room. "We travel through corners, basically. Where perpendicular walls meet. Experts say we need 120 degrees. It's actually closer to 90 degrees. "How is that even possible?" Nicole asked. She leaned over and put her face in her hands. I don't get it. I'm too tired. The dimension we come from is not like yours. It's not a truly physical one. It's more lines and angles than anything. In order for me to come here, I first had to find a 90-degree angle. He pointed at the corner opposite Nicole. That's where I entered the room. Nicole shook her head, rubbing the back of her neck. You're crazy. I'm crazy. It'll all make sense once you get a good night's rest. Are you serious? People turning into dogs and traveling through corners is supposed to make sense? The man smiled. Eventually, yes. Anyway, in our natural state, when we're literal hounds of Tindalos, we devour everything and anything that catches our attention. We are especially attracted to time travel. Well, I can tell you for sure right now, I've never time traveled. And neither has Lizzie. Someday you will. He looked like he was ready to move the conversation along. He got up and started pacing. Thousands and thousands of years ago, a man was traveling through time so frequently that we could no longer ignore him. As I said, it is in our nature to devour what we come across. Instead of killing him, though, we allowed him to bargain. At first, he only offered us physical bodies, but that wasn't enough. Our bodies were nearly completely physical anyway. So he offered something to which he had a special key. He offered us knowledge, all knowledge. And we accepted. Chapter 10. The man stopped pacing and stared at Nicole. But he gave us a warning. Those with knowledge will either become corrupted by it and turn truly evil, or they will be blessed by it and become truly good. Your hearts and choices will determine the outcome. He resumed his pacing. We did not fear evil, for we already knew it, and we didn't fear good, for it was something we had not contemplated. So we made the choice and became Cerberus, guardians of knowledge. Nicole knitted her forehead. I thought Cerberuses guarded doors. Are they really called Cerberus when there's more than one? I hate it when words do that. Cerberus. Knowledge is the door to everything, Nicole. The man returned to the beanbag, shifting around until he was comfortable. We let him go. He promised never to time travel again, and we promised not to eat him if we ever came across him. He kept his end of the bargain, and we were granted physical bodies and access to knowledge. Because we were already nearly dogs, he finalized us that way, but also gave us the ability to shift into men, as our intelligence was so much greater than a dog's. He turned and looked at Nicole, an expression of awe on his face. The change was miraculous. I've never felt anything like it before or since. One moment, I was seeing things only in 1D and 2D, just lines and flat shapes extending everywhere endlessly. In the next instant, those shapes popped out, gained color and texture, and became physical things that I could touch. How would that be? Nicole couldn't fathom a world not in 3D. I've never seen the kind of dog you are before. I'm not surprised. There aren't many of us. We are Xolos, a type of dog from South America. Hundreds of myths and legends surround us. There aren't many Xolos that are actually dogs left. Most you'd come across would be a Cerberus. Nicole nodded, then paused. So, I feel weird for not asking this earlier, but what is your name? Alexander. He studied her for a moment. I realize you probably have a lot of questions about what this has to do with you, and I'm almost there. He stretched his hands behind his head, clasping his fingers and staring up at the ceiling. It quickly became apparent that not all of us would choose righteousness, many would choose evil. Those who choose evil have gradually begun to lose their knowledge. Those who choose righteousness continue to increase in it, because as man learns, so do they. Alexander looked at Nicole. That is because when anyone anywhere learns something new to us, we are aware of it, and we are drawn to them. We devour the knowledge instead of the learner, and that knowledge is then stored in our base. He continued. The prophecy states that an Arete who controls fire will seek out and kill the hounds who are evil, and protect those of us who are righteous. This greatly worries evil hounds, as up to this point only another hound can kill us. What does fire have to do with it? Nicole asked. We must use it to travel between dimensions and times. And if I'm not mistaken, your friend is a fire Arete, correct? Sure, but she'd have to be able to manipulate it, right? Yes. Good. Lizzie has no desire to delve into magic. She wants to become a nurse. Don't count on that protecting her, especially when the prophecy is specifically about her. The hounds have forgotten the actual prophecy, but they are cunning and swift, and if they get their hands on it, they will know immediately it is her and will execute her. You are in danger until it is hidden. You are the only one who can hide it. And your best friend is in danger until she comes to her own powers. Hiding the prophecy about Lizzie only protects her for so long. Anything we do to keep the hounds away from her will be temporary. Once she restarted, we became aware of her existence. It's like a little tick in the back of our heads, even the good Cerberus. We are drawn to find her and protect her or find her and kill her. Nicole felt a chill cross her scalp and tickle down her back. She knew that what Alexander said was true. Or at least he believed it was, and that was enough for her after what she'd seen in the previous 24 hours. What do I need to do? You must hide the chip magically and seal its location so others can't tell it's a magical item. When your friend is ready, you'll bring it out for her. Nicole's head began to whirl as she thought about what was being asked of her and how she was supposed to accomplish it. Why does she need to hear about it at all? Because of what I said, she'll grow too strong and eventually will be drawn to her. Once she's fully into her powers, she'll actually be able to protect herself and her loved ones. How long does the prophecy have to stay in hiding? Years, until she has chosen her path and developed her magic. We're going to college in a few months. Alexander nodded. Yes. That will help her. Nicole rubbed her eyes, feeling exhaustion pound them and her weary shoulders. How can I hide something magically when I don't yet control magic? And seal its location? What on earth do you mean by that? You won't grasp your own powers until you begin college, and we can't wait that long. I will take you to someone who will help you pull authority from your future role as guardian. You will then hide and protect the information until your friend is ready. What about school? Alexander leaned forward in the beanbag and clasped his hands, appraising her. Go about your schedule as usual. I know you probably don't want to hear that, not when your friend's life is at stake. But it is the best thing you can do right now. Try not to think about the hounds. Absolutely, do not try to access the knowledge on the chip drive. Don't research anything that has to do with the words Cerberus or Tindalos. I've told you the bare minimum, and even that is dangerous, something I may be forced to remedy sooner rather than later. Remedy how? And why is it dangerous to learn? The hounds might be losing knowledge, but they can tell when someone gains it, particularly when it's about them. They will always and forever be attracted to knowledge. This was insane. How am I supposed to protect myself? Watch for smoke inside corners. When you see it forming, run. Hide somewhere that doesn't have 90-degree angles. He got up and started pacing again. I have to find the magician who will help borrow powers, and he doesn't make that easy, so my journey will be several days long. I have to do a few things before I leave, which must be soon. In the meantime, I'll be with you as often as I can. I'll also train you to recognize the magic a hound emits when it is approaching. What do I do with the chip? Hide it somewhere no one will find it. Alexander approached the corner of the room, then turned and faced Nicole. Don't trust anyone, especially not dogs. Nicole was almost tempted to laugh. Don't trust dogs? What kind of blanket advice was that? Can I at least research Sholos? I mean, I need to know what they look like, right? Alexander considered her question. I personally wouldn't risk it. And you don't need to, they all look like me. I'll shift into my dog form so you can see again. I have to do it anyway in order to leave the room. Nicole backed into the corner of the couch, holding the blanket close to her chest, as she watched the man shift into a dog. The clothing he wore, rather than dropping off his body or shredding or doing something else like what she'd seen in movies, dissolved into the dark gray skin that covered the sleek dog's body. Nicole gasped, realizing the creature was hairless. Alexander's form shifted and turned and twisted and shrank until he was the same dog Nicole had seen on her balcony and running outside her car. Chapter 11. The dog yelped at Nicole as if to say goodbye, then turned and faced the corner of the room. She gasped when weird patterns began glowing on the dog's skin. Smoke came out of those patterns, roiling until it coated the dog. Then its form began wavering and convoluting, until nothing remained but smoke. That smoke spread into the corner of the room, billowing up along the ceiling and down the floor, and then rolling back in on itself as it disappeared into the corner. Nicole stared at that spot for several moments, wondering if Alexander was really gone. When it became apparent that he wasn't returning, she scrambled to pull the couch away from the door, then ran to her room where her lights were still on. She grabbed her clutch and pulled the shiny piece of metal from it. It didn't look a thing like a data chip. Nicole stared around her room, trying to figure out where to hide the chip. She could put it beneath her mattress, or under the carpet by the heat vent where she'd hide things as a child, but those were all places someone would think to look. She entered her closet, and her eyes landed on her Tupperware containers of childhood toys. One of them held an old music box that she'd taken apart and put back together a couple of times. That would work. Nicole pulled the appropriate container down, opened it, and removed the music box. She flipped the top of the box back as the familiar tune filled the air. She loved this toy. It had been a gift from her grandmother before the woman passed away when she was 6. The emotions that accompanied the music were happy and warm, filling her with melancholy. Before removing the velvet lining, Nicole glanced around her room, making sure smoke wasn't building anywhere. When all looked clear, she pulled out the little contraption that made the music, setting it aside. Then she tugged gently on the velvet lining until it came loose. Nicole tucked the metal chip inside the corner, replaced the velvet, making sure it was snugly in place, then put the metal part back in and closed the box. She looked around her room, staring at the corners. Realizing the longer she stayed in one place, the more danger she was probably in, she jumped to her feet and left her room, searching for a place to hide until Alexander gave her additional information. Nothing on the top floor would work, everything had corners. Nicole turned on lights as she went, hating the darkness and not caring if it woke anyone. She already knew nothing in the basement would be sufficient, so she didn't even go down there. But the sunroom off the kitchen, that might work. It wasn't a very strong room, due to the fact that the double doors were full of glass panes, and all 3 exterior walls were made up of windows. On the other hand, the handle locked. There were no 90-degree corners, it was mostly a round room, and it had furniture she could sleep on. Nicole glanced through the windows that looked into the room from the kitchen, making sure it wasn't full of stuff and had room for her, then raced up the stairs to her bedroom. She pulled an old quilt from under her bed, spreading it out on top of the comforter. She grabbed her laptop, phone, and cell phone charger, putting them in the center of the quilt along with a pillow and some clothes from her drawers and closet. She wrapped all of this up in the quilt before heaving the bundle over her shoulder. She couldn't help but smile to herself. She probably looked like a hobo. Streaked makeup, old pajamas, messy hair. Oh well. Right before she stepped through the door, Nicole felt a slight pressure building in the room. She froze, turning and looking at the corners one at a time, telling herself to run but completely unable to. She wasn't surprised to see smoke gathering in the corner opposite her. She turned and fled, not taking the time to turn off the lights or shut the door. She raced down the stairs 2 at a time, spinning around the railing in the foyer and practically flying along the hall that led to the kitchen. She nearly yelped when she heard something big bounding down the hall upstairs and banging into the banister at the top of the staircase. As she stepped into the kitchen, she glanced back and saw the dog's shadow fall across the foyer floor. Nicole's heart raced even more, her pulse pounding in her neck and head, as she tried to hurry to the sunroom without making any noise and alerting the dog to her whereabouts. Once the dog came around the railing and started down the hall, it would see right into the kitchen. Thank goodness the door to the sunroom was just to the left of the breakfast nook, not immediately visible. She grabbed the corner of the counter, propelling herself around it, cringing when the quilt bumped against it. The dog's claws clicked on the tile entryway behind her, and she could hear it sniffing the air, trying to find her scent. Please go into the parlor, please, Nicole thought. Her heart sank, though, when the sound of clicking claws shifted from tile to wood. It had started down the hall. Her feet slipped on the silky wooden floor as she arrived at the door of the sunroom. She reached above the frame, sliding her hands along the wood, searching for the key Tiffany always kept there. Her fingertips bumped into it, and it tumbled to the floor, landing with a clink. Oh crap! Chapter 12. Nicole froze. The claws stopped hitting the floor behind her, as the intruder froze as well. Taking advantage of the dog's hesitation, she bent slowly, and picked up the key from where it had landed. Without risking a backward glance, she raised key to the doorknob and pushed it in, cringing as the click of metal on metal echoed through the empty kitchen. Her mother kept the door locked because of the heirloom seeds she stored in the little fridge in the corner of the room. Thank goodness the door locked at all. She could tell when the dog entered the kitchen. It growled when it spotted her, making the hair on her neck rise. Nicole twisted the knob, pushed the door open and rushed through, slamming the door shut behind her. She turned and twisted the lock on the handle, just as the dog leapt at the door. Nicole stepped backward, watching as the dog banged against the door over and over again. The door barely held against the weight of the huge beast, whose head came to her ribs. She worried for a moment about the windows, but knew there was nothing she could do to reinforce them. Human flesh didn't prop up glass very well. The door was stronger than it looked, and Nicole breathed a sigh of relief when it continued to hold. The dog growled at Nicole, obviously angry. She returned the stare, backing up until her calves knocked into the couch Tiffany kept there. Neither did anything for several seconds. Then the dog began pacing outside the door, and she sat on the couch, her legs shaking as she did so. She was severely exhausted. The sheer amount of adrenaline and physical exertion she'd experienced since restarting left her body limp as a rag doll and her mind tender and blank. Why didn't the dog turn into a human? She knew this wasn't Alexander. He would have shifted already. After at least 10 minutes, the beast turned and growled at her again, the deep timbre of its voice reaching through the door and glass that separated them. Nicole opened the jewelry box, knowing that doing so would make it less interesting to the Zolo, less like a place where she'd hide something valuable. The dog would expect her to keep the hiding place out of sight. She let the music play, hoping it would keep her company. She leaned back on the couch, wondering how long it would take for the dog to leave. A quick glance at her phone after pulling it from the bundle told her it was after 4 a.m. She didn't think she'd be able to sleep. No telling what the hound would do if she did. She wished Alexander had told her more about how to protect herself. How would she know it was safe to leave the room? And what about her family? She didn't get along with her parents, but she definitely didn't want them to get killed, especially at the hands of some crazy dogman thing. Around 5 a.m, the hound finally left. After another 20 minutes, Nicole couldn't stay awake any longer and decided she'd better sleep. She was awakened by the brightness after the sun had fully risen around 7 a.m. Not long after, Tiffany entered the kitchen. She saw Nicole in the sunroom and rolled her eyes. Instead of coming to see what was going on, she turned to the fridge and started pulling food out, setting it on the counter. Nicole got to her feet, stretching the kinks out of her neck, back, and arms. She picked up her phone, tucked the music box under her arm, and stepped to the doors. She stared at her mom for a moment, then pressed her face against the glass, looking first left, then right. No dog was visible. Nicole unlocked the door, then twisted the knob, slowly pulling the door open. Before stepping out, she again looked around. If Tiffany noticed her weird behavior, she didn't say anything. Once Nicole was all the way out of the room, she asked, "Did you see a dog?" Tiffany shook her head, probably thinking her daughter had gone completely crazy, but didn't turn around. No. Nicole walked to the fridge and got herself a glass of milk and a chunk of cheese. She nibbled on the cheese between sips of milk, her eyes raking back and forth between the different corners of the room. Once she'd finished snacking, Nicole set her cup down, and with the music box still under her arm, she turned to go back to the sunroom. A soft yelp made her whirl, and she gasped when she saw a dark gray, hairless dog in the hallway staring at her. "Heaven's sake, Nicole," Tiffany said, not turning to see what had made Nicole gasp. "Would you stop acting so weird?" Nicole nodded, a hand on her chest, staring at the big dog. It didn't enter the room. Was it Alexander? She couldn't tell. The dog backed down the hallway where Tiffany couldn't see, seeming to notice her hesitancy, then shifted into Alexander. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief, closing her eyes for a moment. She quickly joined him then, warily watching the hallway behind him for the other dog. "I'm so paranoid now," she hissed, quietly enough for Tiffany not to hear. "A different dog came last night. I can tell, it smells like dog." He or she didn't shift into a human, though. "How can you tell?" "I'd have smelled a stranger here." Nicole folded her arms. "How on earth am I supposed to protect myself?" "Using your magic." "Oh, that's very funny. Didn't you tell me I won't be able to use it until college? That's months away. You need practice, but your magic will still help." Alexander beckoned her to follow him as he continued talking. "I have to leave soon. I'm heading to Mount Coven and will be gone for 3 or 4 days while I access our base of knowledge there." He led her into the library, shutting the door behind them. They would be safe there. Dad didn't wake up early on Saturday mornings, and Tiffany apparently wasn't very interested in anything going on in her house this morning. As an FYI, the hounds won't come when other people are around. None of us, not even the evil hounds, can afford regular humans knowing we exist, and it takes a lot of magic to travel into a room that's occupied, and a great deal more when there's more than one human present. You'll be safe at school, church, anywhere other people are with you. When you're alone, avoid rooms with 90-degree corners, as I already told you. How do I know it's you and not another hound? Alexander pointed to his upper right ear. Nicole noticed for the first time that the skin there was slightly torn. I'm the only one like this. When I'm a dog, it's more noticeable. Alexander rubbed his hands together briskly, an intense expression on his face. Here's how it works. In order for the hound to travel, they must build up their powers for at least 5 minutes. Sometimes it's less than that depending on the hound, but that isn't common. You'll be able to feel the magic gathering. At first, maybe for only 20 seconds, but as you get better, that amount of time will gradually increase. The smoke comes first. That's the first thing you'll see with your eyes. It'll be enough to equal the size of the dog. You saw it when I left, right? Yes. The smoke is the last stage of traveling. The dog will be there shortly after. Some of us are better at generating and building fire than others. I'm one of the slower ones, unfortunately. Keep that in mind. He looked like he was about to start shifting into a dog. He crouched and stared fixedly at a point across the room, but then he turned to Nicole once more. Don't think about the dogs, unless you have to. It's unlikely that those who don't already know about you will start noticing you yet, but thinking about them will eventually draw their attention. Nicole scoffed inwardly. How was she going to keep from thinking about creatures that wanted to destroy her and her best friend? How many hounds are there? Thousands and thousands. Due to political factions, dogs clamoring to be in power, purposefully keeping information from each other. Only about 5 of the evil ones know of you. Nicole's stomach twisted. 5? And she struggled with getting away from just 1. How was it possible to stay away from 5? Oh, that's comforting, she said, letting the sarcasm come through. How many good hounds are there? I'm not sure, honestly. It's hard to know on any given day how many are good or bad, as we tend to switch back and forth occasionally. Nicole's eyes widened. Are you telling me there's a chance you'll turn on me? Alexander ran a hand through his light brown hair. He sighed. I hope not. I haven't been tempted to go evil for many, many years. And that's supposed to comfort me? Not really. If I sense a change, I'll warn you. What are the chances of you sensing a change and actually being willing to warn me? Alexander shrugged. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I hope the chances are high. Be prepared to answer your phone or accept emails from strange people at any time. I don't know how I'll get in touch with you if I sense myself tempted to turn evil. He straightened. Are you ready to start practicing? Yes. The sooner I know how to defend myself, the better. Chapter 13. Alexander shifted into a dog. Even though Nicole had seen it happen once before, she was still freaked out by it. It wasn't at all the way Hollywood made it look. It wasn't smooth or painless. She watched as the skin roiled and boiled, rippling, almost tearing as the leather jacket and jeans became part of the dog's skin. Once Alexander was in his full dog shape, he turned to her and motioned with his head to the corner of the room. Nicole nodded her understanding. She closed her eyes, concentrating on that corner. She sensed it as he drew his magic to himself, though she wasn't sure she would have been able to tell that it came from him if the whole room was full of magical people. When she opened her eyes, only a trickle of smoke remained, and Alexander was gone. That trickle disappeared as she watched. How did he leave so quickly? Didn't he say it would take 5 minutes to gather magic? Knowing he would return at any moment, Nicole closed her eyes, concentrating as hard as she could on the magic around her. She was surprised to sense something there. Whether it was Alexander returning or her own magic beckoning to her, she didn't know. After several minutes of waiting, Nicole finally recognized something that she knew was Alexander returning. It was accompanied with a painless sense of burning that lurked at the edge of her consciousness, warming her mind and heart. She opened her eyes and waited. Alexander was right. Almost exactly 20 seconds after she felt the burning, she saw smoke start to gather in the corner of the room. Even though she was positive it was Alexander, Nicole still rushed to hide behind one of the leather couches. She dropped to the floor, face pressed into the carpet, watching under the sofa as the smoke solidified and a dog's feet appeared on the floor. Alexander yelped, the tone of his voice questioning. Nicole got to her knees and rested her arms on the back of the couch. We've got a lot of work to do, she said. He nodded. Nicole noticed the tear in his ear that he told her about. It wasn't very large. She'd have to be looking closely to know it was him, but it was easier to spot now than it was while he'd been a human. She frowned. You left much faster than the 5 minutes you said it would take. He shifted back into a human and said, That's because I was building up my power while we were talking. That made sense. They continued practicing like that for a couple of hours, Alexander helping Nicole gradually extend the length of the warning she'd have that a hound was on its way. She got up to 22 seconds, and felt like that was a huge accomplishment after all the work it required. 22 seconds wasn't a lot, but it would be enough for her to run to the sunroom or her car, where she would also be safe. Once they were finished, Alexander shifted into a man to remind her that he would be gone for a few days. Before he left, Nicole asked him, Am I allowed to tell anyone what's going on? Alexander chewed the inside of his cheek, studying her face. You can tell your best friend about me. Lizzie? Nicole said skeptically. Do we really want her to know what's going on? The less she knows, the better. But as long as you don't tell her about the hounds or her role in this, you can let her know that you've been talking to someone who is trying to help you with your magic. She won't remember any of this when it's all over. Neither will you. Knowing of us draws our attention. Right now only the 5 hounds know of you. We want to keep the thousands of others away. And you're positive that the 5 won't tell any of the rest? Yes, I'm positive. They no longer have access to the knowledge base at Mount Coven, and they guard the knowledge they do have jealously. They will do their best not to allow anyone to know what's going on with you and Lizzie. Alexander turned to face Nicole. I'm leaving now. Remember what I said. Stay in the sunroom as much as you can and avoid going anywhere alone, unless it's in your car. He said goodbye, then shifted into a dog again and dissolved into smoke, leaving through the corner of the room. Nicole returned to the sunroom and focused on the homework she'd brought down from her bedroom. She stayed put almost the entire morning and afternoon, only leaving for bathroom breaks and to grab snacks from the kitchen. She was so grateful she'd taken the weekend off from work. At one point, Tiffany opened the door, poking her head in. You know, I'd love to have my sunroom back. The expression on her face didn't show she was too bent out of shape about it, but Nicole realized Tiffany's temper would emerge if things didn't resolve quickly. She hoped that Alexander would return faster than 3 or 4 days, but didn't count on it. He knew better than she did what to expect. Nicole's phone rang, and she checked the caller ID. It was Conor. She picked up quickly, finding herself eager to hear his voice. Had she gotten over the way he'd treated her in front of everyone in class? It felt like it. Either way, she was excited for their date that evening. If it was still on, of course, he hadn't brought it up the day before. How are you? He asked. Nicole leaned back on the couch, holding her phone with one hand while twirling her still messy hair around her finger with the other. Okay, I guess. It hasn't exactly been a great couple of days, though. She hated that she couldn't tell him what was going on. How are you doing? She asked. Fine, I guess. I have bad news about tonight, though. What's that? A dear family friend has gone missing, and I have to go help find him. Do you need help? She didn't know what she would do if he said yes. It wasn't like she could go gallivanting around the countryside. No, there are plenty in my family. Thanks for asking, though. They'd barely ended the call when Lizzie knocked on the sunroom door, motioning for Nicole to let her in. Nicole jumped to her feet. For a moment, she wondered why the sunroom would keep her protected from the hounds when all they had to do was go to a different room in the house and break through the door. She pushed that thought from her mind, realizing that thinking about it would make her go crazy. Maybe having Alexander gone would draw the bad hounds after him, giving her some peace. She hoped so. You're hanging out in here now? Lizzie asked once she'd sat on the couch with Nicole. I need a change of scenery. I'm tired of studying in my room, and I didn't want to study in the library. Lizzie yawned and slumped into the deep cushions. I don't know how you can concentrate in here. The sun is nice and warm and it's making me sleepy. Nicole half smiled. She didn't have that problem, she was too high-strung. Yes, she was exhausted, but it wasn't the sort of happy tiredness that comes from sitting in a room full of sunlight. The girls did homework together, working on the projects they had in common. They chatted off and on, and Nicole went back and forth between whether or not she should tell Lizzie what was going on. She wasn't sure how she felt about her friend knowing any of it. Would she accidentally tell too much? And if she didn't tell enough, would Lizzie let it rest? They were best friends. Lizzie could always tell when Nicole was holding something back. Nicole finally decided not to bring up the topic. She hoped that someday she and Lizzie would be able to look back at this time and compare notes, but for now the secret would stay hidden. The rest that day, the evening, and all of Sunday passed without incident. Nicole did her best to spend as much time with her family as possible. It wasn't uncommon for her to hang out in the same room with her parents and brothers, so they didn't seem to care that she was around them a lot more than usual. Conor picked Nicole up for school Monday morning, and she had a sensation of déjà vu as he kissed her in the parking lot. This kiss, though, felt more like an apology than an act of exhibition. It was still exhibitionist-y, but Nicole could tell it was meant to show the other students that the two of them were an item again, rather than a way for him to show off. She was grateful that he'd gotten over the tiff they'd had, but she still didn't appreciate how he treated her in front of other people. They would have to talk about that later. For now, though, she loved having his arms around her, and the feeling of normalcy it brought. Her classes flew by, and for the first time in a while, she was able to forget what was going on outside of the halls. There were so many students around her that not once did she worry she would be found by one of the hounds. Once class let out, Nicole had Conor take her back home, and she picked up her car and headed to the small college where she worked as a professor's research assistant. She stayed for the usual 2 hours, then drove to the floral shop where she delivered for Mr. Jensen, the owner. He was ecstatic to see her. There were a ton of orders over the weekend, and all of them had to be delivered that evening. The arrangements were waiting for her in the fridge, and Nicole delivered them, making sure they were tucked securely in the foam holders she placed in her car. Normally, she would drive the floral shop's van, but apparently, things had been so busy that his wife had come in and taken it already. She was on the last delivery of the evening when she saw a dark dog bounding down the road behind her. She stared at it in her rear-view mirror, trying to see if it was Alexander. The sun had set already, and it was dark enough outside to where she couldn't make out features. Was it one of the evil hounds? It had to be, and her pulse quickened at the thought. It didn't take long for the dog to catch up and run alongside her car. The way it was running reminded her of Alexander, but she didn't have any experience with these dogs to know if it really was him. Just in case, Nicole made sure her doors were locked and her windows up. She stopped for a red stoplight, and the bright streetlight overhead illuminated the dog just as it turned and stared at her. Nicole gasped. Both ears were intact, neither had the tear she'd seen on Alexander. Chapter 14. The dog growled at her, baring its teeth. Not thinking, Nicole slammed her foot on the gas, speeding through the red light. She narrowly missed getting hit by at least 2 cars. Horns blared, and she gripped the steering wheel, trying to get under control. She was lucky she'd been first at the light. She wasn't sure if a car in front of her would have kept her from stepping on the gas. For a moment, Nicole thought she lost the dog. But then she spotted it in her rear-view mirror again, weaving in and out of traffic, angering and scaring drivers as it raced to catch up with her. What should she do? According to Alexander, the dog couldn't get into her car. As long as it didn't shift to a man and break the window, she should be safe if she kept driving, right? She needed to go faster. Nicole drove to the nearest freeway entrance, stepping on her gas again. She breathed a sigh of relief that she wouldn't have to stop at traffic lights while on the freeway. Knowing she needed help as the dog continued running behind her, she fumbled in her purse, trying to grab her phone. But who would she call? Who would believe her that a dog was chasing her on the freeway? Nicole stopped searching for her phone and concentrated on driving. She didn't have a lot of gas left, but there was no way she'd stop if she could help it. After about 10 miles, she watched in relief as the dog veered off the highway and disappeared. She knew the dog couldn't get into her car unless it shifted into a man, but the thought of it that close again was frightening. And she didn't want it to have the opportunity to turn into a human. Nicole continued driving for another 5 miles, then turned around and headed back the way she'd come, praying her car would get her to the next gas station. It didn't. She turned on her hazard lights when the engine died, pulling to the side of the freeway, only about a quarter of a mile from her exit. She gripped the steering wheel, unable to let it go. She couldn't deliver the last flower arrangement now. Not only was it nearly 9:30, but she couldn't very well leave the car to get gas, not with that dog out there. Nicole was finally able to pry her hands off the steering wheel. She dug through her purse, pulling out her phone. She called Conor, but he was at his grandma's house an hour and a half away. She almost contacted Lizzie, but stopped herself, recognizing how bad an idea that was. Nicole hesitated for a moment, wondering who else to call. Aside from Mr. Jensen, he wouldn't get her message until morning. When they had late deliveries like this, it wasn't uncommon for Nicole to deliver and then take the foam holders home, returning them the next day. Grateful they just had the "tell me if you need me" conversation, she dialed Derek's number. Maybe he'd be able to make the trip. He didn't have a problem helping her out, thank goodness. While waiting, Nicole left that message for Mr. Jensen, hoping he'd be able to smooth things over with the customer. She set her phone down, wishing she had something to do to pass the time. She wouldn't be able to concentrate on browsing the internet or surfing social media or playing a game on her phone though, so instead, she leaned her seat back a little bit and tried to relax while she could. Her eyes had only been shut for a couple of seconds when someone knocked on the window. She jerked, looking. It was Alexander, but something was different about him. He was see-through, he was a ghost. Oh my gosh, is he dead? Nicole cracked her window. Alexander? He nodded. Yes. We're in trouble. I need to talk to you. How can I be sure it's really you? It's me? If it makes you feel more comfortable, I'll stay out here. Nicole nodded. Okay. What's going on? I'm at Mount Coven. It's a long story, but my physical body has been stolen by the 5 hounds. By all 5 of them? Nicole asked. Because I was just chased by a dog a moment ago. And I'm positive it wasn't one of the good ones. Alexander shrugged. It might have been fewer than 5, but I know it was more than 2 or 3. What do we do? Nicole asked. If you don't have your body, how are we supposed to move forward? I can't leave Mount Coven until my physical body has been brought back to me. Do you need me to go get it? Nicole asked. Alexander shook his head. We don't have time. Besides, they're still carrying it. I have no idea where they're heading. It would be a waste of resources to send you now. He stared off into the darkness that surrounded them. Then he said, No, I need you to do something that I wish I could do myself. It'll be dangerous, very dangerous. And creepy. How well do you handle creepy? I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of experience with it other than spiders. And I'm not a big fan of those. How about dead bodies? What? I haven't really been around them before. In order for us to protect Lizzie, I've learned that we need to create an effigy. Unfortunately, that would take us months and months, and it involves grave robbing, which I assume you're not okay with. Definitely not. Nicole didn't like where this was going. Grave robbing? And what was an effigy anyway? I've learned of a secret abandoned museum that already has effigies nearly fully created. In order to get one though, you're going to be around quite a few dead bodies. Why do we need an effigy? She asked. And what is that? They're also known as voodoo dolls, things created to represent a living person. Once we have one for Lizzie, it will distract the hounds from her until she's able to fight them on her own. I've learned that just hiding knowledge of the prophecy won't be enough. The hounds need to be actively drawn away from her by untiring magic. Neither you nor I nor any other living thing would have the energy to maintain the speed necessary to constantly stay ahead of them. I'm not comfortable with the idea of a voodoo doll, Nicole said. Is there anything else we can do? Alexander shook his head. I'm not comfortable with them either, but they exist because they work. Nicole snorted. They worked? Ha. Right? Not the ones that humans without magic create, or even an ordinary magical person. Someone with great powers is required. Nicole put her hands on the steering wheel and gritted her teeth. If it meant keeping Lizzie safe, she was willing. Tell me what to do. She hesitated. Wait, get in the car. This is information we need to keep private, right? Not waiting for a response, she unlocked the doors and reached across to open the passenger door. Alexander walked around and got in, closing the door. You can close doors? How is that possible? Nicole asked. I'm in Mount Coven, the place where all knowledge is stored. I have immediate access to the information necessary to grant spirits the ability to touch tangible objects. You've heard of poltergeists, correct? Nicole nodded. Okay, so now tell me what to do. You need to go to England, Stanford to be exact. The university? I thought that was in California. No, the city. It's in Norfolk. Never heard of it. Most people haven't, not even those who live in the UK. He looked at her. As I already said, it's going to be very dangerous. And you must not go alone. You'll have to ship the effigy home once you find it. I may be able to sway a couple of people inspecting an innocent package, but I won't be able to sway the multiple airline personnel who would inspect a suitcase. What do you mean by sway? Nicole asked. I'd visit them the same way I'm visiting you, and I'll persuade them to let the package go through customs. They'll most likely think they've had a vision, they might even start a religion. Nicole didn't miss his attempt at humor, but she wasn't in the mood. Okay, so I need to go to Stanford, England. What do I do once I get there? Find Stanford Manor. It hasn't been inhabited since the 1920s or 1930s. The man who last lived there tried to destroy it before committing suicide, but things like that aren't easily gotten rid of. Nicole was momentarily distracted by the fact that the man had tried to destroy the manor. Why? She moved on though, not asking her question. And I'll find the effigy there? Yes. Nicole shuddered. If grave robbing was required to create one, that most likely meant they were made of human body parts. I'm going to have to touch it. How she wished Alexander could do it himself. I'm sorry. It won't be fun. But like I said, it's very important. Make sure you bring someone with you who can help. You'll need flashlights, food and water. And good walking shoes. Stanford Manor isn't exactly approachable by car. You'll need to leave ASAP. If the hounds found me at Mount Covan, they'll be able to find you in the secret museum. Nicole's head began to spin as Alexander continued giving her instructions and details, including the airport she'd fly to, the need to rent a car to get to the edge of Stanford, and where the museum was located in the manor. How would she remember all this? Would she be able to write it down before she forgot? A knock on her window made her jump. Chapter 15. Derek stood outside, a worried expression on his face. Nicole glanced around the inside of her car, surprised at how quickly Alexander had disappeared, and wondering if Derek had seen anything. She motioned for her brother to get in, while moving her purse from the seat. Hadn't she moved it for Alexander? Derek tried the handle, but the car was locked. Weird. Nicole had unlocked it. Had her visit with Alexander really happened? Nicole hesitated, thinking, was it a vision? He'd said people would think it was. Nicole unlocked the doors, then remembered they needed to put gas in her car and that Derek would be driving his own. Her mind felt so jumbled, she really needed to get some sleep. She got out, joining her brother. He held up a can of gasoline. Sorry it took so long. I had to buy this, then fill it up. Nicole wondered how long she'd been out of it. Obviously, more than 45 minutes had passed, if Derek was apologizing for how long it'd taken. Who were you talking to? He asked. You were super animated. And I couldn't get your attention. It totally freaked me out. Nicole said she was sorry, but wasn't sure how to elaborate. As they put the gas in the tank, she asked, Are you doing anything? I mean for the next few days, starting tonight? Derek ran his hand through his hair. Yeah, I've got a few more finals, we're at the end of the semester now. Nicole's shoulders slumped in frustration. Okay. Thanks. What do you need me for? No reason. I just don't want to be alone. Derek gave her a sympathetic gaze. I understand. Mother and Dad definitely get involved in their own lives pretty heavily. Nicole nodded, not bothering to correct him. He was such a good brother. She was sad he was so busy all the time. True to his word, Derek followed her all the way home, and it was almost midnight when she got there. Most of the lights were off, though the ones in Tiffany's office were still on. Nicole went straight there, wishing she didn't have to ask her parents for help, but realizing there wasn't anyone else. She knocked on the door, then entered when invited to do so. Mother, can you go with me to England? When? Tiffany didn't look up. She was shuffling through paperwork on her desk. This weekend. Of course not. I've got the gala. Have you forgotten already? Nicole looked at Dad where he sat opposite Tiffany, reading a file. Can you? No, he can't, Tiffany answered for him, finally looking at her daughter. Besides, we're going in a couple of months. Can't it wait until then? Nicole shook her head, not surprised Tiffany hadn't asked why she wanted to go. Thanks anyway. She walked back to her room, feeling like crying. Lizzie obviously couldn't go, and Nicole was fresh out of good friends, apart from Lizzie. She hadn't expected her mother to say yes, but Derek, at least, was usually willing to do things with her. Why did all of this have to happen over his finals week? Nicole slumped on her bed, glaring at the corners of the room, wishing none of this had occurred. Stupid events out of her control. What could she do? Obviously, Alexander couldn't have someone else do it, not if what he said was true, and they needed to keep as many people as possible from knowing what was going on. For a moment, she wondered about the other guardians. The ones who were also trying to protect humans from the evil hounds. Why couldn't one of them do it? She wished she could contact Alexander to ask him. Nicole's phone jingled, making her jump. She pulled it out of her purse and stared at it for a moment, before registering that it was a text from Conor. He apologized if he'd woken her up, especially on a school night, then asked if he could take her to get a Frosty at Wendy's. Nicole felt tears filling her eyes. She could really use his company right then. She called him immediately. I'd love to. Great. I'll be there in 2 minutes. I wanted to surprise you, help you feel better. I'd almost gotten to your place when I realized, duh, it's a school night and duh, you'd be asleep. Well, probably. Actually, you'd definitely be asleep. You don't seem to be the type to stay up late. Not that staying up late is bad, of course. Anyway, I saw your light on and have been driving around trying to decide what to do. I'm glad I texted. Nicole chuckled, glad he'd texted too. She loved how much he stumbled over his words and explanations when talking to her. It was cute and refreshing. Most people around her knew exactly how they felt and what they wanted to say. Conor arrived soon after the call, and Nicole again laughed to herself. He really had been close. Silly guy. The laughing felt good, but it didn't take more than a few seconds to remember what was going on. She tried to push her depression and desperation away while they bought their Frosties, but wasn't successful. What's wrong? Conor asked. Nicole stared at their interlocked fingers as she drank her Frosty. They were sitting in the parking lot just outside the Wendy's on Lucas Road, the bright lights flowing down on them while they enjoyed their shakes. I have to go to England. It's sort of an emergency. It has to happen as soon as possible. But I don't have anyone who can go with me, and I can't very well rent a car on my own. I'm not old enough. Why do you have to go to England? Nicole shook her head, not knowing how to answer. To save a friend's life. She looked at him, ashamed of herself for having forgotten about the situation his own friend had been in just a couple days earlier. Did you find yours? Yes. He's fine, thank goodness. He has dementia and wandered away. It was awful, we totally panicked. I think he should be okay now. That's gotta be a relief. It certainly is. Conor lifted their hands to his lips, kissing her fingers one at a time, causing chills to go down her arm. I'll go with you. Nicole's eyes widened. What? To England? I'll go with you. She couldn't help the smile that burst across her face. Are you serious? That would be so wonderful. Why hadn't she considered asking him? Probably because they'd only been an item for a few days, maybe a week. When are we leaving? Nicole looked at her cell phone. It was almost 12:30. They'd barely made it to Wendy's before closing time. As soon as possible. Though she wasn't sure they'd find any flights this late. What about school? Nicole shook her head. Drat, she hadn't even thought about that. I don't know. This is much more important, though. Conor nodded, appraising her with his light brown eyes. Are you going to tell me what's going on? I mean, I want to help, but it is a lot to ask. My grades are important, and I know yours are too. Nicole opened her mouth, trying to decide what to say. She couldn't bring herself to lie to yet another person. She was so tired of telling lies. I can't. Not yet anyway. She hesitated. Is that okay? He shrugged. I trust you, unless you're planning on kidnapping and killing me. Which could be exciting. He sent her a grin to let her know he was teasing. Nicole laughed, unable and unwilling to control the excitement that coursed through her body and lit her heart over his willingness to help. Let's go back to my place so I can pack. Thank you so much for offering to come. Conor flushed, shrugging again. It's nothing. He started his car and headed toward her home. After several moments of silence, he said, Have you thought about plane tickets? How you'll pay for them, where you'll go once you land? A motel, anything like that? Nicole halted her speeding thoughts. She looked over at Conor. No, I haven't. Oh man, what should I do? Conor pulled into her driveway, then placed his hand on her arm, staring into her eyes. Don't worry about it. My dad has connections, he'll hook us up. Nicole hesitated for a moment. And here she thought she was the only one with parents who weren't very responsible. What about renting a car? You have to be at least 21 to do that, right? Conor smiled. Like I said, don't worry about it. I'll talk to my dad, and he'll pull a few strings. Nicole leveled a gaze at her boyfriend. He can do that? And he won't ask why? Conor shrugged. He may ask, but I doubt he'll care. Nicole didn't respond, but she understood all too well. Her parents' lack of caring used to bother her a great deal, but now it didn't. Not really anyway. She just couldn't wait to get out of Texas and to Caton University in Seattle. Hey, Conor said, putting his finger under her chin and lifting it up. You're going to be okay. We'll save your friend, and we'll come home and tackle school together. Neither of us will fall behind. His eyes dropped to her lips, and he leaned over the center console, placing his mouth on hers. Nicole eagerly returned the kiss, burying her fingers in his hair. He pulled away, his expression intense. Any more of that, and I don't think you'll ever lose me. Nicole put her hand on his chest and rested her forehead against his. What if I don't want to? He kissed her again. I like the sound of that. Conor left then, promising to buy tickets and come pick her up as soon as he had a flight arranged. Nicole went inside, took her suitcase out from underneath her bed, and put it on top of the comforter, flipping it open in the process. Then she started grabbing clothes from her dresser and closet, tossing them into the suitcase, not bothering to fold them. She didn't want to be alone in the room any longer than was necessary. Chapter 16. All Nicole's things were ready, sitting by the front door when Conor texted her, telling her his dad had arranged to have his company jet take them to Norwich International Airport, and that he'd also arranged for a car once they got there, and that Conor would be at her place in 20 to 30 minutes. Nicole thanked him and said she'd be ready. She ran to the sunroom to check that the music box was well hidden behind the couch. Realizing her mother might be angry at her later for doing so, Nicole locked the sunroom door and pocketed the key. She didn't trust her parents not to move her stuff while she was gone, and she couldn't allow that music box to get in the wrong hands. On her way back to the parlor to wait for Conor, Nicole passed her dad's study and paused at the threshold. The safe behind his desk was open. Dad was known to forget to close it every now and then. No one really worried about it, because the house's security system was state-of-the-art. The only thing he permanently kept in this safe was $20,000 in cash. Everything else valuable ended up in the walk-in safe in the basement. To Nicole, that much cash was something that should be locked up, but her parents weren't concerned about it. Growing up, her brothers had borrowed from it several times. They always replaced what they took. Dad would have made them regret it if not. She chewed her lip, wondering if she should take some to England. She'd have her debit card, but cash could come in handy. Would Dad care? It had been years since one of her brothers had borrowed from him. Nicole looked up and down the hallway, then stepped to the chest-high safe that was nestled into the wall above the fireplace and stared at the wads of cash that lined the bottom of it. Making a decision, she quickly wrote a note to her dad, letting him know that she'd taken the money and that if he wanted to, he could have Tiffany transfer money from her bank account. Either way, she would repay them. She hated the thought that so much of the precious money she'd worked so hard to earn would get spent, but she didn't really have a choice. This trip had to happen, and not bringing money when she had access to it was foolish. Nicole grabbed the wads and stuffed them into her hoodie pockets. She left the room, returned to her suitcase, opened it, and shoved the cash into the hidden compartment inside. She double-checked that she had her passport, phone, and phone charger, then waited. Someone knocked on the door, and Nicole hefted her backpack over her shoulder and opened up to her boyfriend. He helped her get her suitcase into the trunk, teasing her about overpacking. "Hey, I didn't know what to bring," she said, realizing he was right. She'd probably brought enough clothes for a week's stay. Hopefully, they wouldn't be gone that long. They parked in long-term parking at the airport, then went through security, just like they would if they were flying commercially. Nicole had never been on a private jet before. A couple of her father's companies had them, but she'd never needed to use one. They took off well after midnight and landed in Norwich at 7 p.m. local time. Nicole tried to sleep on the flight, but her nerves and mind were too frazzled. She couldn't help but wonder what her parents would do when they discovered she'd left. They'd probably roll over and go back to sleep, figuratively. What other 18-year-old could up and leave home, flying to a completely different country, without their parents even caring or worrying? When they landed, Nicole and Conor exited the plane, their bodies stiff and sore. Nicole went to the airport bathroom to freshen up, while Conor figured out how to get the rental car. They'd been silent most of the flight to Norwich, and Nicole was grateful for that. She was too tired and exhausted mentally for small talk, and she couldn't stop looking around them, watching for Zolos. The drive to the Marriott took about 20 minutes. Nicole stared out the window the whole way, admiring the scenery. Many of the buildings they passed were red brick, quaint, and beautiful. She'd expected a lot more trees, but realized that she hadn't been there since she was 5 or 6, and this was a completely different part of the country than she'd visited then. They got to the hotel and made arrangements to stay for 2 nights. Nicole hoped they'd be finished after 1. She insisted on staying in separate rooms, and Conor agreed that would be best. Thank goodness. Once they got to her room, Nicole gave him a hug and whispered, "Thank you," in his ear before kissing him. She kissed him longer than she normally would have, wanting him to feel her gratitude for his willingness to come without even knowing why. When she pulled back, Conor placed his hand on the side of her cheek and stared into her eyes. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked. "You're acting like we're heading to our deaths." "Are we?" Nicole knitted her eyebrows, not sure what to say. Conor smiled and gave her a quick peck on the lips. "I'm just kidding." He opened the door for her, making sure her luggage was where she wanted it before leaving. The first thing she did was open her laptop and send an email to Lizzie. Apparently, Lizzie had been waiting to hear from her because she responded immediately, wanting to know where in the crap Nicole was. Nicole hesitated, then typed the UK and sent the email. 2 seconds later, her phone rang. Nicole answered it. "Why the heck are you in the UK? And why didn't you take me?" Nicole flopped onto her stomach on the bed and heaved a sigh. "It's a long story. I hope I'll be able to tell you someday, but for now, trust me, you don't want to be here." "Why not? What's going on that you can't be bothered to tell your best friend that you're flying across the ocean?" Nicole rubbed her face, hearing the hurt in Lizzie's voice. "Oh, Lizzie, please don't feel bad. I would have brought you if I could have. It's all just crazy." She rolled over onto her side, curling into a ball. "Conor's with me though, so I'm not alone." "You took Conor instead of me? You've only been dating the guy for 2 weeks." Nicole bit her lip, not sure how to make her feel okay with everything. "I know. Please just trust me. It's better that he's here." How on earth did you pay for a flight out there? Well, Conor paid. We actually took his dad's private jet. And he arranged to rent a car too. Actually, he's arranged pretty much everything so far. I'm amazed at what he's willing to do for me. Lizzie snorted. And what is he getting out of all this? I mean, seriously. 2 weeks is not long enough for what he's doing for you. What boyfriend on earth would be willing to spend thousands of dollars on a brand new girlfriend? And taking his dad's private jet? Nicole opened her mouth to answer, but hesitated. He's trying to impress me. That's always happened at the beginning of my relationships. And anyway, he hasn't spent thousands and thousands, well, maybe. No way, a private jet? That's like 10 G's, not a couple $1,000s. Nicole, listen to me. Either this guy is seriously in love with you, or there's something else going on. Chapter 17. Nicole hesitated. Was he in love with her? It's way too early for love. I mean, we barely started kissing. My point exactly. Do you trust him? Nicole didn't know what to say. I thought I did, but I'm not sure. I mean, you bring up some good points. Lizzie sighed heavily into the phone. Get some sleep. Think it over. See how you feel in the morning. And above all, be careful. I have a feeling that what you're doing there isn't smart or safe. Nicole rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. It's not safe, but it definitely is smart. The girls said goodbye to each other. Nicole plugged in her phone, then got ready for bed. The mattress was heavenly, the sheets and blankets perfect. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Nicole woke at 6 the next morning and took a quick shower. She ordered room service and ate before Conor came and picked her up. They walked together to the rental car, talking about the things they would need to buy. Nicole showed him the list. He ripped it in half, handing her the piece that had food and water and backpacks on it, and taking the part that had shovels, flashlights, wire cutters, and other such things. She knew the list was a little odd, but she wanted to be prepared for anything, especially since Alexander had said the man tried to destroy the manor. Conor didn't even ask why they needed the items. He drove to Sainsbury, a local chain supermarket, and dropped her off, promising to pick her up in an hour. Nicole walked the aisles of the store, grabbing food items that wouldn't go bad quickly. The store had a couple of backpacks hanging on racks near the front, and she picked up 2 of them. She'd converted a few hundred of her American dollars into British pounds while at the airport, and spent some of that now. Once finished, she waited outside for Conor to return, munching on an apple in the meantime. He returned before the hour was up, a big grin on his face. You should have seen me, he said. I forgot that flashlights here aren't called flashlights, they're torches. I argued with the checker for a while before we agreed to disagree on what to call them. Nicole smiled at him. Well, we are in the UK. So? Doesn't matter. They're still flashlights. Nicole chuckled. She couldn't tell if he was being serious or not, but either way, she was glad for a reason to smile. They drove through the countryside toward Stanford, passing several small villages along the way. While driving, Conor told Nicole what he'd been able to learn about the town they'd be visiting. She was surprised that he was so comfortable talking and driving now, especially when everything was opposite in the UK from America. Maybe he hadn't driven much before starting at their school, and had finally warmed up to it. She was grateful if that was the case, because the hour it would take them to get to Stanford would have made for a very long silence. Nicole turned all her attention to what Conor was saying, surprised to hear the history of the town. Apparently, it had been a nice little village for hundreds of years until World War II, when the British military took it over, wanting to hold exercises there. They forced the citizens to leave, promising they could return again in less than a month. Once the month was over, though, they kept the city under their control and turned it into a full-time military exercise zone. Even after the war ended, no one was allowed to go back to their homes. Many people left unwillingly, and while some had been repaid for the properties the government had taken, most hadn't been reimbursed in any way, as they'd rented their homes and farms from the local manor, Stanford Manor. They weren't even allowed to return to get what they owned. Nicole's heart ached, thinking about the hardships the people had experienced. Was that common? She asked. The government just kicking people out of their homes? It happened here several times, but this isn't the only place where it happens. Even Americans have been kicked out for government purposes. It's called eminent domain. They try to reimburse people, but where citizens are renting, it's not possible. They could have made arrangements for the families to have somewhere else to stay. Wars are hard on everyone, especially those who are innocent. Nicole was silent for several moments, thinking over what Conor said. He was so frank, so blunt about it. Her heart continued to ache though, thinking about the displaced families. But they had a job to do, and exploring an abandoned town was a little better than exploring one families lived in. If the government owns the property, how are we going to get to the manor? Conor looked at her, a grin on his face. It isn't legal, if that's what you're wondering. Nicole was amazed at how much he'd adopted her task as his own. It really helped having him there. The doubts Lizzie had brought up the evening before vanished as Nicole watched the enthusiasm with which Conor attacked their project. She was so glad she'd brought him. Once they got as close to Stanford as they could, Conor pulled to the side of the road, and they set out on foot, following a trail that had become overgrown from lack of use. The government isn't as active here as in other places, Conor said. In fact, they only come around once or twice a year. We'll have the whole town to ourselves. As long as other people aren't exploring too. Conor shrugged. I'm not worried. You're an Arete, you can scare them off. Very funny. He knew she couldn't control her powers yet. How do you know all of this, anyway? His eyes lit up. As soon as you mentioned the name of the town, I recognized it immediately. World War II stuff is very fascinating to me, especially England's history. Anyway, I had to look Stanford up again to make sure I was remembering things correctly. But yeah, that's how. Well, I'm glad. It helps knowing what we're getting into. Conor took her hand, and they fell into a companionable silence. The little meadows and forests they traveled through were quaint and pretty, and Nicole admired them, finding it easy to forget why she was in England in the first place. Conor interrupted her thoughts, holding some branches out of her way as they crossed an old log. There most likely won't be any cameras, but we should still be careful. There's no sense drawing attention to ourselves by causing a ruckus. He paused, glancing back at her. Are you ready to tell me what we're doing yet? We have to find the manor, Nicole said. And once we do, we're heading into the basement. Apparently, the guy who used to live there collected all sorts of creepy things, and we're looking for one of them. Conor nodded. Okay. That doesn't give me much to go on, but at least it's a little more information. He didn't seem put out, so Nicole didn't elaborate, even though she knew he wanted her to. They walked for several moments without talking, only the sounds of their feet on the soft path breaking the silence. So, Conor started. Nicole smiled to herself. She could tell he was about to bring up an awkward conversation, and he wasn't sure how to broach the topic. So, what's up with your parents? He asked. What do you mean? Nicole asked. That wasn't what she'd expected. I mean, he gestured all around them. Why did they let you go to the UK? Why didn't they come with you? Nicole shrugged. They've been this way my whole life. I know I make my mother uncomfortable, though I'm not sure why. I've asked her several times. I've also asked her why she dislikes me, and she never has a good answer, if any. Have you ever talked to your siblings or your dad? Nicole nodded. Of course. Mother treats my brothers the same way sometimes, though. Except for Paul. She idolizes Paul and his new wife. But she acts like the rest of us are nuisances to her. Conor frowned. I have to wonder why she even had kids. He glanced apologetically at Nicole. I don't mean to offend you or anything. But with how detached she seems, how detached both your parents are, it just makes me wonder." "Oh, believe me," Nicole said, "I've wondered myself." They reached a large fence with signs posted all over it warning people to keep out, and that trespassers would be prosecuted. Conor paused, then approached it and pulled out the wire cutters. He began cutting fence, his actions swift. Once he had cut a hole large enough for them to squeeze through, he stepped away, pulling the fence back, inviting Nicole to go first. Conor followed after, pushing the floppy section back into place, doing his best to make it look like it hadn't been cut. They walked through a thin forest, heading toward what Nicole assumed was an old church. It had a cylindrical tower and a red roof. They didn't stop to explore, instead heading for a cobblestone road lined with several little cottages. To think the people who had lived there before had been forced away during World War II. Had they left anything behind? Nicole couldn't help it. She had to look inside one of the cottages. She cautiously approached the first one, walking down the path that led from the road to the door. Chapter 18. The grounds felt hollowed, almost sacred. The little front yard was quiet and still, as if out of respect for those who had been forced to abandon their homes. The rose bushes and foliage had long grown wild and died. The path was cracked and weeds sprouted up through those cracks. Whether the windows had once been made of glass or not, Nicole couldn't tell. She peered inside the first opening. A table was in the center of the room with plates on it, as if the family had been ready to sit down for dinner when government officials arrived. A wooden rocking chair was in an adjoining room, with the rotted remains of a blanket across the back of it. An old stuffed toy was on the floor next the rocking chair. With a sigh, she turned and headed back to the cobblestone road where Conor was waiting. "It's upsetting," he said quietly. Nicole nodded and reached out, lacing her fingers through his. They continued down the road, following as it turned to the left. At the end of the public section of the road, and set at least a quarter-mile away, the old Stanford Manor came into view. Nicole remembered that the previous owner had tried to destroy it before committing suicide. It definitely looked run down and dilapidated, but for the most part it was intact. The building was a gray-colored stone that was slightly yellowed. It had several red brick chimneys that were nice accents to the stone. Tall, narrow windows with multiple panes decorated the exterior walls. The building itself was also tall, and unlike most of the estates and manors in the Jane Austen BBC TV shows, it wasn't symmetrical. Nicole assumed that meant it had been built in a different era. Even though it was run down, it didn't give off as much of a creepy air as Nicole had expected. Hopefully that wouldn't change. She and Conor continued toward it. The gates of the estate easily pushed open, and they followed the cobblestone road that continued to the front of the manor. As they neared the large building, Nicole was dismayed to feel a sense of despair cascade over her. She couldn't tell if it came from inside herself, or if something about the place forced the emotion on her. "Do you know anything about the manor itself?" Not only did Nicole want to engage Conor in conversation to help push away the despair, but she hoped that since he knew so much about the town itself, he would know more about the manor than she did. "Only a little." He didn't continue. "What do you know?" she pressed. "Just that the previous owner had something horrible happen to him. As a result, he tried to destroy the manor, then committed suicide." Conor glanced at Nicole. Apparently, he wasn't successful in destroying the place. Nicole nodded, staring at the magnificent building before them. It had so many towers and turrets and gables that she didn't bother counting them all. The thing had to be at least 20,000 square feet, if not more. She wondered why the man had committed suicide. What had driven him to that? And what was it that made him want to destroy his home? They walked up the steps leading to the main entrance of the manor, then they both paused, turning to each other. Conor's golden-brown gaze locked onto Nicole, a hesitancy there that mirrored her own. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked. "I don't think it's safe. I don't think we should even enter." Nicole straightened, realizing that because Conor didn't know why they were there, the importance of their task, she was the one who would have to lead the way, to stick to their objective. Yes, we have to. At least I do. I hate the thought of you being put into danger, though. Please tell me if you're not comfortable continuing, and I won't be upset going alone. She really didn't want to, but if something happened to him, she'd feel horrible. If you're going, I'm definitely going. Conor let go of her hand, but instead of raising his to open the door, he motioned to a set of porch furniture that looked somewhat sturdy, albeit very old. I suggest we eat before we go in. I'm hungry. Nicole nodded. Good thinking. She joined him at the old wooden furniture, admiring the workmanship of it. The wood was solid, the nails and ropes that held it all together still intact. It had obviously been created by somebody who knew what they were doing. She opened up her backpack, she was one with all the food, and started pulling out jerky, string cheese, bread, and water. The two ate in silence, staring at the vast expanse of overgrown lawn and flowers. Nicole had been so distracted by the manor, she hadn't even noticed the yard. The cobblestone road that passed through it was the same as the one on the other side of the estate's fence. It just continued onto the private property. To one side of the road was what looked like had once been a mirror pond, the sort with shallow water that spilled over all of its edges. It was now empty, the water long dried up. Vines grew along the tiled sidewalk that circled the pond, clinging desperately to what once was a reliable source of water. The grass was mostly brown. It had grown to great lengths before twisting up and dying. Nicole glanced up at the skies. It was overcast, the clouds heavy and obviously wanting to release the water they held. Why had the grass died when England definitely wasn't short on moisture? Along the edges of the fence ran more ivies and shrubbery that at one point had probably been nicely manicured. The overwhelming feeling on the property was, as Nicole had discovered, despair, a sense of dissolution, neglect, and longing for better times. She herself began longing for those better times. She wished she was back home with Lizzie and Derek, and that none of this had happened. They finished eating, and packed away the wrappers and now empty water bottles. Then they got to their feet, stepping across the stone porch. Do we just go inside? Conor asked. When Nicole nodded, he grabbed the door handle, twisted and pushed. It took a bit of shoving before the hinges finally relented. And then with a groan that echoed through the empty interior of the manor, the door swung open. Nicole joined Conor in staring at the large entryway. It was magnificent, or had been in its day. A huge marble staircase was directly in front of them, curving gently around the inside wall of the enormous room, leading to the second floor. The railing and balcony above were beautiful. Nicole couldn't tell what either had been created from. They were so dirty that the original material could have been metal or wood or even stone. The floor of the front entry looked like marble. It was covered in dirt and debris that had fallen from the walls, probably plaster of some sort. Nicole looked at Conor, then took the first step inside. The floor was solid underfoot, the air breathable. There wasn't as much dust here as she thought there would be. Nothing in it had stirred in years, and the dust coated the surfaces instead of lingering in the air. The front entryway had a set of double doors to the left and a set to the right. Below the staircase on either side, Nicole could see doors leading to rooms in the back of the manor. Conor stepped up next to her and Nicole glanced at him. Where did they have basement staircases back in the day? Conor smiled at her. Why am I the expert on all things antiquity? Nicole shrugged. Because you've known about everything else so far. Fair enough. Conor motioned to the door to their left. I suggest we just do a cursory search of the main floor. Entrances to basements were usually located near kitchens and other rooms where servants spent time. Nicole motioned to the doors on either side of the staircase. Then we should probably start there. I'm assuming the kitchen would be toward the back of the house. Conor nodded. Good point. He nudged her with his elbow. See? I'm not the only one who knows stuff. Nicole chuckled. They stepped across the large foyer. A weird sensation that they were invading someone's privacy made her cringe, but she refused to dwell on it. Hopefully, it wasn't a warning. Chapter 19. They started with the door on the left. Nicole pushed it open, half expecting something to jump out at them. Nothing happened though. The room on the other side looked to be a sort of game room, the drawing room perhaps. There was a door on the opposite end from the one she had just pushed open, and they made their way across the heavy stone floor. The drawing room was dark, the window covered in quite a bit of dust. Nicole and Conor pulled flashlights out of their bags, turning them on. "Did you buy extra batteries?" Nicole asked. If they had to use the flashlights during daylight hours, the ones included with the flashlights wouldn't get them very far. "Yes, I've got enough for probably 24 hours of continuous use." "Oh good. I don't plan on taking longer than 10 minutes, if that, to find the basement, but who knows, right?" Conor didn't answer. He pushed the door open, shining his flashlight into the dark room on the other side. "Here's the kitchen," he said. The two stepped inside, directing their lights around the edges of the room. Nicole shivered when she saw the corners. She'd nearly forgotten about the hounds. It had been hours since she'd been near a corner. As long as she stayed with Conor though, she'd be fine. Her light bounced on a door that looked promising, and the two of them stepped across the kitchen to it. It was already open, revealing a set of very fragile-looking stairs leading down. "Are they safe?" Nicole asked. "Only one way to find out." Conor took a step onto the staircase, testing his weight gingerly. It held. He looked back at her. "I suggest we go down one at a time." Without waiting to hear whether Nicole agreed, Conor started down the stairs. She kept her flashlight trained on his back the entire way, hoping he wouldn't smash through. Instead of crumbling though, the wood held his weight, only groaning loudly in protest. The stairs turned to the right, and Conor disappeared from view. "Just let me know when you reach the bottom," Nicole called to him. "I'm already there. You can come down now," Conor said. "This is the best basement I've ever been in." Nicole cautiously put her foot on the top stair, then slowly started down. She felt the wood shifting under her weight, but as with Conor, it held. When she rounded the corner of the staircase, she almost bumped into Conor, who'd paused at the bottom. He stepped to the side, allowing Nicole to join him. Nicole stared in shock at the wine cellar that opened up in front of her. A long hallway stretched away at least 50 feet, then turned to the right. Every inch of it was completely lined with shelves, holding wine bottles and other beverages. A large portion of them were broken, but several were still intact. Given the second hall that stretched away from her to the right before curling to the left, the entire basement was a huge passageway that formed a square. In awe probably at the large size of the cellar, Conor stepped to the first shelf, hefting one of the unbroken jars. It shattered in his hands, the wine spilling all over his arms and the front of his pants and down the legs. He looked at the mess in dismay. "Great. Now it looks like I peed my pants." Nicole couldn't swallow the giggle that popped through her lips, and he mock glared at her. She held her hands up, her flashlight dangling, still showing his face. "Don't hate, I'm the only one here you need to impress, and I'm already impressed." Conor stepped up to her, pulling her close with sticky hands. "Then you won't mind getting a little of this on you?" Nicole laughed out loud, pushing him away as he continued trying to rub his hands on her. "Uncle. Uncle." He chuckled, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, then swept the broken glass to the side with his foot, making sure it wouldn't get in their way as they explored the cellar. They'd only been down there for a couple of moments, when Nicole sensed a slight pressure building around them. She tilted her head, wondering what it came from. It felt somewhat like the magical pulse she'd sensed shortly after restarting. Was a hound approaching? With her heart racing, Nicole looked at the corners of the room, but they weren't sharp enough to allow a hound to travel through. In fact, nothing down here was. With relief, Nicole turned her attention back to the cellar and looking for the secret museum. But if a hound wasn't approaching, where had the magical pressure come from? It was dissipating now, thank goodness, and as it left, it took with it the panic it had brought. They followed the hall to the right, revealing more shelves of bottles. The farther they went, the more Nicole realized this was not what she was looking for. Alexander had said it would be a museum full of creepy and ancient artifacts from graves and cemeteries. Nothing inside the cellar was creepy, even with how dark it was. Where was the museum? The hall eventually met up with the staircase. There hadn't been any doorways, no other passageways, and nothing to reveal an entrance to a secret museum. When they stopped at the staircase, Conor turned to Nicole. "So I'm guessing you didn't find what you needed?" Nicole shook her head. "This isn't the right basement. The place we're looking for is deep, deep down. There has to be another one." Conor nodded. "I'm willing to go along with that, but wouldn't we have found an entrance to that basement here?" Nicole shrugged. "Not if they wanted it hidden." "Good point." Conor glanced at Nicole. "Are you ready to tell me what you're looking for? I mean, you know this isn't the right place. If I knew more, I'd be able to help better." Nicole bit the inside of her cheek, studying Conor in the near blackness, wondering if she could trust him. She remembered her conversation with Lizzie the night before and decided to be as vague as possible. Regardless of his motivations, she didn't want to give him information he didn't need. "It's something for my grandpa." Nicole didn't know what else to say, and she hated the lies that had been building up since this whole ordeal began. "I don't really know a whole lot. Just that there's an underground museum here that has something in it I need. I'm supposed to know what it is when I see it." The lies fell smoothly from her lips, and she could tell that Conor bought them. "Okay then, let's see if we can find that basement entrance somewhere else." They started back up the stairs. It wasn't until they were halfway up that Nicole realized they were both on the staircase. Not smart, but the old wood seemed to be okay. Apart from some pretty loud creaking, it held their weight. Conor led the way through the dark kitchen and back through the drawing room and onto the foyer. Once they were there, he turned to Nicole. "Okay, Chief, where should we start searching?" "You pick. If you're sure you want to keep doing this, anyway. The entrance could be anywhere." Conor's eyes began to twinkle. He tucked the flashlight under an arm and rubbed his hands together. "A mystery then. Let's keep going. How do we want to do this?" Nicole pointed to the room to the left of the front door. "Let's start over there. We'll want to search all the walls, every bookcase, anywhere that could possibly be hiding a secret passage." "Do you want to search together or separately?" Nicole looked around the foyer, thinking through the pros and cons of both options. "Together. I don't trust this place. There's a weird feeling here." Conor half smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that. I didn't want to sound like a wimp." Nicole smacked him playfully on the arm. "So you made me sound like one instead?" Conor laughed. "You're the girl. You're supposed to be a damsel in distress so I can rescue you." Nicole chuckled. Okay. You can rescue me by keeping me company." Conor motioned for her to lead the way to the room on the left. As she passed him, her eyes landed on his jeans. They were completely dry. "Hey, the wine dried already," she said. That was really fast, especially with how damp and cool the cellar had been. Conor glanced down, the smile leaving his face. Good thing too. It was pretty uncomfortable walking around in wet jeans. "Yeah, I can imagine." Nicole frowned, wondering where the liquid had gone. Then she pushed it from her mind, realizing they needed to get going while it was still light outside. Chapter 20. They entered a magnificent room that Conor explained was the Great Hall. And great it was. Nicole gazed up at the 3-story walls, lined on one side with paintings, and on the other with windows that were covered in soot and dirt. The other end of the room had 4 steps leading up to a large table that she supposed was where the Lord and his ladies sat during meals and events. The hall itself had a massive table that filled almost the entire place. Nicole listened as Conor explained that back in the old days, great halls were where guests and sometimes even family members would sleep. Behind the head table was a doorway. Nicole pointed at that, looking at Conor. "Shouldn't we search the Great Hall first?" he asked. Nicole hesitated. Probably. How are we gonna do it? They started at the door, Conor searching to the right and Nicole to the left. They called out to each other as they searched, what they were finding, hints and things that the other person might find useful. The work was slow and tedious. Nicole forgot the sense of despair the manor had cast over her, as she searched and got her hands dirty. She pushed against the walls, doors and picture frames, and she tugged on candle holders. Nothing gave. It took them an hour to search the whole room, including the floor underneath the table, and the massive fireplace that was on one side of the long wall. They didn't bother searching the windows, those obviously led outside. The door behind the head table led to what Conor said might be the room where the Lord and Lady slept, sort of like a master bedroom. It was huge and amazing. The bed was bigger than her parents' California king. The frame had pillars at each corner that were at least a foot, maybe 2 in diameter. Deep blue velvet curtains hung from the frame, and the comforter was the same color. She pushed the dust off the floor with her sneaker, discovering marble underneath. The windows were dirty and dusty, but Nicole imagined they were just as lavish as the rest of the room. Even though her parents were wealthy, she couldn't fathom the riches that had built this manor. She found herself wishing that the manor was clean and staffed with employees, and that the family lived here still. She could only imagine how this room would look if the candles were lit and a fire roared in the fireplace. Conor and Nicole searched the room, pushing, twisting, and pulling frames, candle holders, and walls as they went, just like they had in the Great Hall. This room didn't take nearly as long, but it still was well over half an hour before they finished. While they searched, Nicole found herself wondering about the man who lived here before. Had he been married? Did he have children? Any friends or servants? If so, what happened to them all? How long had he lived in this manor? Was he a direct descendant of the family who had built it? Once they finished with this part of their search, they continued searching the rest of the first floor. While searching the drawing room, Conor exclaimed in shock when one of the bookcases groaned under his hands, shifted, then rolled backward, revealing a gaping hole. The two of them eagerly stepped into the passageway. Instead of leading to a basement, however, it took them to what turned out to be a gentleman's lounge. Cards were splayed out, and goblets that had probably been full of wine or some other beverage were still on the table that was in the middle of the room. As they searched, Nicole gradually became aware of a slight pressure again, sort of like what she'd experienced in the cellar, but even more faint this time. And unlike earlier, it didn't fade. She hesitated, looking at Conor, wondering if she should ask him if he could feel it too. But no, the guy wasn't an Arete. He wouldn't be able to sense magic. Even just knowing that she was feeling something that Conor couldn't only made the hair on Nicole's arms rise. Were they being watched? Was a hound on its way? The pressure wasn't like what she felt before Alexander came or went, but what if the hounds all felt different? The hidden game room didn't have any secrets, and neither did the rest of the first floor. Nicole was dismayed that the pressure never faded. She couldn't figure out why it was there now and hadn't been before. Were they being followed? Was there a presence here that was just now making itself known? Finally, they finished searching the first floor. She looked outside. They'd spent so much time on just this floor that she didn't see how they'd possibly get through the whole manor before the day was over. The sun was almost setting already. She put a hand over her stomach, wishing she could put off food for even a bit longer, but knowing she needed the energy. They hadn't eaten anything since around 10 that morning. "Let's eat," Conor said. He was obviously starving too. They decided to have their meal outside. Conor poured water over Nicole's hands so she could wash them off, and she did the same for him. They hadn't brought paper towels, so their hands had to air dry. It felt so good to sit, to eat, to relax. They made small talk while munching on fruits and cheese and chewing the jerky. Nicole's eyes strained in the increasing darkness. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more going on. She kept looking over her shoulder, half expecting to see somebody there. But nobody ever was. Once they'd finished, they headed up the stairs to the second floor. A large portion of it overlooked the front entry, and there weren't that many rooms compared to the first floor. The first, second, and third wings were empty. The moment they entered the fourth wing, they could tell that this was the part of the manor lived in most recently, at least while the man had been here. They entered an office. It had a typewriter on top of a large steel desk, and an antique filing cabinet tucked in a corner. Nicole barely paid attention to those things, though. The moment they entered the room, she knew they were no longer alone. Chapter 21. Who was watching them? Was it a friend or foe? Should she talk to it? With a shudder, Nicole forced herself to ignore the presence. She hoped that by not letting it become aware of the fact that she knew it was there, it wouldn't turn hostile. At the back of the office was another door. Nicole and Conor hesitated. Light seeped underneath that door. There was no way the light came from the sun, it had already set. Nicole reached out and grabbed Conor's hand, and they looked at each other. Neither seemed willing to break the heavy silence. Conor pushed the door open. A fire roared in the fireplace opposite the door. Nicole's jaw dropped as she stared at it. Was the spirit following them a poltergeist? Or did a squatter live in the manor? They stepped inside, still hesitating, then looked at each other. In front of the fire was a large leather couch. They stepped around it and Nicole shrieked, hands flying to her mouth. On the rug in front of the fireplace was a skeleton with patches of skin and hair still attached to its bones. Just then, something brushed against Nicole. She gasped, whirling, releasing Conor's hand, but nothing was there. She shivered, scooting closer to Conor, who was still staring at the skeleton. Had he not noticed their visitor? But then Nicole became aware of something else. The pressure she'd been feeling for a while, the one that felt like magic, really was magic. It was pulsing much stronger here. Was it coming from the spirit? She looked at Conor, about to ask him if he felt it too, then stopped, realizing something. The pulses were coming from him. They were growing in strength, and his frame trembled as he tried to control himself, obviously freaking out about the fire and the skeleton. Nicole forgot about all of that. She stared at her boyfriend, unable to force herself to look away to acknowledge that they were in a room with a dead body and a spirit that might be malicious. Conor had magic. He was an Arete. Why hadn't he told her? Why had he lied to her? Had everything been a show? He'd broken up with her over her restart, for crying out loud. And then Nicole realized something else. She gave a little shriek, her trembling hands covering her mouth as she forced herself to turn and stare at the fire instead of at him. If Conor had lied to her about being an Arete, it meant he was hiding other things, worse things. Lizzie's arguments flashed through her mind. What was he hiding? Nicole could no longer feel her feet, it was as if she was floating. Her lips started tingling, and her hands went numb. Conor must have taken her freaked-out state for surprise at seeing the skeleton, because he gave her a weak smile. He was freaked out too. He put a hand on Nicole's arm and she flinched, doing her best not to pull away. Hey, it's just a dead body. I think it's the one who committed suicide. Look, he's still holding the revolver. Nicole glanced down. Sure enough, one of the skeletal fingers was still wrapped around the trigger. The gun wasn't pointing toward the head, but if the man had been standing when he shot himself, it was easy to see from the way he'd fallen and where the hand and gun were. The gun had been pointed at his head at one point. The dark brown stains of the man's blood were still visible on the tightly woven rug. Nicole still couldn't focus very well on these details. She tried to calm herself, tried to push her wild fear aside. Why is the fire still burning? Conor asked. Nicole could only shake her head. The presence that was following them around, the one that hadn't yet let her know whether it was evil or a friend, had probably started the fire. Was it a servant? Was it the spirit of the body that lay on the floor? The amount of dust still covering most surfaces told her a hobo wasn't camping out here. The dust would have been more disturbed. They quickly searched the room, not finding anything. Nicole wouldn't admit it to Conor, but she was way too distracted, and there was a large chance that she missed what they were searching for. At that point, she no longer cared. She wanted to get as far away from Conor as possible. She couldn't stop sneaking glances at her boyfriend. Who was he? Why was he dating her? Was he really a high school student? He had access to a lot of money, a private jet, and for all she knew, his dad hadn't been the one to arrange any of it. The guy drove a Porsche, for crying out loud. Nicole closed her eyes, forcing herself to stop speculating. Just because he was an Arete didn't mean he was lying to her about other things, right? And he probably was a high school student, right? He looked like a high school student. Nicole knew that looks could be deceiving, though. Then she gasped again, her hands flying to her mouth. He'd showed up at the ball, and so had a woman, someone who had come to warn Nicole. And that woman had been killed by an Arete. Nicole spun around, feeling ill. Conor reached for her with a concerned expression. "Are you okay?" he asked. She shook her head, cursing the fact that he was such a good actor. Alexander had wanted her not to be alone to keep her safe from the hounds, and here she was, with a murderer. Her eyes widened. Conor had cancelled their date the same night Alexander's body had been stolen. And after she'd run out of gas, when the dog had been chasing her, he was the first person she'd called. He'd said he was at his grandma's house an hour and a half away, but he could have easily lied about that. He was a hound. He had to be. She thought back on all of their interactions, and a light turned on. In hindsight, the signs were impossible to ignore. Conor wasn't comfortable talking and driving at the same time. He said things older people usually said like, "dear friend" and "ruckus," and he set her best friend up with someone at least 10 years older than her. Not only that, but the evil hound that always came after her had never shifted into a human in front of her. Was it because it was Conor, and he didn't want to blow his cover? And if so, what did he want from her? "Seriously, Nicole, you're freaking me out." Nicole swallowed. He was a good actor, and she needed to be one too. Her life depended on it. Lizzie's life depended on it. She squeezed her eyes shut, wondering if her best friend was safe. How did Conor not realize the prophecy was about Lizzie? Or had he forgotten what the prophecy said, as Alexander had mentioned? As a hound, Conor knew the prophecy said someone would kill all evil hounds, but he wouldn't know the particulars. If he did, he would have destroyed Lizzie already. There was no way he wouldn't have. "I'm feeling awful," Nicole said. She slumped to the floor, doing her best to look nauseated. It wasn't hard, she still felt like puking. "Going without food and then that room back there, so horrible," she said, finishing in a whisper. Conor crouched in front of her. "It was awful, wasn't it?" He put his finger under her chin, raising her face. Hey. Don't cry, Nicole. I'm here, I'll take care of you." Nicole wiped the tears from her face. The sense of betrayal she felt was nearly as strong as her fear. She fisted her hand, struggling to control the urge to punch him. Instead of letting him know she suspected him, she allowed him to pull her to her feet, then she slumped against him, resting, trying to figure out what to do now. "Hey, I'm going to finish searching this room, then we can make plans, okay?" Not waiting for an answer, Conor helped Nicole onto an overstuffed armchair in the last room on that floor, then began pushing and prodding the walls and bookcases. He hadn't gone very far when one of the bookcases swung inward, revealing a gaping hole. He poked his head in, looking up then down. A staircase going both ways. "Really?" Nicole got to her feet, joining him. "Does it lead outside? If not, how'd we miss it on the first floor?" Conor gave her a look of frustration. She could tell it wasn't directed at her, but at the situation. Without responding, he started down the stairs. Nicole immediately followed, not worrying about falling through rotted wood as these were made of stone. Conor's flashlight revealed a large panel at the bottom of the staircase. Together, they heaved and pushed on it until it finally slid open, revealing the second dining room. They looked at each other, realizing they'd missed this passageway. How had that happened? And how many others had they missed? Chapter 22. Nicole sank to the floor, her head in her hands. She couldn't believe they'd missed this passageway. Her arms and legs shook. She hadn't had enough food, she was dirty, and her body was completely exhausted from everything it had gone through lately. What else was going to go wrong on this trip? Conor sat next to her, putting his hand on her arm. "It's going to be okay," he said softly. Nicole looked at him. "Is it? How? How is it going to be okay?" He looked around the room, a troubled expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't know how to reassure her. And why would he want to, anyway? She had no idea who he was, or what he wanted. Or even why he'd come with her. Conor pulled down his backpack, swinging it in front of him. He opened it up, taking out an apple, which he handed to her. Nicole accepted it gratefully, and not even caring that her hands were dirty, ate it. She couldn't stop sending sly glances at him, as he also ate an apple. Was he really concerned for her? She couldn't imagine so. But she'd never met someone who acted so perfectly, whose story was so spot on. "What else have we missed?" Nicole asked once she'd finished her apple. Conor rubbed his forehead and eyes. "I'm wondering the same thing. Is it even worth it to continue searching?" Conor glanced at her, the light from the flashlight he'd set on the floor glinting off his eyes. The expression on his face was solemn. "It depends on how important this thing is you're looking for." Nicole sensed something under the surface that was bothering him, but she pretended not to notice. "It's very important, but I'm exhausted. Should we head back to the hotel?" Nicole knew that she would do everything in her power to return without him. She would have to lose him somehow. Conor shook his head. "It's an hour walk to the car, and an hour drive back. Do you really want to leave right now?" "No, not really." She tossed the apple core through a broken window and wiped her hands on her pants, resigning herself to the sticky, dusty mess that resulted. "But what are the chances we're actually going to find it?" She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "Especially when we missed this one." She had no desire to abandon the plan, but even more than that, she didn't want to be around Conor when she found the effigy. He leaned his head against the wall and said, "Well, I think we should at least search the servants' quarters on the top floor. At that point, we can decide what we want to do." Nicole felt a being stirring the air around them. She glanced at Conor, half expecting him to notice it as well. But apparently, the spirit that was following them didn't want her boyfriend to know he or she was there. Nicole swallowed, hoping that was a good sign. Either way, she was in a bad situation. After quenching their thirst with a few gulps of water, they started up the staircase, entering the pitch blackness as it led them upward. Nicole's flashlight wasn't as strong as Conor's, and she had to hit it several times to make the batteries continue working. Once they reached the third floor, Conor switched out her batteries for new ones. Nicole thanked him, then led the way down the tiny hall that made up the servants' portion of the manor. Nicole prayed they'd find the entrance to the museum soon. But what would she do once she found it? Could she lead Conor down there? If he was a hound, there was no way she was willing to let him see what she was here for. But if he wasn't a hound, who was he? And was it possible he wasn't evil? What if he was just an innocent teenage Arete, who really was interested in dating her? She didn't allow herself to entertain that thought for long. There were far too many coincidences. He wasn't to be trusted. To save time, they decided to split up and search the servants' room separately. Nicole hated the feeling that she was alone, and she was definitely tempted to leave, but not without knowing where that entrance was. She didn't fail to notice that the slight magical pulse left when Conor did. She almost started crying again, thinking about how badly she'd been betrayed by him. The jerk? For a moment she wondered if she should give up, go home, and come back to England some other day. The thought was only on her mind for a couple of minutes before she rejected it, though. Who knew how much more time they had before the hounds figured out who Lizzie was? She couldn't risk her best friend's life. They met up again in the servants' hall. He hadn't found anything either. She checked the time on her phone. It was almost midnight, and her body and spirit ached, her stomach sick with the dilemma she faced. Nicole and Conor looked at each other for several moments. She hoped he couldn't tell she knew his secret. She was trying to look at him the way she normally would, but given the circumstances, she couldn't find normal. "What do you propose we do?" Conor asked. Nicole shrugged. What could they do? Sleep here and begin searching as soon as the sun's up, and we've had enough rest. It will be easier once there's more light, especially natural light. Where do you want to sleep? Nicole bit her lip. She'd been thinking about that a lot. The whole time they'd been searching, she'd been under the assumption that Conor was a friend, that he was safe, and that being with him meant she wouldn't be found by the hounds. Or at least if they found her, they wouldn't be able to approach through a corner because she wouldn't be alone. Alexander had alluded to the fact that pinpointing her location was very difficult if she was with other people. But now, knowing that he probably was a hound, she realized there really wasn't anywhere she could go that would be safe. The best thing she could do was insist they set up camp somewhere where other hounds couldn't easily join them, pretend to fall asleep, then continue searching while Conor was out. She only hoped she'd be able to find the entrance to the museum before he woke. "Let's sleep in the cellar," she finally said. Conor's face, barely visible from their flashlights, showed his surprise. "Why the cellar?" Nicole was ready for that question. "It's the only place that has just one entrance and no windows. I'm not comfortable sleeping in a room that has more than one way into it." Conor stared at her for several moments, obviously trying to decide what he wanted to do. Then he shrugged and said, "Okay, I'm good with that," and the two of them turned and headed back to the staircase that led to the first floor. They'd been on the first floor maybe a couple of minutes when Nicole realized the spirit that had been following them for the better part of the day was no longer there. In fact, it hadn't followed them up to the servants' quarters. Where had it gone? Why had it left them alone, and was that a good thing? They arrived at the kitchen, and Conor motioned for Nicole to head down the stairs first. She did so, trying not to show that she was freaked out by having him behind her. She heard him moving his backpack, and she almost looked at him, half expecting to see a gun in his hands or something like that. But he was an Arete and a very powerful one at that. She'd seen what he'd done in the old schoolhouse. He wouldn't have to use a weapon against her. He could just use his magic. They reached the bottom of the stairs without incident. Once they did, Conor reached out and grabbed Nicole's hand, interlacing his fingers through hers. Nicole had to resist the urge to cringe, sure that he would feel it through their grasp. She requested that they sleep on the side of the cellar, farthest from the entrance. That way, they both had equal access to whomever or whatever might join them during the night, and equal opportunity to run. "I know you wanted to stay in separate rooms in the hotel," Conor said, "but would it be okay with you if we got a little cozy down here?" Nicole opened her mouth to respond, but snapped it shut immediately, realizing she'd almost revealed what she knew about him. No way on earth was she about to get cozy with him. The creep? Conor must have sensed hesitancy on her part. "I promise I won't try anything. I'm just really not liking this place. It would be nice to have my arms around you during the night." Nicole bit the inside of her cheek, realizing that he might be suspicious, that he might think she was planning on taking off after he'd fallen asleep. If that was the case, she needed to up her game. Get him comfortable again. The cozier, the better. "I'm pretty freaked out by this place too. It would be nice to have someone close." "Good," he said, pulling her close and dropping his flashlight and backpack. He nuzzled her neck, nibbling her gently. Chapter 23. Nicole hated that her body reacted positively to him. And she hated that she wanted more. It took all of her willpower to keep things casual. She kissed him gently on the lips, then directed her flashlight to the tile floor, pulling away from him. "Where should we camp? And how are we going to do this? The floor is definitely not going to be like sleeping in the Marriott." Conor looked at the broken bottles littering the tile, then glanced at Nicole. "Would you like me to go get some blankets?" Nicole thought about that for a moment. "I don't think so. All the ones I saw were rotted." Who knows what they went through even before the owner died. What do you propose we do then? Use our backpacks as pillows, maybe? Conor nodded. Using his toe, he pushed his backpack up against one of the walls. Then he dropped to the floor and lay on his back on the cold tile, resting his head on the backpack. He opened his arms for Nicole, inviting her to snuggle in next to him. Nicole sat down, but instead of joining him, opened her backpack, pulling food out. Good idea, Conor said, accepting string cheese and a banana. They munched in silence, each lost in his or her own thoughts. Once they'd finished, Nicole passed him the last of their water. And they'd just eaten the last of their food. They hadn't thought about rationing. The plan had never been to stay the night in the manor. She longed for the comfortable bed back at the hotel, and her pajamas, and a shower and a pizza all to herself. Nicole got down next Conor and snuggled up next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. Conor sighed, rubbing her arm, seeming content to have her near. It made Nicole wonder what he thought of her, if his affections for her were actually natural. And what if they were? It didn't change anything, it couldn't change anything. He was still a murderer who wanted to kill her best friend. And she was in his arms, in his power. Are you okay? Conor asked. You're trembling. No, I'm not. This place gives me the creeps. And I still don't know what I'm looking for really, and don't know where to find it. I wish I was at home, in my own bed, in clean clothes, with my furniture around me, in the safety of my room. Conor was silent for several moments. Then he said, I understand. I feel the same. Nicole felt herself questioning her doubts about him. He seemed so normal, so casual, so on her side. Was he really a bad guy? Nicole did her best to stay awake after their flashlights were turned off. Hoping it would help keep her from sleeping, she forced herself to stare into the pitch blackness, pretending to count the wine bottles she couldn't see that lined the shelf opposite her. The fact that her eyes couldn't tell the difference between being closed and opened made it difficult for her to stay awake. Several times she nodded off, catching herself at the last moment. Conor chuckled once, obviously recognizing that she was trying to stay awake. Relax, Nicole. I'll take care of us. Thanks. She didn't have any doubt that he would take care of them. But she doubted she would agree with his definition of care. Nicole must have drifted off, because sometime in the middle of the night, she realized her head wasn't on his shoulder anymore. She was snuggled against his backpack, and his back was pressed against her arm. It wasn't comfortable, but she was so tired from lack of sleep that she couldn't force herself to do anything about it. Not long after, Nicole was awakened again when she felt a presence in the cellar with them. She tried to keep her breathing even, tried to hold back the fear that started mounting inside her chest, making her heart want to burst from her ribcage. Was it a hound? Was it the spirit? Was she about to be killed? Nicole pressed her lips together, squeezing her eyes shut as hard as she could. She stayed that way for several moments, listening to the sound of her breath as it entered and exited her lungs. Then she became aware of something else. She couldn't hear breathing next to her. Conor, she whispered. He didn't answer. Nicole was alone in the cellar. She rolled over, feeling where his body had been before, but was met with only cold tile. Panicking, Nicole got to a sitting position, staring down one side of the tunnel, then the other, hating that she couldn't see a blasted thing. She felt that sensation again, the spirit was still present. Hello, she called out. Conor? Are you there? No answer came, but Nicole could hear something shuffling a few feet away. She fumbled, trying to find her flashlight. Her hands landed on her cell phone instead. That would have to work. She awakened the screen, pointing its brightness down first one tunnel, then the other. Both halls were empty. But when she turned her phone to face the first hall she checked, something was there. Nicole shrieked, scrambling backwards, her back hitting the shelf of wine bottles behind her. She directed her phone that way again, feeling her heart race as a scream built up inside her chest. The ghost was standing there. A man, tall and heavy. He stared down at her, an expression of hatred on his face. Please leave me alone, Nicole begged. The ghost didn't move. Didn't act as if he'd heard her. Just stared. Nicole reached around again, feeling the flashlight. She picked it up, turning it on at the same time. She shone the light down the hall where the ghost had been standing. He was still there. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare. "Turn it off," he demanded. "No way. I'm not going to hurt you." "How am I supposed to believe that? You obviously don't want me here." "Don't put words in my mouth. I never once said that." "Then why are you glaring at me?" Nicole kept the light trained on his face. "You've brought great evil here. I can't forgive that." "Are you talking about Conor? Is he really evil then? Is he a hound? I know he's a magical person now, but I swear, I didn't know it before coming. I trusted him. He was my boyfriend." The ghost shifted, raising one hand to rest on the shelf next to him. "You didn't realize who he was? I find that hard to believe. You are, after all, an Arete. And he was granted temporary Arete powers. Can Aretes sense other Aretes regardless of how long they've had that magic?" Nicole shook her head. "Not all the time. I haven't been magical for long, just a few days. And I've only sensed magical pulses a couple of times since then. It took me a long time yesterday to figure out that the magic I felt was coming from him." "So you didn't know?" "It wasn't a question." "No. Is he really dangerous?" She didn't know why she asked. She already knew the answer. But the ghost could confirm it. The ghost didn't respond for a couple of seconds. "Very. He wants to destroy you, he aches to do it. But the other hounds need to know what you're here for." Chapter 24. The ghost shifted his position and folded his arms in front of his chest, still staring at Nicole. "I'd like to know what you're here for." "Where did he go?" Nicole asked, needing to know she was safe from Conor before saying anything. The ghost looked over his shoulder, then back at her again. "To the others of his kind. He's not far away though. Hounds never are." "That's something I'm learning." Nicole finally dropped the flashlight from the ghost's face, realizing that if he wanted to hurt her, he would have. The creature could light fires, for crying out loud. "How long has he been gone? I want to know how much time I have before he returns." "About 30 minutes. I've been watching you sleeping. It surprised me that he left you alone. If he had stayed with you, I would have killed you both." He grimaced. "Well, I would have killed you permanently and him temporary. Only hounds can permanently kill hounds." Nicole shivered. "So the fact that he left me vulnerable and unprotected actually saved my life?" The ghost didn't respond, but he didn't need to. Nicole searched the floor, trying to see what Conor had taken with him and what he'd left behind. Her light glinted off the car keys, his wallet, and the other flashlight. He didn't take the flashlight? No. Hounds don't need light. That's good to know. Realizing she didn't have much time, Nicole pocketed the car keys. She needed them to get away if she could escape. She had no idea how she was going to do that, especially without knowing where the entrance to the museum was. She would ask the ghost about that, but first, she needed to know who Conor was, regardless of whether taking the time was stupid or not. Picking up his wallet, Nicole flipped to his driver's license. Conor O'Reilly. Age 30. Unless this was a fake license, and she didn't think it was given the circumstances, he really had been lying about his age to her. That disappointed Nicole, though she wasn't sure why, since he'd been lying about so much already. She shut the wallet and put it back where she'd found it, then grabbed her backpack, making sure that her money, passport, and ID were in it. The chances of her getting back to the hotel to get the rest of her luggage were slim. She was just grateful she'd thought to put the wad of cash in her pocket before leaving there. She jumped to her feet, putting the backpack on. "Can you help me find what I'm looking for?" Nicole asked the ghost. She couldn't see him anymore, but she still felt him there. "Depends on what you're looking for." "Well, it's complicated. I'm sure you know about the secret museum here. I need to get an effigy from it, so I can protect my best friend. The hounds are hunting her. The ghost didn't respond for several moments, and Nicole started to worry that he wouldn't. How could an effigy help your friend? He finally asked. I'm hiding a prophecy back home that says she'll be the only creature capable of destroying hounds. The hounds don't know it's her. As soon as they do, they'll begin hunting her. In order to save her from them, I need to find and finish making an effigy. I don't have enough time to make my own from scratch, so a friend told me I'd be able to get one here. The ghost sighed. Yes, I know where the entrance is. He paused for a moment, then said, I can take you to it, but I won't be able to follow you inside. I'm not permitted there. Why not? She knew she needed to hurry and get to the museum before Conor returned, but if there was something keeping the ghost out of that museum, it might want to keep her out as well. The more she knew about the place, the better protected she would be. I created the museum. My friend St. John and I robbed graveyards as a hobby. We brought many corpses back and put them in the museum. Most of the ghosts had already left their bodies permanently, but some hadn't, and they followed us here. They won't allow me near the room now that I'm a ghost as well. Will they let me go inside? Nicole asked. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. So you'll help me? Yes, I will. If what you say is true, and I suspect it is, then helping you will help me redeem myself for the things I did during life. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, we should go then. We have to hurry. Conor might come back at any time. Yes, he could. Nicole tried to awaken her phone again to check the time. She wanted to know how long it had been since Conor had left, but it wouldn't turn on. Her battery was completely dead. Hoping she wouldn't need it later, she tucked it into her backpack and followed the ghost. After walking only a few paces, he stopped and glanced at her. I need you to turn that torch off. Why? First, it makes it hard for me to see where I'm going. My sight isn't the same as it was when I was alive. And second, they won't allow it in the museum anyway. I won't be able to tell where I'm going. I can't see in the dark. The ghost reached for her. Then I will guide you. Nicole hesitated a moment before turning off the flashlight and putting it in her backpack. Okay, ready? She felt when the ghost touched her arm and started pulling her forward. It was like being touched by a rotted corpse. He was tangible, soft, squishy. She tried to hide the revulsion that crossed over her, but was unsuccessful. The ghost chuckled humorlessly. I'm sorry. If I could help you in any other way, I would. Didn't you attempt to destroy the museum before you died? Nicole wasn't sure how else to word her question. She couldn't very well mention suicide to him. Killing himself obviously hadn't done a whole lot for him if he was still hanging around. I did, but I didn't do a good enough job. I'm not the only ghost here who can touch physical objects. Many of the others put things back together while I was busy trying to figure out why I couldn't fully quit this sphere. Nicole's foot bumped into the bottom step, and she started climbing behind the ghost. What is your name? She whispered, realizing they needed to be quieter now, no telling where Conor was. Neville. She followed Neville up the stairs, slowly adjusting to the feel of his hand on her arm. The kitchen was completely black, just like the stairs and cellar had been. Neville led her as best he could through the tables and chairs, but several times Nicole bumped into something, jumping each time. Her nerves were raw. The sounds didn't seem to bother the ghost, but Nicole suspected that not much did. Neville led Nicole straight through the drawing room, front entry, and into the second dining room, to the secret passage she and Conor had discovered earlier. He walked her up 5 steps before pausing, motioning to the wall in front of him. Nicole could finally see. There were windows at the top of the staircase, allowing a little bit of moonlight through. Push this wall, Neville said. Nicole realized with annoyance that she and Conor hadn't checked the staircase. In their surprise at finding it, they hadn't thought that it might have a secret passage itself. She pushed the wall, cringing as a loud grinding noise filled the air. I can only go with you to the entrance. But I'll tell you what to look for where the effigy is concerned. Hopefully, one is still in place. What do I do about light? Nicole asked. At the bottom of the steps, you'll find several torches and matches. The torches are ready to be lit. I'll help you find them. Okay, Nicole said. I'm ready. Chapter 25. Neville led Nicole down a new set of stairs that were also made of stone. The light they'd enjoyed briefly from the moon disappeared until it was pitch black again. Her eyes did not adjust, and she trailed one hand on the side of the tunnel, the other clenched into a fist. She wished she could have something to hold on to with that hand, but there's no way she would reach out and grab Neville's arm. Having him holding her arm was enough. The stairs continued on for so long that Nicole lost count. How did you dig this? She whispered. Much of it was already in place, we simply improved upon it. Back in the day, people who lived here frequently needed a place to hide. They finally reached the bottom, but not before Nicole's legs were turning into jelly. Even after they stopped descending, her body felt like it was still bouncing down those steps. It was disorienting. Neville mumbled to himself, obviously searching for something. Nicole figured a torch. Once he found it, he turned and placed it in Nicole's hand. It was heavy and had a solid grip. She appreciated that. Next, Neville handed Nicole what she assumed was a box of matches. She was surprised to find that the box felt modern, like a normal one. She wondered how Neville had gotten his hands on the matches, but decided not to ask. She lit the torch, wincing at the brightness of the flames, then glanced around trying to get her bearings. The steps were steep, and stopped just outside a door that was rounded at the top and made of what looked like a reinforced type of metal. Nicole glanced at Neville, trying not to stare now that she had better lighting. He looked similar to what he had probably looked like not long after death. His hair was patchy, his skin blotchy and slightly rotted looking. She did her best not to make him uncomfortable. After all, he'd pretty much saved her bacon. These ghosts, she began. Are they friendly? Will they hurt me? They are neither good nor bad. They could help you or stop you depending on their moods. How many are there? Neville glanced upward as if trying to remember. 6? Maybe 7. You have to realize, it's been a very long time since I've entered that room. How should I approach them? Go inside the museum, then stop and don't take a step farther. Tell them who you are and what you're doing. They'll then decide if they want to help you. Nicole tried to push her fear aside. She realized she was wasting precious time by not continuing while Conor was still gone. But the thought of entering a museum full of dead bodies and being surrounded by that many ghosts was unnerving and unsettling. Especially if these were beings that could move things, as Neville had insinuated they were. She turned back to him. Thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it. Neville glanced at his feet, acting a little bashful about her gratitude. I'm just glad that I could finally assist someone. Most everyone who has visited the manor has been here to damage or loot it. It's a beautiful place. Thank you again. Nicole gripped the torch tightly in her hand, staring at the heavy door. She wondered if the ghosts already knew she was about to enter. Probably. Not waiting a moment longer, she clasped the doorknob, twisting it until the door swung open. She sent one last glance at Neville, then stepped into the room on the other side. The door slammed shut behind her, making her jump. Nicole opened her mouth to tell the ghosts who she was and why she was there, but the room before her made her lose all train of thought. Massive winged demons carved out of onyx and basalt lined the walls. On the other side of the demons were mummies, so many of them she couldn't count. Most weren't in coffins or anything like that. And then there were dead bodies, not even wrapped, just lying on tables. They looked so perfect, she couldn't tell if they were made of wax or were real humans. If they were actual dead people, how had they been preserved so well? Realizing she was staring with her jaw hanging open, she snapped her mouth shut, remembering why she was there. Hello? My name is Nicole Williams. I'm here to get an effigy, that will be used to save my best friend's life. She's being hunted by the Hounds of Tindalos, and as one of her protectors, I need to perform a spell on an enchanted object that will draw the hounds away from her. She wished she'd had more time to perfect her purpose for being there. Her argument was weak and stupid. At first, nothing happened. Then Nicole heard and felt the sound of rushing water. Her hair stirred around her face, making her wish she'd redone her ponytail before entering the museum. She tucked the strands of hair behind her ears, watching for any sign of ghosts. The first one appeared just to her left. It was a man, leaning against one of the stone demons. He stared at her for several moments, then looked across the way from him. Nicole's eyes followed his gaze, and she saw 3 women standing there. They returned her stare. A 5th person appeared, this one also a man standing directly in front of her. He smiled at her. "Welcome to our museum," he said. His voice was lilting and musical, almost a mix between Irish and Italian. It was beautiful. All 5 people were dressed in old-fashioned clothing, though Nicole couldn't tell from what era. She didn't know enough about it. The man who was leaning against the carving straightened and took a step toward her. He had an angry expression, but when he noticed her looking at him, he pushed it away. "You seek an effigy?" he asked. The 3 women chuckled. "That's what she said, isn't it?" one of them asked. "She's pretty. And still innocent. I vote we help her." The first man grunted, then looked at the second man. "What do you think, Angelo?" he asked. Angelo smiled again at Nicole. "I say we tell the hounds she's here." Nicole shook her head. Please don't do that. If they knew, they would kill me." Angelo laughed. "I could use some entertainment." The first man grunted again. "Yes, entertainment would be fun. But we've always known she would come." Nicole looked at him. "You have?" He continued. "We decided years ago to help her. Or do you not remember?" Nicole couldn't help but feel a little hope at his words. Help her? She liked the sound of that. The 3 women agreed with the man, and the second woman spoke. "I'll take her there now." Angelo's smile disappeared from his face. "We all have to agree on the course of action." The first man shook his head. "No, we don't." Angelo sneered, his glare directed at Nicole. "They need to know she's here. It's not fair if they don't." And with that, he disappeared. Nicole nearly dropped the torch and fled. She looked at the 3 women and the man, her knees wobbly and her heart thumping in her chest. They were all stepping closer to her. Please help me." "Oh, we will," the third woman said. She looked at the man. "David," she said at David, "how about you show her the way? We will guard the door." David nodded and turned to Nicole. "Follow me." He started down the center of the museum, not looking in either direction, leading her away from the main door. Nicole did her best to keep up with him, unable to take in her surroundings fully because of how much was there. Old headstones from all around the world filled the edges of the room with different languages written on them, all made of different materials. Several long tables lined with human skulls ranging in all shapes and sizes. Many of the heads were still covered in skin and hair, while others were just the skulls. Nicole gasped when she saw heads of even babies and small children. She put her free hand to her mouth, unable to stop staring at those heads. The poor little bodies, not resting in their graves in peace. The spirit led her into another room, this one full of paintings and statues, many of which were very amateurish. They all depicted scenes of gore and blood. Several of them featured the demons that lined the museum's first room. The light from Nicole's torch licked the edges of the room, showing sarcophagi, coffins, large white crosses, and several other things that had obviously been stolen from graveyards. A large, elaborate pedestal had a leather-bound book on top, protected by glass. Nicole itched to know what was on the pages of that book. The next room was full of all sorts of jewelry and precious items. The room after that had only one object in it, a jewelry case that hung from the wall. It was surrounded by a multitude of candles, many of which were burned out completely. For the first time since leaving the other ghosts, David spoke. The shade amulet used to hang there. It was stolen back by its rightful owner. Shade amulet. It was obviously important, if it was the only object Neville and his friend had kept in that room of the museum. Nicole opened her mouth to ask more about it, but decided not to. The less she knew, the better. Finally, they entered a room that had several tables in it. On top of these tables were what Alexander had sent her here for, small dolls made of what looked like human parts. Chapter 26. David stopped and motioned to the tables that lined the room. You'll find effigies of various completion here. Choose what you want. You may only remove one, and it must be returned when it is no longer needed. Nicole nodded. How do I know which ones are closer to being finished than the others? He looked at her, an eyebrow raised, then looked back at the little effigies on the tables. The ones that are in pieces are less finished, obviously. Finished effigies will have hair, skin, and clippings from the person they represent. Choose one that is whole, but does not have hair or clippings attached to it. Nicole stepped closer to the tables, revulsion and disgust welling up inside her. She couldn't understand what Neville had seen in these awful things. She scanned the effigies, her eyes landing on one that looked to be what she needed. It was made of a very well-preserved forearm of a small adult. The skin was too old-looking to have been a young person, and that relieved Nicole greatly. Fingers were attached to the bottom with twine, and at the top was a kidney, representing the head. Nicole closed her eyes, wishing she didn't have to be there, wishing she didn't have to touch the thing. She couldn't believe how horrible this place was, how satanic. It made her want to throw up, to turn and run from the room. Instead, she pointed at the effigy. This one looks like what I need, she said. Very well. You may take it. Nicole wondered how she would do that, and how intact the forearm was. No blood was visible, no gore. She was grateful for that. She refused to look at the fingers that were at the bottom of it. How do I remove it without damaging it? She asked. David pointed back to the door they'd come through. Burlap sacks were tacked to the wall on the left side of it. Realizing she didn't have much time, Nicole rushed to the wall, grabbed a burlap bag that looked to be about the right size, then stepped back to the table. She was about to pick up the effigy when David grabbed her arm. The hounds are on their way, he said. You have mere minutes. You'd better hurry. Not letting herself think about what she was doing, Nicole grabbed the forearm and put it inside the bag. She tied the top, then rushed and grabbed another burlap bag and then another and another. She triple and quadruple bagged the effigy, then grabbed her torch from where she'd placed it in a sconce on the wall. She motioned for David to lead the way. She and David dashed from the room. They'd almost reached the first room when Nicole felt the pressure building, signaling the near arrival of the hounds. You'd better run fast, dearie, one of the women said when Nicole reached the door. Regardless of where you go, they will find you. Nicole whirled, staring at the women and David. Will you please help me? Stop them somehow. The three women grinned, looking at each other and then at David, their excitement almost palpable. We will do our best, the same woman said. A howling started up toward the back of the museum, distant but growing louder. Nicole held the torch and burlap bag in one hand and flung open the door, startling when she almost ran through Neville on the other side. Without waiting to see what he would do, Nicole stepped around him and started up the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. Her muscles began burning about halfway up. Her knees and joints ached and her legs felt like mush. Still, she pushed herself onward, refusing to think of the run back to the car she had ahead of her. The stone staircase groaned and shuddered, nearly making her fall backward. The hounds cried out, and she swore she could hear the women cackling. What was going on down there? In order for the hounds not to chase her, they would have to be stopped physically. If not, they would simply travel through the nearest corner and stop her in the manner above. Nicole put on a burst of speed, fear and adrenaline giving her more energy, realizing that the ghosts might be outnumbered. Who knew how many hounds were back there? She reached the top of the staircase and flew through the manor and out the front door. The cobblestone beneath her feet was uneven and treacherous. The moon was bright though, helping her see where to place her feet as she ran. Thank goodness Alexander had told her to wear good walking shoes. Nicole tossed the still-burning torch on the cobblestone road where it wouldn't light the grass on fire. She fingered the keys in her pocket, wishing she'd get the chance to use them, that she'd make it to the car before the hounds caught up with her. She burst through the manor gates, almost pausing to shut them before realizing that would be a waste of her time. The hounds would just shift into human form and open them, and she'd risk losing the precious head start she had. Nicole raced down the cobblestone road, passing the deserted cottages. She startled when Neville appeared next to her, floating. He gave her a small wave and a smile, then disappeared. The moon was about to set, and the east sky was tinged with pink when she reached the fence where she and Conor had cut the hole. She pried the flap to the side, and was just stepping through when she heard howling behind her. Nicole raced through the forest, following the faint road, her lungs burning, the stitch in her side so painful that her vision wavered. Before she knew what was happening, she puked, turning to the side just in time. How much farther did she have to go? Nicole pulled the car keys from her pocket and pushed the unlock button, hoping the headlights would blink. Nothing happened. She wasn't close enough. Her stomach cramped again, but nothing came up when she vomited. Her legs were completely numb, her lungs on fire. She stumbled a couple of times, barely catching herself in time to prevent a fall onto the ground. She jumped over logs, ran under thick branches, and pushed through brambles and briars. The trail was faint underfoot, and several times she almost lost her way. Nicole pushed the button on the fob again, and gasped in delight when the headlights flickered. She wasn't far now. She put on a burst of speed, not knowing where she was pulling the energy from. Her reserves were depleted, her ability to continue completely gone. The hounds must have seen the highlights too, because howls erupted behind her. They weren't far away, she could hear their feet hitting the trail. Would she make it? Nicole held the fob tightly in her left hand, her right eager and ready to pull the door open the moment she arrived. She whimpered when she thought about driving on the wrong side of the road. She'd need to get into the wrong side of the car too. Good thing she remembered. She pushed the button on the fob again, unlocking the doors. Only a few yards now. Nicole reached the car just as the hounds reached her. She jumped inside, slamming the door shut, as a very large hound lunged toward her, its jaws gaping. Nicole struggled to lock the door, unable to find the button in the unfamiliar car. Remembering the fob, she pushed the lock button just as the dog shifted into a man. It was Conor. He glared at her through the window, panting heavily, and looking like he was ready to tear her apart. Instead of trying to open the door, he jumped across the hood of the car and stood in front of it, holding his hands up, motioning at her to get out. He yelled something at her, Nicole couldn't understand what. She didn't hesitate as she started the car, shifted into gear, and pounded her foot on the gas, slamming into Conor. His body flew several feet, crashing into a large tree about 5 yards away. Nicole didn't wait to see if he got up. She put the car into reverse and backed up wide, using the front bumper to hit another hound. As she shifted into forward again and stepped on the gas, she saw that there was only one hound left. It chased her, racing alongside her door, barking and howling at her. There was no way just 3 of them had come after her. How many had been stopped in the museum? Nicole sped down the old country road, barely paying attention to the scenery that flew past, mostly focusing her attention on staying on the road and watching the hound. She saw a little bridge up ahead, and had an idea. She looked at the hound through the window, and held up her hands in a gesture of peace, using her knee to keep the car on the road. Then she began slowing down. The hound grinned at her through the window, completely distracted, obviously feeling victorious. Just as she reached the bridge, Nicole turned the steering wheel to the left, slamming into the hound and pushing him into the bridge's support post. Through the rear-view mirror, she saw him fall into the ravine below. Nicole whimpered, tears filling her eyes. She'd made it. They hadn't devoured her. Oh, she'd made it? Chapter 27. Staying in control of her body was a struggle. Her legs, arms, everything wanted to shut down. But she had a great amount of distance to cover, and had only injured 3 hounds. She glanced at the burlap sack and her backpack on the passenger seat next to her. She needed to find a place that could ship the sack home, and fast. Nicole sped as much as she dared, struggling to adjust to driving on the opposite side of the road. The countryside zipped past her, pretty little forests and beautiful meadows and quaint cottages. The sun had just risen, warming everything with a tinge of gold that made her almost forget the horrors she'd experienced since coming to England. She drove straight to Norwich, reaching it after only 40 minutes. She was surprised that she hadn't gotten pulled over. Thank goodness she hadn't. The moment she entered the city, she began looking around frantically for a place to ship. She didn't expect to find a UPS anywhere. Wasn't UPS only an American company? She didn't know. What about FedEx? Were they international? According to the clock on the radio, it was nearly 7 in the morning. She drove along the busier roads, looking for someone who could help her. Finally, she spotted a man sitting outside of a small barber shop. She pulled over and rolled down the window, asking for directions to somewhere where she could ship a box to the States. The man gave her directions and Nicole drove there, discreetly packing the burlap bag in a box and stuffing it full of bubble wrap to protect it. She put her house as the shipping address and the Marriott as the return one. The woman behind the counter didn't hesitate. When she asked if there was anything hazardous or perishable in the box, Nicole was able to answer truthfully that there wasn't. She figured the effigy had been in the museum for at least 100 years. No way would it perish during the time it took to get from England to Dallas. Shipping was pretty expensive, especially since Nicole paid to have it overnighted. She bought breakfast from a McDonald's drive-thru, then ate while driving to the airport, her eyes peeled, looking for any sign of the hounds. According to Alexander, as long as she stayed in her car or hung out near other people, the hounds wouldn't be able to approach her, at least not through corners. She relied heavily on that now. Lamenting the fact that she'd had to leave her things at the Marriott, Nicole left the car in long-term parking with the key in the ignition and walked to the airport. She felt bad about not returning the car to the rental agency, until she remembered that it would reflect on Conor and his credit. That was just fine with her. Thank goodness her name hadn't been attached to the rental in any way. Nicole headed to the ticket counter and purchased a seat on a one-way flight to Dallas, using some of the cash she'd borrowed from her dad. She briefly considered buying several flights that went all over the place in an attempt to confuse the hounds, but realized that Conor knew where she lived. He'd know she'd get there eventually. For now, the best thing she could do was go home, get in the sunroom with the effigy, and sleep as much as she could. Oh, sleep, how she missed it. Nicole had to wait 3 hours before her flight departed. She found the busiest terminal in the airport, bought more food, she'd gone without too much recently, and spent the time struggling to stay awake. She didn't worry that the hounds would try to fly home with her. Why would they, when they could just get to her house ahead of her by traveling through corners? Finally, it was time to board. Nicole did up her seatbelt, bought a pair of headphones and plugged them in, falling into a near coma almost immediately. She'd forked over the extra cash for first class. That had been a good decision. The flight landed in Dallas around 9 a.m. Nicole hurried through security, took a cab home, and stumbled into the sunroom, shutting and locking the door behind her. After a cursory glance to make sure the room was indeed empty and that the music box was still there, she slumped onto the couch and fell asleep. Nicole was awakened when the doorbell rang. Jumping to her feet, she glanced out the windows of the sunroom, but didn't see anything in the kitchen or the hallway leading to the front door. The sun was already well along its way toward the western horizon. How long had she slept? She sprinted to the front door, swinging it wide, ready for anything. A UPS truck was just driving away, and the box she'd shipped from England the day before was on the porch. Nicole grabbed it and dashed back to the sunroom, locking herself in again. She sat on the couch, hugging the box to her chest, not caring that what was inside was utterly disgusting, just grateful that she had a way to save her best friend's life and that it arrived without a problem. The same tape she'd put on it was still there, intact and untouched. Thank goodness. Nicole dozed off again, still unable to keep her eyes open. A couple of hours later, after the sun had set and the room was brightened by the kitchen lights, the doorbell rang yet again. This time, she didn't leave the sunroom. She watched as Tiffany left Dad's study and walked toward the door, out of sight. Moments later, Tiffany walked down the hall and motioned for Nicole to come. Watching again for signs of any hounds, Nicole got to her feet, setting the box on the couch, and exited the sunroom, locking the door behind her. Was it Conor? Or someone completely unrelated to her current situation? She was relieved to see Alexander standing on the porch. She invited him into the library, where they'd have more privacy. The walls were lined with shelves of books and had a desk in the corner her father frequently used, sometimes more than his own office, depending on the project he was working on. She turned to Alexander and barely stopped herself from throwing her arms around him. How did you get out of Mount Coven? Alexander lowered himself onto a large overstuffed leather chair, his face showing his exhaustion. The other hounds, the good Sarberry, found my body for me. They brought it to me and guarded the threshold until I was able to re-enter it. Nicole sat on another armchair. She noticed for the first time that Alexander had a backpack stuffed full of who knew what. Alexander noticed Nicole looking at the backpack, and he swung it off his shoulders and opened it, pulling out several containers and a vial. These are to carry the biological samples from your best friend, he said, motioning to the containers. Then he pointed at the vial. This is the drug you'll need to use on Lizzie. I have to drug her? Why? That's horrible. She's my best friend. Alexander nodded. I know. It's necessary, though. She absolutely cannot suspect anything. She can't even know why you're visiting her. If she does, the spell used on the effigy will not work. Why not? The magic involved is powerful, but easily distracted. If it senses the object of the spell has been tainted with knowledge, it won't work. That's stupid, she said. But okay, fine. How do I get the drug in her? Put it in a drink. Something thick, a shake or smoothie. The drug has a distinct flavor, so the beverage should also have a distinct flavor. Something with chocolate and perhaps raspberries would do the trick. Nicole half smiled. Like most girls, Lizzie loved chocolate. That made things easier. Once you've got everything, meet me here. We're flying to Germany tonight at 1 a.m. I've already arranged for private planes and landing strips. Nicole checked the time on her phone. It was 9 in the evening. She'd slept longer than she'd thought. Doesn't give me much time. I hope she's okay with me coming over. You're her best friend, he said. She misses you. I'm sure she'll be willing to hang out. Nicole smiled. He was right, and she knew it. What samples do I need from her? Fingernail clippings from all 10 fingers, clippings from all 10 toes, a large lock of hair and dead skin. Nicole cringed. Gross. Could she possibly get all that off Lizzie, without her noticing when she woke up? How long will the drug keep her asleep? 6 to 8 hours. How am I supposed to explain why a chunk of her hair is missing? Especially without her suspecting I did something horrible? Alexander shrugged. I don't see how it would be a big deal. When she wakes up, she won't remember anything leading up to being drugged. Get her to drink the drug as soon as possible after you arrive, and she won't even remember seeing you there. He noticed the unhappy expression on Nicole's face, and continued. You could always leave her a note, and make up some sort of excuse for why a chunk of her hair is missing. Nicole nodded. How much hair are we talking about? It needs to be at least 5 inches long, and about half an inch thick. Nicole blinked. That was a lot of hair. Man, she's really going to hate this. She will hate getting murdered even more, I assure you. And about the skin, you don't have to hurt her or cut her or anything. Just get something she's worn recently. Our guy will be able to pull the skin cells from the article of clothing. Good. That was my next question. And who is our guy? I can't say here, you never know who's listening. Nicole understood that, though they'd been talking about a lot of things she thought the hounds probably shouldn't hear. But Alexander knew best. Literally. Will I need my passport to get into Germany? Nicole asked. She had no idea what strings Alexander had pulled to find them a private flight that wouldn't care if they brought dismembered human organs into the country. Regardless of how he answered, she'd probably bring it just in case they got separated, and she needed to book it back to America. No, not where we're going. Alexander froze, then growled. Get out of here, Nicole. Chapter 28. Nicole also froze, unable to sense what Alexander felt. No magic pulse near them that she could tell. She stood, planning on running as he'd commanded. But when she turned, Conor was blocking the doorway. He looked deadly and attractive, and like he was holding a grudge against her for what she'd done in England. Nicole didn't blame him. He closed his eyes, purposefully relaxing his stance and leaning against the doorframe. He folded his arms. Debriefing Nicole on your betrayal of your brothers and sisters? Alexander laughed. Is that what you're calling it now? Betrayal? Pray tell, friend, who betrayed whom first? With a snarl, Conor shifted into a hound and lunged across the room. Nicole shrieked, hopping to the side before the huge dog barreled into her on his way to Alexander. Alexander dropped to a crouch, then tossed Conor across the room, but not before one of Conor's fangs sliced his forearm. Alexander winced in pain, then shifted into a dog and leapt at Conor. It didn't take much time before Nicole couldn't tell which dog was which. The fight was intense, teeth flashing in both the yellow overhead lights and the blue-tinted moonlight pouring through the big windows, their hairless bodies writhing and tumbling, crashing into the furniture. For several moments, Nicole watched the fight, unsure what to do. When it became clear that one of the dogs was ahead, she began fearing it was Conor and that Alexander would be slain. Only hounds could kill hounds, she couldn't allow that to happen. Nicole began fumbling through the shelves nearest her, pulling books down, trying to stay out of the way. Her father kept a gun in most rooms of the house. Where was the one in here? A dog got thrown into the desk in the corner of the room, and Nicole felt like slapping her forehead. The Bursa Thunder CC was there. The dog snarled, bounced to its feet, and charged the other dog. Nicole leapt over the chair and rushed to the desk, yanking the drawer open and reaching deep inside of it, pulling out the gun. She didn't need to check to make sure it was loaded. Her father always kept his guns ready for emergencies. She flipped off the safety and cocked the gun, then aimed at the roiling, tumbling dogs. Which one was which? She tried to follow their heads, tried to see a torn ear, but they were moving far too fast. Making a decision, Nicole fired. Then she fired again. Both dogs dropped. She stepped closer, gun ready, ears ringing. One dog had been shot in the shoulder. It was whimpering and not unconscious. The other had been shot in the chest, and was definitely out for a while. Nicole was dismayed to see that the dog without the tattered ear was the one she'd shot in the shoulder. Stupid Conor. Without hesitation, Nicole raised the gun and emptied the magazine into Conor. 6 more bullets pounded into the hound's side. Hopefully, that would slow down his healing long enough for her to get to Lizzie, and then to Germany with Alexander. Nicole looked at Alexander. Would he recover quickly enough? They didn't have much time. Her parents rushed into the room, and her mom screamed, hands flying to her mouth. What have you done, Nicole? She stared at the dogs in horror, jaw gaping, eyes wide. You shot dogs? Why on earth would you do that? Nicole gave the Bursa to her dad, then with shaking hands, tried to pick up Conor, ignoring the blood that seeped from the many wounds she and Alexander had given him. He's not a dog. Neither of them are. They're dangerous men. One is my friend though, the one you invited into the house earlier. The other is an enemy. I think he's the guy who killed that woman at the ball. She didn't bother mentioning he had also been her boyfriend. She motioned at her parents. Would you help me move him?" Neither of them did anything. They were frozen, their wide eyes roving between her and the dogs in horror. Conor was too large for Nicole to do anything with, other than roll. That would take too long, though. She looked around the room, trying to figure out how to get him out of there. The moment he healed, if he didn't kill her family, he would simply escape through one of the corners. She needed to find a way to delay him somewhat. Her eyes landed on the box of quilts in the corner. She ran and grabbed the top one, unfolding it quickly. Then she placed it on the floor next to Conor. While her parents still watched in mortification, Nicole rolled him over and over onto the blanket, grunting from the effort. She grabbed the end of the quilt farthest from him, hefted the edges over her shoulder, and started hauling him out of the room and down the hallway. It took some heaving, but Nicole was able to get Conor into the sunroom without any help. By the time she finished, though, her arms and legs were shaking from the exertion and the adrenaline from earlier. Once Conor was in the sunroom, Nicole glanced around, grabbing everything important: her music box, backpack with cash and her passport in it, and the box with the effigy. Then she stared at Conor, wondering if there was anything else she could do to keep him in place. She shook her head. She would just have to hope that the wounds healed slowly. She shut the door, locked it, and turned to face her parents, who were now standing in the kitchen staring at her. "I need your help getting the other dog into my car. And please at least have the courtesy not to stare. I've had a really rough week." We're not. Tiffany snapped her mouth shut. She was obviously out of words. "Look, if you don't help, this dog will destroy all of us when he wakes up. At least if I'm gone when that happens, we have some hope of drawing him away. But I can't do it without some help from you guys." Her parents looked at each other, then back at Nicole. "What should we do?" Dad asked. Nicole realized the other hounds were probably watching, if they weren't already on their way. She and her parents had no time to lose. "Just help me drag him into my car. I can take care of things from there." Both parents jumped to obey, totally surprising her, and in only a couple of minutes they had Alexander in the backseat of her car. Nicole grabbed fingernail clippers, scissors, and a rubber band, putting them and the vial and music box in her backpack, then placed it, the effigy, and the containers on the front passenger seat. After saying goodbye to her parents and telling them she would be back in a couple of days, Nicole turned the car on and pulled out of the garage. She thought over the tasks she'd need to perform. First, buy a couple chocolate and raspberry milkshakes. Next, go to Lizzie's house. While waiting for the shakes, Nicole tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. Every slight delay made her suspicious, and she couldn't help but stare at the people inside the restaurant, trying to see if she recognized any of them as Conor or other potential hounds. As if she'd recognize them in human form. Nothing happened, though, and her smoothies were delivered without problem. She put them in the cup holders, then headed to Lizzie's house. Once there, she put the package with the effigy in it on the floor, grabbed her backpack and shoved the smaller containers inside it, tucking the big one, the one Alexander had said to put the dirty clothes in, under her arm after flinging her backpack over her shoulders. She dumped the drug into Lizzie's shake, picked up both cups, locked and shut the car, then knocked on Lizzie's door. Lizzie herself opened, and Nicole set down the milkshakes before throwing her arms around her best friend. Oh, how she wished she could tell the girl what had been happening. She so desperately needed someone who loved her and could help her make things be okay. Chapter 29. Lizzie stepped back, looking into Nicole's eyes. "Everyone at school is saying you're super sick, and that your restart totally screwed you over. I've tried to set them straight, but I don't even know what's going on. I'm totally expecting an explanation when everything is over, 'cause I know you would have given it to me already if you could." Lizzie folded her arms, tapping her foot, and Nicole could hear the question in the girl's voice. "Oh, Lizzie, you have no idea how badly I want to fill you in." She grabbed the milkshakes, holding them up. "I figured we could have a girls' night, if that's okay with you." Lizzie's eyes strayed to the cups in Nicole's hands. "Chocolate." Nicole grinned. "Of course." "Then come in, kind lady. Heaven knows I could do with some food of the gods right now. The two headed up the stairs and into Lizzie's room, where they settled on her bed. Nicole took a sip of her milkshake, motioning for Lizzie to do the same. Drink up. I'll tell you all about England. Lizzie's eyes widened. Really? Oh, you have to know how badly I've been dying to hear what happened. Nicole smiled. She hoped Alexander was right, that Lizzie wouldn't remember any of this. Taking a deep breath, she started at the beginning, getting approached at the ball, the murdered woman, Alexander following her home, his body getting stolen, then heading to England with Conor. She told Lizzie everything that happened in England. Lizzie devoutly drank her shake, eyes wide as she listened. Nicole chuckled inwardly, her heart warming. Trust Lizzie not to let anything come between her and chocolate. The girl had only just finished the last drop of her milkshake when her eyes started drooping. Seconds later she slumped over on her bed, eyes half open, her face completely slack. Nicole pulled the scissors, fingernail clippers, and rubber band from her backpack, setting all but the scissors down. She laid Lizzie on her back, arranging her arms and legs so she'd be more comfortable. Nicole's eyes drifted to the corners of the room. Was she considered alone, now that Lizzie was unconscious? Hopefully not, but just in case, she'd go as quickly as possible. She wrapped the elastic around a section of Lizzie's hair, after turning Lizzie's head so she could reach the back where the hair loss wouldn't be as noticeable. Then she grabbed the scissors and cut. She gently tucked the lock inside the proper container, then picked up the fingernail clippers, cringing as she did so. The thought of cutting someone else's nails, especially toenails, frankly disgusted her. She would never make it as a beautician. Closing her eyes for a moment, Nicole steadied herself before taking off Lizzie's shoes and socks. She hesitated, wondering whether to trim the toenails first or to start with the fingernails. She moved to Lizzie's hands, deciding to leave the girl's feet alone so they could have time to air out. Lizzie's feet weren't smelly, but just the idea of touching clammy feet made her stomach roil. Nicole first clipped the nails from Lizzie's right hand, then the left, being sure not to injure her friend. Some of them were already very short, and she had to be extra careful not to cause any damage to the skin. She gathered the clippings and put them in their container. Next, Nicole approached Lizzie's feet. She stared, admiring the bright pink nails with white daisies on them. Would the spell be ruined if the clippings had polish on them? Nicole bit her lip, wishing she could ask Alexander. Rather than taking a chance, Nicole grabbed Lizzie's polish remover, some cotton balls, and a wet rag before removing every trace of polish. Then, using the rag, she washed the residue from Lizzie's toes. This had to be the weirdest thing she'd ever done. Nicole kept an eye on her best friend's face, watching to see if the girl woke up or made any sound or indication that she was aware of what was going on. Lizzie's eyes remained half closed, and she didn't move the entire time Nicole was working on her. Once the nails were dry, Nicole quickly clipped them, realizing she'd been there too long. What if she was leading the hounds directly to her best friend? They wouldn't be likely to forget the scent of Lizzie here. Once they knew who she was and what her purpose was, they'd come here immediately. Were they on their way now? Nicole hurried to finish. Only the dead skin to go. She looked around the room, her heart frantically beating when she thought for a moment that Lizzie had already done her laundry that day. Usually, dirty clothes were draped across the furniture. The room was uncharacteristically pristine, though. Spotting Lizzie's laundry basket in the closet, Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. A pair of pajamas were in the bottom. She sniffed the fabric. They'd been worn at least once, and folded them, placing them in their proper container. It was a tight fit. She would probably only need one piece, but she wanted to make sure that what she got was sufficient. When she had everything she needed, Nicole sent one last look to Lizzie, about to go, but hesitated. There was no way she could leave her best friend like this, without an explanation of some sort. Nicole pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from a drawer in Lizzie's desk, then wrote a note. I had a lot of fun last night. I'm so glad we were able to chat. Next time you want to cut your hair, though, you should probably pay someone to do it for you. And I'm sorry, I didn't get to finish your pedicure. I owe you. I'll call you when I get back from my trip. Nicole signed her name and left the note where Lizzie would find it. Then she covered Lizzie with a blanket, turned off the light, and left the room, shutting the door behind her. She tiptoed down the hall and stairs, slipping through the front door before anyone saw her. As she pulled away from Lizzie's house, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness all that was over. But now where? She kept glancing in the rear-view mirror, hoping to see Alexander wake up, but he didn't stir. Stomach growling, Nicole went through a drive-thru and ordered food, then filled her tank with gas. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel as she drove the highways of Dallas, talking out loud to Alexander, trying to get him to wake up. A glance in the rear-view mirror showed he was healing. How much longer could they wait, though? After an hour of driving around, and with only 45 minutes to spare before the private plane took off, Alexander began stirring. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she said. Alexander barked quietly, then shook himself and sat up on the back seat. Can you switch into a human yet? Nicole asked. Alexander shook his head. Great. Well, we have 44 minutes until the flight takes off. Where am I going? She glanced at Alexander in the rear-view mirror, but the dog didn't do anything. He looked pretty miserable. You said you bought a private landing strip, right? Alexander nodded. Good. Is it in Dallas? Alexander hesitated, then shook his head slowly. Is it in one of the smaller surrounding towns? Alexander nodded vigorously. Okay. Nicole thought over the cities near Dallas, trying to decide which one was the most likely. She began naming them off, and after each one Alexander shook his head. Finally, she mentioned Salina, and he nodded. Well, that's not terribly close, but I suppose it can still be considered a suburb. She exited and got back on I-30, and headed toward I-635. We have a 45-minute drive. We might not make it on time. Nicole stepped on the gas, going 15 to 20 miles over the speed limit, keeping her eyes on the rearview mirror, watching for cops. She didn't know what she would do if she came across any, or if she could trust that they really were cops. At this point, though, she figured the hounds would probably just attack. She was aware of what they were, and they knew it. 40 minutes later, Nicole entered the Salina area. Okay, Alexander, you're going to have to shift into a human. There's no way I'll be able to guess exactly where to go from here. Alexander barked, a low, gravelly sound that made it sound like he wasn't very happy, but she watched as he started to shift anyway. Chapter 30. The process looked painful, and took several moments longer than usual as Nicole drove around Salina. Finally, Alexander was finished. His brow was covered in perspiration, though, and he was shaking and pale. What happened to Conor? He asked after giving her directions to the landing strip. What happened to me? I shot you. And Conor too. Alexander's eyes widened. What? I had to. You were tearing each other apart and I couldn't risk him winning. You were far more injured than he was. Nicole tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Not when I was done with him, though. I shot you once and him 7 times. Alexander chuckled, leaning his head on the headrest in the back seat. Serves him right. How long until he wakes? 7 bullets? Nicole nodded. Probably 6 or 7 hours after me. He looked out the window and continued, the healing process is slow at first, but gradually speeds up. Good to know. Nicole paused, trying to gather her thoughts. I'm glad you told me only hounds can kill each other. I wouldn't have dared to shoot you both if I hadn't known. Alexander didn't respond for several moments. Then he said, try not to do it again, okay? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful you stopped him, but that hurt. Nicole smiled. Just be glad you were out immediately. Conor wasn't so lucky. He was still conscious when I saw who was who. I think if he had been able, if I'd given him time, he would have attacked me. Of course he would have. Alexander met eyes with her in the rearview mirror. I'm sorry about him. I didn't realize he was your boyfriend. I learned about it right before leaving Mount Coven and came to your place immediately." Nicole didn't respond at first. Her heart still ached thinking about the betrayal. She drove in silence, then said, "How is he an Arete and a hound?" The very strongest hounds were also given an additional bribery. They could choose to be an Arete temporarily at some point in the future. Nicole hesitated, not sure how to ask, but Alexander seemed to know what she was thinking. "I turned it down, in case you're wondering. All of the hounds who chose to have access to Arete power, regardless of how temporary, have gone evil. I didn't want to be tempted. Conor must have chosen now to gain access to that power. Good. It means Lizzie won't need to deal with it. Why does he look so much younger than you?" "That's another thing we chose, our physical age. I don't know why Conor wanted to look fresh out of high school. It seemed pretty degrading to me. No offense meant, of course." Nicole grinned. "None taken, I understand anyway." Alexander pointed at the landing strip when they got closer. "Park here. We'll be flying to Frankfurt, then heading to the castle in Munzenberg." The two of them got out of the car, Nicole carrying everything and Alexander draping an arm across her shoulder for support. A small plane waited, and they approached it slowly. The crew came out to greet them, including the pilot. If anybody noticed that Alexander looked weak and sick, no one said anything. Perhaps they were used to that sort of thing. Especially if Alexander used them frequently. Everyone boarded the plane. Nicole placed the containers and backpack by her feet, not wanting to lose sight of them. Once they were settled in, Alexander closed his eyes. His coloring was much better now, he wasn't nearly as pale, and the sheen of sweat had left. "How are you feeling?" Nicole asked. He shrugged. "A little better, but still not fantastic." He opened his eyes and stared at Nicole's belongings. "Did you get everything?" Nicole nodded. "Yeah. I still feel bad doing it. Even though I know it will save Lizzie's life, I did not enjoy drugging her. I'm never doing that again, if I can help it." Alexander chuckled. "I hope you won't have to." Nicole watched out the window as they took off. "Is this plane big enough to fly all the way to Germany on one tank?" "No. We'll have to touch down somewhere on the East Coast to fill up. But even so, it won't take us as long as a commercial flight." They fell into a comfortable silence, and Nicole relaxed, dozing off and on during the flight to the East Coast. She tried to figure out where they landed, but the pilot didn't announce their location, and she didn't recognize the runway through the window. Once they started to cross the ocean, she finally fell into a deep sleep. They landed at just after 7 p.m. in Frankfurt. Nicole rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that she was yet again in Europe. She'd been going back and forth so much across the different time zones that she felt she'd probably never recover from jet lag. Alexander arranged to have everything ready for them. The stewardess wished them luck and pointed them to the car that was already on the tarmac. Alexander was able to walk on his own, but Nicole could tell that he was still tired. She hoped Conor was doing much worse. Once they were inside the car and Alexander had started the engine, he turned to Nicole saying, "The man we're seeking is a powerful magician. He's been alive for thousands of years, taking on different physical appearances and names throughout history. Would I recognize any of them? Probably. Paracelsus, Da Vinci, Einstein, all the same man. There are other names he went by, but those are his most famous." Einstein was a magician? Holy cow. Didn't Paracelsus and Da Vinci live around the same time? Nicole asked. Alexander glanced at her, pulling onto the street, eyebrow raised. "He's a magician, Nicole." He acted as if that should explain everything. She raised her own eyebrow back at him, but chose not to respond. She supposed if somebody was a magician and could manipulate time and other things, the fact that he had taken on 2 different identities at the same time probably wasn't that big a deal. "So tell me more about this guy," she said. "One of his greatest gifts is the ability to borrow specialized magic from other people. He'll be borrowing your power to seal items, permanently hiding the prophecy about Lizzie until she's ready for it. He glanced at the things Nicole had brought. Where did you choose to hide it? I stuck it inside my music box, intending to find a better place later, but later never happened. I brought it with me. Alexander didn't seem to think that was weird. Well, if he likes it, he'll help you seal the chip there. He focused on driving for a moment, then said, once he's finished with that, we'll have him activate the effigy for Lizzie. What if the hounds come first? We run and hide. If this chip wasn't more important right now, and if it wasn't also drawing the hounds, we would start the effigy running first. But the hounds are drawn to the chip, not just Lizzie's essence. They are seeking it. Once all other distractions have been taken care of, they'll sense the effigy and will be ready to follow it. Nicole's thoughts turned back to the magician. What's his real name? Nobody knows. He chooses what he goes by each time he visits, and it changes frequently. From what I understand, he doesn't have a current role on Earth. Nicole nodded, pondering over what they had discussed so far. So he lives in this castle we're heading to? It's one of his, tethers to Earth. Most of them are in Europe. I chose the one that would be most safe from the hounds. How do we bring him to us? Nicole asked. It gets a bit complicated. We have to find a pentagram that has been etched into stone in the castle. It can be of any size, and there might be more than one. We have to find his. Once we find it, I'll speak the proper words. How do we find the pentagram? Do you have any clues as to its location, any pointers or anything? Alexander shook his head. The only thing I know is that it can only be found by an Arete. Nicole's eyes widened. Are you serious? I can't even use my magic. How am I supposed to find a pentagram, using powers I don't know how to use? From what I understand, you just have to be able to sense the magical pulse that the pentagram emits. Nicole snorted. Right? I can barely sense magical pulses at all, let alone know where one is coming from. Well, I guess you're about to figure it out. Alexander said it like he was irritated or frustrated at Nicole's lack of experience. Nicole rolled her eyes to herself. Why would he be annoyed? He knew she couldn't use her powers. He told her she wouldn't be able to for months still. She ground her teeth, staring out the window as the greenery and quaint villages flew by. She couldn't wait for this whole ordeal to be over, when she no longer held so much responsibility. Obviously, she loved that she was able to help protect her best friend. But this was and had been ridiculous. Alexander grunted. Anyway, once we get the music box figured out, the magician will be able to work on the effigy. Nicole wasn't quite ready to talk again, so she didn't answer. The rest of the ride was silent, and they finally arrived at the castle in a city of the same name. It was almost 9 p.m., and clouds covered the sky, making it difficult to see. There were a few streetlights here and there, but once Alexander and Nicole had parked and gotten out of the car, they couldn't see much of anything. After getting Nicole's things, they started up the hill toward the castle. Chapter 31. Neither of them were surprised to find it was closed to visitors. Nicole looked at Alexander. Now what? We break in. She blinked. You're serious? How? Alexander looked at her. You're an Arete. You tell me. Nicole threw up her hands. Stop putting everything on my shoulders. You're the one who told me I wouldn't be able to use my powers for several more months. You can't expect me to know exactly what to do now. Alexander looked like he was about to argue with her, but instead he visibly relaxed, passing a hand across his eyes. I know. I'm sorry. You're right. You can't force your powers to come. Like I said, they won't be ready for several months. The pressure around you hasn't built up enough. He looked at Nicole. But we do need to get into the castle. I'm open for any ideas. Nicole closed her eyes for several moments, breathing deeply to calm down. Alexander had made the first move in apologizing. She appreciated that, and now it was her turn. She took a step back from the gate and looked up at it. Everywhere the metal ended, it was met by stone. She and Alexander wouldn't be able to climb over it or break through it. She took a step farther back and looked left and right, studying the castle. The huge stone walls were impenetrable. Then she spotted a guard coming toward them, making his rounds. She glanced at Alexander. "I'll do the talking. I have an idea." Alexander looked over, saw the guard, and sent a doubtful expression to Nicole. "You expect him to let us in?" Nicole didn't respond. The guard was too close, and she didn't want him to feel uncomfortable. "Hi," she said as he neared. The guard obviously had been aware of their presence, and he slowed, standing 5 paces away. "What can I do for you?" His accent was German but not too thick. "The castle's closed. We won't open until the morning." Nicole nodded. "I know, but we can't wait until the morning. We need access tonight. It's very urgent." The guard shook his head. "Visiting hours are over. You have to return tomorrow." Nicole bit her lip. What he said was expected, but it still wasn't easy to hear. She decided to fling everything at him. "This is cliched, I know, but it's a matter of life or death. We have to stop something that has been set in motion by powerful beings that aren't from this planet." She knew she was taking a risk by bringing up other creatures, especially when she herself hadn't even known they existed before the last week, but maybe it would help him understand the stakes. And if he did end up letting them in, he would most likely accompany them, which meant he would see upsetting things. She wanted him to be somewhat prepared. "I promise no harm will come to the castle." It was a promise Nicole wasn't sure she could keep, but she did know they'd do their absolute best to make things right again if any damage was done. "It won't take more than an hour, and we'll be out as quickly as possible." She had another idea, and pulled her backpack down, taking out the rest of the wad of cash she'd removed from her father's safe. She flipped through it, then handed all of it to him. "That's over $10,000. It's American money, but you could convert it into euros." The guard stared at the wad, an unsure expression on his face. He looked up at her. "I work for the government. If they found out, I would be destroyed. I have a small family, 2 little kids. Can you absolutely promise that no harm will be done to the castle? I love my job here." Nicole turned to Alexander. He looked slightly annoyed. She wasn't sure if he didn't like the promises she was making, or if he didn't like her method of getting into the castle. Maybe it was both. He took a breath, closed his eyes, then turned to the guard. "What she says is true. We must gain access to the castle. We will be calling somebody powerful to help us, and he'll save thousands of lives. If any harm comes to the castle, he will have the power to make restitution. I give you my word." The guard looked at back and forth between the two of them. He hesitated a moment longer, then studied the cash in his hand. He thumbed through it before saying, "If you keep your promise, I will return half this money at the end. You don't need to give any back. It's my father's and he has plenty of it." Nicole wished she hadn't said the words as soon as they slipped through her mouth. What if the man asked for more? But it was too late. She'd already made the promise. He shook his head. "That won't be necessary. All I expect is for you to allow me to remain with you the entire time you're here. I will escort you in, and I will escort you out. It goes without saying that if I perish this evening, you will be held responsible." He pointed up at a camera above them. "I have my insurance there." Nicole didn't think it was important to let him know that the camera had also seen him accept a bribe. If he did die, though, she was sure that she and Alexander would be held responsible. "It's a deal." The guard nodded, then turned and unlocked the gate, taking them inside. He opened the door to a small closet that held supplies, and looking over his shoulder he asked, "Do you have any torches?" Nicole shook her head. "They'd come in handy if you had some." The guard pulled out several flashlights, passing one to Nicole, one to Alexander, and keeping one for himself. Nicole turned to the older man. What now? Alexander nodded at her. It's your turn. I'm not an Arete. The pentagram emits a slight magical pulse, as I told you. We need to find that and go from there. The guard stared at Nicole, an expression of surprise and fear on his face. You're an Arete, he asked. Nicole glanced at her feet, her face burning. Well, yes. But I can't do magic yet. The guard looked relieved, then probably realized she could tell what he was thinking and quickly wiped the expression from his face. Nicole shoved her hands in her back pocket, pushing aside his reaction and looking over the inner courtyard of the castle. It was beautiful, even in the emerging moonlight. The grass was green and well trimmed, the stone dark and imposing, jutting up into the inky sky. She could almost feel the people who'd lived here before. Given her experience at the abandoned manor, she looked around, half expecting to see spirits. But they were alone. She motioned to the right side of the courtyard. Let's start there. Alexander nodded, and she led the way to the far wall. Once there, she trailed one hand on the stone of the wall, pushing outward with whatever magical sense she had recognized in herself over the past few days. She wasn't sure she was doing it right. Hoping the pentagram wasn't up higher, Nicole focused her attention and energies on everything that was within arm's reach. She and the two men followed the wall around the first of two towers, then entered the tower and searched it. It took 20 minutes to get up and down, with Nicole pushing outward the whole time. She really hoped the pentagram would call or pulse for her. And if it didn't? Was she leading them around like an idiot? Realizing those thoughts wouldn't get her anywhere, Nicole shoved them away and put her energies on the task at hand. After they'd finished the interior of the tower, they did the exterior, then continued searching the outer wall. They entered a sort of chamber area now filled with dirt and grass, and the guard explained that this had been the castle's great hall. They'd gone maybe 30 feet when Nicole sensed a slight pulsing. She glanced at Alexander. Is that the hounds? He shook his head. I can't sense anything. You must have found the pentagram. The two men directed their flashlights to the wall near her. Nicole closed her eyes, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the magical pulses, but was unable to. It's somewhere around here, that's all I know. They started searching the stone, looking for anything that might be a pentagram, whether small or big. After several moments, the guard whooped. I think I found it. He pointed at a spot Nicole had already been over. The pentagram shape wasn't noticeable until you were looking at it directly, then it seemed very obvious. It was about as big as the tip of her pinky. She frowned, folding her arms. Wouldn't it have deteriorated more than that over the years? Alexander examined the near-perfect etching. Not necessarily. It was created with magic, which means it could have always been like this. He glanced at her. Can you tell if this is where the pulse is coming from? Nicole shook her head. She could still sense the power, but not where it originated. Alexander got on his knees by the waist-high pentagram and put his hand by it. There's only one way to find out if this is it, he said. He paused, glancing at the others. I would step back if I were you. No telling what will happen once I summon him. Nicole and the guard obeyed, neither of them wanting to get injured. Alexander held his hands underneath the pentagram, in a cupping shape. He began mumbling words and phrases under his breath that Nicole couldn't understand. After he chanted for a while, the pentagram began glowing. Chapter 32. Nicole gasped and the guard dropped his flashlight. No one said anything though, and Alexander continued, eyes shut, mumbling. The pentagram glowed even brighter, and a dark liquid started dripping from the etching. The liquid began glowing, until it was brighter than the pentagram itself. It was red in color, like lava. It dripped into Alexander's hands. He opened his eyes, then closed them and continued chanting. The liquid came faster and faster. The stuff began swelling and taking on weird shapes in Alexander's hands. After several moments, the pentagram dimmed, and liquid stopped seeping from it. At that point, Alexander had a ton of liquid swelling in his hands. The mass continued growing until it was too big for Alexander to hold anymore. He set it on the grass, taking several steps away. As the three of them watched, it stretched and stretched, legs, hands, and a head forming. The humanoid thing got to its hands and knees, shaking itself, then staggered to its feet. Hair sprouted on the head, and a beard grew on what was now a face with eyes, nose, and ears forming. A hole appeared below the nose, deepening until there was a tongue and teeth. Nicole was too disgusted and fascinated to do anything, even though a part of her was screaming at her to run. Only a few minutes after the liquid began shaping itself, the redness faded, and an old man stood before them, wearing a simple toga. He looked around, his eyes grazing over Nicole, Alexander, and the guard before turning heavenward. He studied the skies, nodding, muttering. Nicole thought she recognized star formations in the words he was saying. She was surprised to see that all of the clouds had receded. The man looked at Alexander. "Hello, Alexander. It's been a long time." Alexander nodded, then stepped forward with his hand outstretched. "It's nice to see you again, magician." The magician shook his hand and chuckled. "Please don't call me that. I'm tired of that nickname. What would you have us call you?" He rubbed his chin, his eyes roaming the inner courtyard of the castle. "Well, seeing as how we are in Germany, you can call me Deutsche Man." The guard scoffed. "I'm the Deutsche Man. Choose something else." Nicole raised her eyebrows, surprised the guard had the courage to say anything at all. Maybe he didn't have a lot of common sense. The magician didn't appear to be offended, though. "Very well. How about no, that won't work? We could go with? Okay, fine. Just call me Chuck." Was he serious? Chuck? Chuck looked at Nicole, and his eyes widened as he stared at her. "A guardian of Shanlin. I'm honored." Nicole felt her face heating up. She wished she understood what her role meant. "Not yet. Alexander says it will come later." Chuck waved her off. "Semantics. Besides, it's not that far away, only a few years." He looked back at Alexander. "What are we doing this time?" "Same as usual. We need you to pull power from Nicole to seal an item and hide its magic." Chuck's eyes gleamed. "Exciting." He studied her again, an obviously interested expression on his face. "If we have time, I'd love to pick your brain." Nicole shrugged. "Sure. I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you much, though. I really don't have an idea what's going on most the time. And yet, if I'm not mistaken, you manage the trials thrown at you very nicely." Alexander nodded. "Much better than I would have in her situation. But it's why she becomes who she does." He paused, waiting to see if anyone had anything to say, then continued. "After we've sealed the item, we need you to finish creating an effigy for Lizzie." He didn't seem prepared to explain who and what Lizzie was. "Lizzie? The prophecy is about her. She is in great danger. It is her job to stop or kill the evil Hounds of Tindalos." Chuck rubbed his chin. "We can't have people running around knowing anything about the Hounds, if at all possible." Alexander nodded. "Yes, I'll be helping with hiding memories, as you probably have guessed." Nicole hated that part of this whole arrangement. She really disliked the fact that her memories would be taken away until some random future date. She was grateful, though, that some of them would be gone. She'd seen some pretty horrible things so far, and her dreams had already been affected by them. And she especially loved the fact that hiding memories would keep Lizzie protected for a while. Chuck turned to Nicole. "All right then, let's get started. What is it I need to hide, and where am I hiding it?" Nicole set her backpack on the grass and unzipped it. She pulled out the music box, opened it, jumping when music filled the night air. She clapped her hand over the wind-up section, stopping it from twisting more, and sent an apologetic glance at Alexander. "Sorry about that." He shrugged. "Our talking is enough to have alerted the Hounds to our presence. They already know where we are. I'm expecting them to show up at some point." We'll get as much done as we can before they come." Nicole pulled the velvet and musical parts from the box, setting them on top of her backpack where they wouldn't get wet from the moist grass. Then she pried the little metal chip from the corner of the box where she'd hidden it, holding it and the music box out to the magician. Chuck looked at the items in Nicole's hands and looked at her. "Interesting choice for a hiding place, but it should work. Keep them, I can do my part from here." He said several things in what sounded like an old Germanic language, but the guard acted like he had no idea what the man was saying. Nicole felt something tugging her in 3 places, her stomach, heart, and head. It didn't really hurt, but her eyes stopped being able to focus on anything. The magician's hands hovered over Nicole's as he continued muttering. He motioned at her to put the chip back inside the music box, which she did. Then he motioned for her to tuck the velvet back in around it, then to shut the top. Chuck enveloped Nicole's hands with his own. She felt the tug on her innards increase in pressure as Chuck continued talking. Then the tug started hurting. After only a couple of seconds, Nicole felt like her intestines were being ripped from her body through her belly button, and like her heart had been gripped in a strong pair of forceps while her head pounded painfully against her skull. At first she bore it, gritting her teeth and squeezing her eyes shut. But as the magician continued muttering, the pressure increased until she couldn't tolerate it silently anymore. A groan slipped through her lips. And then with a slight pop, the music box started pulsing magically. Nicole opened her eyes, the pain forgotten as it dripped away. She stared in wonder at the box. The pulses emitted were strong, clear, and sweet. She'd never felt anything like them before. They made her long for home but not her own, one where family loved and appreciated her for who she was and what she could do. Then Chuck continued muttering, and after several seconds and a quick tug on Nicole, the pulses disappeared. The music box felt slightly heavier, but other than that it was completely unchanged. The magician dropped his hands, stopped talking, then nodded at Nicole. She opened the box, the musical strains filling the air. She pulled on the velvet, it wouldn't move. It seemed to have been fused to the wood and metal that it covered. Even though she pushed and prodded, she couldn't even feel the data chip through the velvet. She looked at Chuck. "Is it enough?" He nodded. "Nobody will be able to find it until you, as your guardian self, unlock it." He drew a box with his finger as tall as himself in the air, putting a circle near the center of it. He grabbed the circle and twisted, and a door appeared, then opened as Chuck pulled the handle that was now in his hand. Nicole gasped, shocked to see her mother's office on the other side, with Tiffany sitting at her desk. Tiffany looked up, an irritated expression on her face. "What do you want?" she asked. Nicole blinked. Tiffany didn't even appear surprised to see a completely different world on the other side of her door. The magician took the box from Nicole. "Your great-grandmother owes me a favor, Tiffany. I'm calling that favor in now." He stepped into Tiffany's office and handed the music box to her. "Protect this until Nicole is able to unlock it, and Lizzie requires the knowledge contained within." Tiffany glared at him. "And if I refuse?" Chuck gave a half-smile. "Then I'll take back the favor I gave your great-grandmother." Tiffany's face paled, and she clutched the box to her chest. "I'll protect it." Chuck smiled and shut the door. "She won't do it," Nicole said. "She will. She is bound, even without my threat." Nicole stared at Chuck, her mouth open, trying to figure out what to say in response to that. How was it possible that he knew any of this? That he even knew who her mother was? And what favor had Nicole's great-great-grandmother needed from a magician? She rubbed her forehead, recognizing that by the time this night was over, she wouldn't remember anything that had happened anyway. Alexander stepped forward and put his hand on Nicole's shoulder. "The prophecy is safe. Now we just have to finish the effigy, and Lizzie will be protected from the hounds for as long as possible, until she is ready for it." Chuck clucked his tongue. "You realize doing this will alert them to her existence?" Alexander shrugged. "Can't be helped. They'll find out eventually. I prefer it to be on my terms." Or rather, on her terms when she is best able to defend and protect herself. Very well. You have the materials? Nicole picked up the box that she'd shipped to herself, and using keys, cut it open. She pulled the burlap bag out, removing the effigy from the multiple layers she'd put it in. She turned to hand the effigy to Chuck, but he backed away. I can't touch it until the magic has been performed on it. Okay. Instead, she handed it to Alexander. She was about to open the first container when the guard gasped, pointing his flashlight toward the castle entrance. Several huge dogs just entered. Are they the hounds you've been talking about? Chapter 33. Nicole, Chuck, and Alexander whirled, staring toward the entrance. Sure enough, 3 huge dogs were there, their postures stiff and threatening. A growl came from the other side of the castle, and Nicole looked that way. 2 more hounds were there. She and Alexander met eyes. How long have they been here? Nicole asked. Long enough for them to enter the courtyard and walk around unnoticed, Alexander said. Nicole glanced at Chuck. Is the music box safe? She asked in a whisper the hounds wouldn't be able to hear. Chuck closed his eyes. He was silent for several moments as the hounds continued quietly spreading out, surrounding Nicole and the others. Yes, it is safe. They didn't arrive in time to see or hear us work with it. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. They're here to stop us, aren't they? The guard asked. He glanced at Nicole and Alexander. I thought you promised no harm would come to the castle. Nicole shifted her weight, unsure how to answer the guard. Chuck looked at his companions and said, We must finish the effigy. The hounds will never stop fighting until we do it. He pointed at Nicole and Alexander. You two must protect me while I work. He nodded at the guard. You'll hold the effigy until I complete the spell. The guard raised his hands. Hey, I'm not a part of this. I'm not touching anything. He stepped away until his back was against the stone wall, then he fumbled at his waist, producing a large stick. I'll help fight the dogs, thank you very much. Nicole stared at him, surprised. He would rather face huge, vicious dogs over touching the effigy? Props to him for bravery, but what a weak stomach. Chuck growled in frustration. Fine. Nicole, you have to hold it. He glanced at Alexander. Can you fight them with only his help? Alexander hesitated, his eyes slicing to Nicole, then back to Chuck. Probably not. Chuck threw his hands in the air. Are you getting soft? You used to be able to take on 55 demons at once. Alexander didn't respond, and Chuck didn't wait for him to. He turned to Nicole. I'll need to borrow more of your future abilities. 2 of those hounds are Aretes. We need reinforcements. The guard nearly dropped his stick in shock. Aretes? But they're dogs. Chuck laughed mirthlessly. Dogs that shift into humans. And 2 of those humans are Aretes. He whistled, and Nicole felt a slight tug on her heart. The stones from the wall nearest them dropped to the ground, making it shake, and rolled, collapsing in a pile in front of the group. Then they started organizing themselves, stacking on top of each other until a stone golem at least 20 feet tall had formed, a huge club in one hand. The creature turned and stared at Nicole. She felt her knees shake. Why was he staring at her? Was he going to attack? Chuck touched her arm. I can't command it. First, I'm not the highest-ranking person here, you are. And second, I used your magic to summon it. What do I have to do? Part of Nicole was freaking out over her responsibility right then, while another part was freaking out over what she would do in the future to earn these roles. How was she the highest-ranking person there? Above Alexander and Chuck? Just tell it what you want it to do. Chuck lowered his voice. I do it fast, the hounds are approaching. Nicole tore her eyes away from the monstrosity that stood before her, watching as the hounds took several steps nearer. What were they waiting for? She looked back at the stone golem. Stop the dogs, don't let them reach us. Do everything you have to do to protect us. The golem turned. Swinging its club, it stepped between Nicole and the others. It leapt toward the advancing dogs, the ground trembling when it landed. With a massive sweep of its giant club, the golem took out 4 of the hounds. They flew through the air, slamming against the stone wall of the castle. The 5th hound, though, shifted into a man, and jumped out of reach of the golem at the last moment. It was Conor. Nicole glared at him. She was tempted to scream obscenities, but refrained from doing so as it would only distract her from helping Chuck. Chuck must have followed her train of thought, because his eyes dropped to the effigy in her hand. "Get the fingernails." Nicole scrambled, searching for the correct container, and opened it. She heard the sound of stone meeting stone, and looked up in time to see the golem shedding several parts of its outer layer, then using its own club to bat that stone away from her and the others. Chuck also noticed what was going on. "The Arete is taking him apart. We can't even start the effigy until we take care of the hounds." Nicole frowned, wondering what he was referring to. Only 1 hound was conscious. Then she turned and saw that several more had entered the courtyard. The 4 that had been hit by the club were still lying on the ground, motionless, but there were at least 20 more coming into view. Alexander gasped. "They recruited? That's bad. That's very bad. It means they're overcoming political differences and finding common ground." He looked at Nicole. "I guess the threat of death at the hands of the fire Arete is common enough ground." Nicole felt another tug on her stomach, and the magician drew another invisible box, this one about chest high and smaller. He turned to her. "You find something for Alexander to fight with." Nicole stepped up to where Chuck had drawn the box and looked inside. Instead of the stone interior she'd been expecting, a huge room full of magical items greeted her. Her eyes landed on a sword near the back. It was magnificent, long, with an elaborate handle and made of gold and silver metal. She looked back at Alexander. "Can you fight with a sword?" "Yes, of course." She reached into the room, surprised to find that it was much smaller on the inside than it appeared. A sort of shrunken room. She was able to grab the sword without actually going inside. As she pulled it out, it elongated and enlarged, glimmering in the moonlight. She tossed it to Alexander. He gripped the handle, and the sword began to glow. He turned to face the hounds that were approaching, stepping into a fighting stance. Nicole looked at Chuck. He nodded his approval. A ton of stone crumbled to the ground near them, and she glanced up, surprised to see that the golem was much smaller now. Conor, the jerk. He was totally pulling her golem apart. She looked at him and watched as he held his hands out and made a pulling motion. More stone crumbled off the golem and fled to Conor. He flipped his hands, and the stones zipped through the air toward Nicole and the others. The stone golem barely whacked them out of the way on time. She looked at Chuck. "He can't control the golem, right?" Chuck shook his head. "No. Aretes don't have power over living things. He has access to the outer parts of the golem, but the inner section, the part the golem itself controls, he can't touch." The golem continued to shrink, and Nicole was glad to see that even though it was getting smaller, it seemed to be doing okay. In fact, it was much faster now. Probably because it didn't have as much weight on it. "Our golem is no match for the Arete," Chuck said. "The man is just playing with him." Chapter 34. Nicole glared at Conor. He met her eye, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. The slimy, disgusting creep. Oh, she wanted to hurt him so badly. But Chuck was right. Why wasn't Conor striking when he was obviously so much more powerful than the golem? Chuck whistled another tune, and Nicole felt another tug. "A bit unconventional," he said. "I wanted the magical amulet he bears, but he wasn't willing to part with it, so he's coming to help fight. He'll be borrowing from your powers, as if he were the amulet itself." Before Nicole had the chance to ask what Chuck was talking about, a shadow covered the entire courtyard for a moment. Nicole looked up, seeing a massive dragon, bigger than a school bus, land on the taller of the 2 towers. Before she could do or say anything, a masculine voice entered her head. "I'm here to serve you, little human." Nicole could sense a sort of distaste in the voice, a deep displeasure at being there. Realizing that, as with the stone golem, Nicole would need to tell the dragon what to do, she said, "Stop the hounds. Focus on the Aretes." The dragon flapped its huge wings, making air whoosh past Nicole and the others. "As you wish." Flames burst from the huge beast's mouth, rushing toward Conor. But a massive wave of water flew through the wind and drenched the dragon's flames. The dragon growled in anger. He flew up high before flipping around, tucking his wings in, and barreling toward Conor. Apparently, Conor felt the golem was nowhere near as fun to fight as the dragon, because he turned his back to the stone golem. The golem still had plenty to do. Several other hounds rushed to attack it, and Nicole turned her attention back to Conor. He held out his hands, and a great mass of wind rushed through the air, pulling Nicole several feet toward him. He pushed toward the dragon, and the beast spun out of control, slamming into the courtyard several yards away. The dragon flipped up and smacked Conor with his tail, flinging him across the courtyard. Conor was rammed against the stone wall, dropping to the ground. He didn't get up. The dragon faced two other hounds, obviously lesser Aretes, and began fighting them. Hoping that the hounds were being taken care of, Nicole turned her attention to the effigy. It was still in her hand, the containers on the ground around her feet. Chuck motioned to the containers. "Get the one with fingernails. We have to hurry." Nicole picked up the appropriate box, opened it, and glanced at Chuck. "What do I do now?" "Press the fingernails into the upper part of the forearm." Nicole got down, doing as he asked, watching as the fingernails dissolved into the skin. She shuddered. "Disgusting." "Get the toenails. Do the same with them, but push them into the lower section of the forearm. Be sure not to touch the fingers, they don't need to be messed with." Nicole did so. She'd barely finished when something barreled into her, knocking her flat on her back. A hound had somehow made it through the defenses and pinned her to the ground, snapping at her, its large fangs only inches from her face. She pushed, struggling to get out from under it, screaming. Alexander sliced through the hound with his sword. Nicole screamed again as blood splattered everywhere. Alexander sent her an apologetic smile, then turned to deal with more hounds. Nicole rolled away from the body, trying not to vomit, and picked up the effigy, grateful to see it wasn't damaged. She grabbed the last two containers and jumped to her feet as large numbers of hounds started pouring through the door of the castle and materializing in the corners of the courtyard. "Take your friends and go to higher ground where the hounds can't appear." Nicole mentally thanked the dragon and turned to the others. "To the big tower," she yelled. They hadn't reached it yet in their search for the pentagram. Hopefully, it would be high enough. The dragon plowed a path through the hounds, allowing access, but only briefly. Already the hounds were trying to close the gap between Nicole and the tower. She raced along the path the dragon had created, springing through the doorway into the tower. And then froze. Light glinted off multiple canine eyes. Alexander and the guard ran into Nicole's back, pushing her closer to the Zolos, obviously not expecting her to have stopped in the middle of the tower. "There are hounds here," she said. "Waiting for us." Alexander growled, then limped to Nicole, handing her the sword. "I can't fight as a human anymore. I'm far too exhausted. I'll shift into a dog. It will give me a short burst of energy, and hopefully that'll be enough." Without waiting for an answer, he changed into a dog. He was right, the burst of energy was short, but also quite impressive. He took out 3 of the dogs in one move. But then another dog jumped onto his back, sinking its teeth into his neck. Alexander slumped to the ground, and the dog turned and faced Nicole. "Effective," Chuck said. "I'm sorry, I'm unable to fight." "You're too important," Nicole said. "We can't do anything without you." She put the containers down and handed the effigy to the guard, ignoring his grimace, before raising the sword. "Stone Golem, come help us here. Dragon, continue to keep the other hounds out." She sensed as the 2 beings that were under her control began to obey her. She raised the sword higher and rushed at the hounds. She swung and gasped, surprised, as the sword flashed through the air faster than her eye could keep up with it. Before it could hit the hound she'd targeted, everything around her slowed down. The dogs moved slower, Chuck, the guard, everyone practically froze. Nicole realized then that the sword's ability was to speed up the person holding it. Pretty cool. With only 3 swings of a weapon that felt lighter than air, Nicole was able to take out the remaining 3 dogs. She whooped with excitement, tossing the sword from one hand to the other, marveling at how wonderful it felt to hold such an instrument in her hands. Impressive, Chuck said. It definitely responds to you. He motioned to the staircase. We need to move, though. Nicole grabbed the containers, and holding them with one hand, she kept the sword in her right hand, frequently checking over her shoulder to see if more hounds were coming. She commanded the golem to carry Alexander upstairs, while she, Chuck, and the guard followed. Nicole looked where they were going, dismayed at how far they'd need to hike. The staircase lined the entire inner wall of the tower, rising higher and higher, going at least 20 stories, if not more. Her poor legs, they'd had enough stairs to last a lifetime. As she continued, she approached a hole in the stone and peeked out. The dragon was there, still fighting the hounds, many of whom had shifted into their human forms, but it was having a hard time staying ahead of them. It was barely staying off the ground, and enemies kept attacking its wings. Is there anything else we can summon? She asked Chuck. Chuck nodded, but the draw on Nicole's stomach was weak. She didn't know what that meant, but from the expression on Chuck's face, it wasn't good. A broken watch appeared on the step just below Nicole. Chuck made a disgusted sound. Worthless. Nicole picked it up. It really was just a broken watch. I can't summon anything more, Chuck said. The draw on your magic is too much right now, and I need to save my ability for the effigy. Nicole felt a pull on her heart, as the dragon was injured badly. I can't keep them out. Nicole sensed as the dragon's strength began waning. Run, she cried. She, Chuck, the guard, and the golem started up the stairs again, pushing themselves hard. Around and around and around they went. Nicole couldn't even begin to guess at how many stairs they'd gone up. She heard when the dogs began pouring into the tower. Their growling and barking echoed through the entire edifice. We won't reach the top in time, Nicole said. We have to keep working on the effigy while climbing the stairs. She handed the sword to the guard and took the effigy from him. Get out the hair, Chuck called back to her. Nicole opened the appropriate container, grateful she'd thought to tie it in elastic. Got it, she said. Press it to the kidney, Chuck huffed, struggling with the stairs, the way it would cover a real person's head. Leave space for a face. Nicole snapped off the rubber band. Holding the hair carefully so it wouldn't blow away, she began pressing it into the kidney, marveling as the upper ends melted into the thing. So gross. Once she was done, the thing glowed for a moment, and she nearly dropped the effigy when one of the fingers started to twitch. Chapter 35. Heavens, she breathed. Disgusting. Once the hair had finished melting into place, she called up at Chuck that it was done. Her legs were burning, she could barely feel them anymore, but she continued pushing until she and the others burst onto the top of the tower, and there were no more places to hide. Nicole whirled, not knowing what to do, looking around at her companions. She faced the stone golem. Put Alexander down and keep the hounds from entering. The golem did as asked, laying the unconscious man by a wall before stepping to the hole that led to the tower. Chuck motioned at Nicole to come to him. She did so, pulling open the last container, the one that had Lizzie's clothes in it. I have to use your powers to do this, Chuck said. Aretes have control over dead and inanimate things. The skin is dead. Nicole felt a tug on her stomach, chest, and head. It was much stronger than earlier, and a blinding migraine screamed across her scalp and behind her eyes, then down the back of her head and neck. She crumpled to the stone floor, unable to hold herself up anymore, sensing as her connection to the dragon and golem weakened. Chuck looked down at her with concern. She barely could see his face. The links to the golem and dragon strengthened, and Nicole gasped, pulling herself back up again. I'm sorry, my dear, Chuck said. Once you come to your magic fully, it won't be nearly as painful. At least I hope not. Nicole noticed that a dark little cloud of dust was hovering in the air between her and Chuck, the moonlight getting obscured by it. Chuck noticed it as well and got back to business. The dust cloud moved to the effigy that was still in Nicole's hand and covered it entirely. The effigy began squirming and Nicole dropped it, shrieking. Instead of landing flat or in a way that Nicole would have predicted, it landed squarely on its fingers, like a cat would on its legs, then tried to run away. Chuck jumped after it, grabbing and lifting it. He muttered chants to it over and over again. The effigy froze in his hands. The kidney turned toward him, as if listening. Then the entire thing started glowing. A huge magical pulse pounded through the air around them, pressing toward the effigy. Nicole was pushed against the wall of the tower as the pulse grew in strength. Even the guard seemed to sense something going on. The sword hung limply in his hand, and he stared at Nicole, Chuck, and the effigy. Nicole gasped when the wind around them became scented. It smelled like Lizzie. Happy emotions swelled over Nicole, the ones that always accompanied her best friend. It made her eyes prickle with tears. She missed Lizzie so much. She wasn't the only one who noticed that Lizzie's presence was there. The hounds on the ground below and in the tower went completely crazy, howling, barking, thrashing, and scrambling to get to the effigy. The dragon screamed, and Nicole lost complete connection with him. Was he dead? Chuck turned to the guard. You have a good arm? Excuse me? Can you throw things? Chuck asked impatiently. The guard nodded vigorously. Yes, I can. I'm quite good. Chuck handed the effigy to him. Nicole was surprised that the guard didn't seem at all disgusted this time. Obviously, the events of the evening had changed his perception. Throw it as far as you can, the magician commanded. Nicole was already at the side of the tower, but she turned as everyone else rushed to join her. She and Chuck watched as the guard tossed the effigy as hard as he could over the wall. Men, women, and dogs flooded the top of the tower, surrounding Nicole and the others. They shrieked and howled as the effigy sailed through the air. The guy was right, he had a fantastic arm. Nicole could see the fingers attached at the bottom of the forearm, frantically wiggling, almost as if they were running in midair. The thing landed on the roof of one of the houses in the village. In a feat that Nicole thought would be impossible for such stubby little fingers, it dashed over the side of the roof and disappeared. The Zolos freaked out even more. They seemed to have forgotten that Nicole, Chuck, and the guard were there. Many of them started back down the tower steps, only to sense that they were getting farther away from the effigy by doing so. Several of the others jumped over the side of the wall. Nicole watched as they shifted into dogs midair, landing smoothly on the ground below, and taking off as fast as they could in the direction the effigy had gone. All the hounds on the ground were already charging to the exit and corners of the castle. The rest of the hounds ran back up the stairs and sailed off the top of the tower, shifting into their dog forms as they fell. Nicole turned and looked back at the village, hoping the effigy would stay ahead of the hounds. It wasn't difficult to see where the thing was. A glowing pinprick at the opposite end of the village was receding, and dark shapes barreled after it. Nicole could still feel the slight pulses that felt like Lizzie emanating from it, and soon everything, the emotions and glowing light, disappeared. The Zolos that were chasing after the effigy howled in despair, and Nicole watched as they piled into the nearby buildings. Screams sounded through the air. Nicole figured the hounds had probably traveled through the corners to chase the effigy. Just then, the dogs that were unconscious, including Conor, rose to their feet, the pulses from the effigy too strong to ignore, even as injured as they were. The place fell quiet, and Alexander stirred, moaning from where he had been laid by the stone golem. The guard slumped down on the floor of the tower, putting a hand to his head. Nicole turned to Chuck. Are we sure the dogs won't be able to catch up with the effigy? Chuck shook his head. Magically, it's impossible. The spell used on it is very strong and very intricate. Nicole shook her head. Shouldn't I have been able to feel you perform it? All I could sense was when you borrowed my powers to pull dead skin from the clothing. Chuck shook his head. I didn't use your powers to give the effigy life. I borrowed those from someone far more powerful, someone who will probably force me to return the favor someday. Chuck half smiled. I don't quite look forward to that meeting. Nicole raised her eyebrows. Anything I can do? He glanced at her. Oh no. No, not at all. You are mortal, I am not. If you go up against this person, you will be destroyed. He leveled a stare at her, seeming to appraise her. Though you have quite an impressive future. You handled yourself extremely well today, and I was very surprised and pleased. I wouldn't be shocked if you came out unscathed in confrontations against even more powerful beings than this individual. And actually, the fact that you are a guardian of Shanlin says that you will, indeed, face incredibly powerful beings. Nicole felt her insides twist and turn. She didn't know how to feel about what he just said. It made her excited to see what the future held, but it also made her want to puke. Chuck turned and looked at the horizon where the effigy had disappeared. The hounds won't be able to shift back into human form while chasing it. And they won't be able to stop chasing it until they catch it. He smiled. Clever trick if I do say so myself. Nicole frowned. Why did the hounds chase after the effigy when it started smelling like Lizzie? I thought they didn't know who she was. They didn't. The effigy took on the scent of the prophecy about her, a sort of mental scent that they are attracted to. It also had to smell like your friend, because as she starts to get stronger, her powers will begin to draw them too, and they'll gradually become familiar with how she smells. If they ever get close to her, they'll know who she is. This way, they'll have another reason to chase after the effigy. Alexander stumbled to his feet, stepping toward Nicole. It's time to start erasing memories, he said. Nicole shook her head, waving her hands back and forth. No. I realize it has to happen eventually, but at least allow me some closure. Let me know that the castle will be okay, that we will be able to mend it. And that you all will be fine after this whole ordeal has officially ended. She glanced at the guard. I especially want to make good on the promise I made to you. The guard nodded, his head still in his hands, staring blankly at the stone floor near his feet. Very well, Alexander said. It won't harm you to see a few more things. Chuck nudged Nicole with his elbow. Especially since we still have to use your powers to fix the castle. Nicole looked down at the courtyard. It was a complete wreck. Stones littered the place, most of the grass was torn up, and huge pits were everywhere. The dragon lay motionless near the base of the tower. Oh no, Nicole said. What about the dragon? Is he dead? Chuck closed his eyes for a moment. Not dead. He just needs to be sent back to his time, where he can heal now that he is no longer being used here. Nicole felt a slight draw on her stomach, this time much smaller than before, and the stone golem, dragon, and watch Chuck had summoned all disappeared. Chapter 36. That was a lot easier than the first time, Nicole said. Sending them back where they belong is an easier task. Forcing them to go somewhere they naturally don't exist is always difficult. Chuck motioned for Nicole to retrieve the sword from where it still hung limply from the guard's hand, before miming drawing a box in the air again. Thanks for your help, Nicole said to the guard as she took the sword. She turned and placed it back into the little room she'd taken it from. Then Chuck began cleaning up the castle, drawing from Nicole's powers as an Arete. It was a long process. They had to wait for her magic to build in between each little project. Nicole fainted several times, and Alexander was there to make sure she was okay. She was grateful for that. At some point the guard shot Nicole a worried glance. We have to hurry this up. I'm glad you're holding up your end of the bargain, but my replacement will be here at 7 a.m. Okay, Nicole said. We might need you to distract him for a little while, just in case. Finally, at 20 to 7, they finished repairing the entire castle, making it look exactly as it had when Nicole and Alexander had first entered it the evening before. Nicole thanked the guard again. She rested her hand on his arm. Keep the money. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. The guard nodded, but still hung around, probably wanting to make sure no more damage was done to the castle. Alexander turned to Chuck. We need your abilities one last time. I can only help one person forget events, especially when it's something as large as what has happened lately. Very well. Do you have something I can put the magic into? You have to send me away before you can perform your memory erasing trick. Otherwise, you'll have to do it all over again. Nicole knew what he was saying. If they erased her memory while Chuck was still there, Alexander would have to explain the magician's disappearance. Especially if Chuck left the same way he came. Alexander searched around, looking for something that would hold magic. His eyes landed on the burlap sacks and containers Nicole was holding. Would one of those work? Chuck studied the items in Nicole's hands. Well, cloth holds magic better than plastic, metal, or wood. How about we use one of those? Alexander nodded, taking one of the burlap bags, holding it in his hands, watching the magician. Chuck closed his eyes and started mumbling. Alexander winced and gasped, and the burlap bag he was holding filled with something. That should do it, Chuck said. The four of them stepped across the courtyard, heading to the pentagram. Once they reached it, Chuck turned to the others. Thank you for the exciting adventure. It has been a while since I've been involved in something of this magnitude. He looked at Nicole. Take care of your best friend, there are many things in store for her. His eyes narrowed. Just as importantly, take care of yourself. You have a magnificent future ahead of you. Nicole frowned, fidgeting with the containers in her hands. What if I fail? What if something happens, and I don't end up doing what everyone thinks I will? You always have a choice. If you choose to do things that you shouldn't do, if you don't face the great ones and come back unscathed, thereby not becoming a guardian, everything we've done this evening, everything you've had a hand in will be undone. I hope for everyone's sake that doesn't happen. That's awful. Nicole wailed. We can't leave it to chance. Shouldn't I retain my memories? Isn't it dangerous for me to forget and risk me making stupid decisions? Chuck and Alexander met eyes, Chuck asking Alexander the same question. Alexander shook his head. He turned to Nicole. Unfortunately, not all the hounds are chasing Lizzie. I've already explained to you that when an evil hound senses that someone knows too much about them, that hound will hunt that person down and devour them. Even with this warning, if I allow you to retain your memory, you will eventually come to a point where you'll feel safe researching the hounds. With the knowledge you have of them now, you're already drawing their attention. Even thinking about what has happened will draw their attention even more. And how will you absolutely refrain from thinking about them? How is it possible for you not to dwell on the events of this last week? There are far too many hounds not currently hunting Lizzie, and only the ones who came to the castle know well enough to chase the effigy. Nicole nodded. He was right. Okay, I understand. She shook Chuck's hand. It's been a pleasure meeting and working with you. I hope someday I'll remember it. Oh, you will. He smiled at her, clasping her hand in both of his. Then he stepped up to the pentagram and pressed his thumb into it. He dissolved into the same substance that had first appeared. It puddled on the ground underneath the pentagram, with a strand that had originally been his thumb, hand and arm leading up to the pentagram still attached to it. Nicole, Chuck, and the guard watched as the puddle slowly crept up the wall, disappearing into the etching. Why does it have to be so gross? Nicole asked. Don't know, Alexander said. At least it's not boring, right? He turned to Nicole and the guard. Are you ready? In the future, I'll have to remember all this. The hounds will know about me. What will happen then? What will protect me? You'll have Lizzie to protect you, Alexander said. And she is more than capable. They checked to make sure they had everything they'd brought, then said goodbye to the guard and left. As they were heading down the road, they passed the replacement guard. He smiled at them, not seeming too concerned about their presence. Maybe people occasionally walked around the castle in the morning. Alexander and Nicole got into the car, and she glanced at him while putting on her seatbelt. Let's wait until I'm at least at the airport, because you're going to have to erase my memory of you too. Alexander nodded. Good point. Let me work on everyone else though. He put a hand inside the bag and closed his eyes. A slight pressure built up around him, power pulsing through the air. The bag slowly deflated, and Nicole felt trails of magic leaving, snaking away in every direction. Eventually, the bag was nearly empty, and Alexander opened his eyes. It's done. Will they all forget? Most everyone. Some of necessity must remember. But they don't know enough about the hounds or what transpired to be in danger. What happens with the ones who've forgotten? How does it work? Everyone is different. Basically, they have to fall asleep for the spell to work. The urge to sleep will be overpowering. Those who are unaware of their memory loss will give in to that urge almost immediately, but those who are aware will fight as long as they can. He sent a gaze to Nicole. Don't put it off for too long. Eventually, it will become so overwhelming that it'll be dangerous for you not to sleep. Nicole felt butterflies tickling her stomach. She didn't like the thought that her mind would be messed with. What will replace the memories? I mean, I've been gone almost a whole week. I've missed school. What sort of excuse will I have for the days that are gone? Alexander shrugged. I don't really control what takes the place of missing memories. The mind is an amazing thing, though. It will sense that something is wrong, and especially because magic caused the memories to go away, the brain will fill in the blanks. Alexander was about to start the car and pull away when the guard they'd been working with all evening tapped on his window. Alexander rolled the window down. Yes? Can I help you with anything? For a second, Nicole wondered if the spell hadn't worked. She froze, watching Alexander, waiting for him to do something. When does the castle open for visitors? Alexander asked. The guard glanced at his watch. It's been open for about 20 minutes now. You can go ahead and get started on your tour if you wish. There are brochures for you to read about the events that have taken place in this castle. I hope you enjoy your visit. It's a wonderful location. Nicole relaxed. He didn't remember them. The guard gave a small wave, then walked away, his hands behind his back, whistling as he strolled down the hill. Nicole figured he must live in the village nearby. Did he already sleep? She asked. He must have, Alexander said. Some people only require a power nap. Others, most likely you, need quite a bit of sleep before things are rectified. They drove to Frankfurt, neither saying anything, content to enjoy the silence that filled the car. When they got there, they ate breakfast at a small restaurant. Nicole relaxed in her seat, staring out the window, feeling safer than she had in days. Frankfurt was a beautiful city. The restaurant was next to a river, and tall modern buildings were visible in the distance, still lit up in some places despite the rising sun. Nearby, very European-looking buildings glowed red in that sunrise, their narrow windows glinting and gleaming. They were surrounded with planters of flowers and small shrubbery. Nicole and Alexander finished their meal and drove to the airport. They decided it would be best for Nicole to take a commercial flight home from Germany. It would be difficult for her to figure out why she was on a private flight, and they wanted to make things as easy as possible. She gave him a hug across the console, then nodded at him. Chapter 37. Alexander put his hand in the bag, and Nicole felt a slight tickle behind her nose. An urge to sleep flooded over her. Is that it? She asked. Alexander nodded. She was surprised to see that his eyes were glistening. Was he going to cry? Will I see you again? She asked, resisting the urge to lean against the headrest. Alexander looked at her tenderly, his eyes warm and his expression open. Yes, Nicole. I'll be the one to pull your memories to the surface when the time is right, when Lizzie is ready to know more about herself. It'll be a couple of years, but my promise to you now is that I'll be watching over you during that time. You're like a granddaughter to me." He chuckled. "Well, like a great. Nicole laughed. "I get the point, you're extremely old." "No, the point was that you're extremely young." She rubbed her eyes and smiled. "I've enjoyed getting to know you. Not so much the reason behind it, of course." "I understand." He leaned back in his seat, staring out the windshield. "Enjoy yourself. Focus on developing your powers, your future is bright. And protect Lizzie as much as you can." Nicole frowned. "I won't remember any of this." "Your heart will, I can't make it forget, just your mind. It'll be natural for you." Nicole hoped he was right. She hugged him again, waved goodbye, then entered the airport and purchased her ticket home, pushing the need for sleep away. The pain she felt from running and having her magic borrowed had all dissipated. The exhaustion her legs and body felt from overexertion increased, and a warmth spread across her back, head and neck, inviting her to relax, to sit down and sleep for hours. She fought the exhaustion for as long as she could, but finally, when she got on the airplane, she realized it was better not to. They were about to take off when she slipped into a deep sleep. Nicole woke as the plane touched down in Dallas. She stretched, enjoying the pops as she worked the kinks out of her neck and back. Thank goodness she'd been able to take a break for the week. School had been so stressful lately, especially her restart and resulting breakup with that jerk of a boyfriend. Tiffany and Dad hadn't been so glad about her jet-setting out of the country, but as usual, they didn't try to stop her. Her memories were a little fuzzy, something about castles and impressive manners and lots of airplanes, but with all the jet lag she was experiencing, she was too tired to pull much to the front of her brain. She hoped she took plenty of pictures. Nicole almost decided to search for her car in the parking lot, but couldn't remember where she parked it, and didn't want to wander aimlessly. She vaguely remembered someone driving her around. Had that been here or in Europe? She took a cab home, checked that her car was in the garage, it was, then plugged in her phone, which had died completely. Her laptop and luggage were already waiting for her on the bed. The ticket on the luggage said England. She frowned. She vaguely remembered getting separated from it, between there and Frankfurt. Thank goodness it had made it home. Nicole's eyes landed on the music box sitting on her nightstand. Why was it there? She hadn't seen it out of its protective Tupperware container in years. She picked it up, opening it, smiling as the familiar tune filled the air. "You're finally home," Tiffany said from the doorway. "You've got a lot to pay your father back for. Blood everywhere, your little jaunt to Europe, abandoning your car. Completely reckless, Nicole. And don't think we won't forget exactly how much money you borrowed from Dad." She glared at Nicole for a moment, then pointed at the music box. "If I weren't bound, I would have tossed that out the window or thrown it in the trash." Nicole frowned. "Grandma gave it to me." She rubbed her forehead, trying to remember what Tiffany was talking about. "And the money, I'll pay him back soon. I've probably got enough in the bank to cover whatever I borrowed." "Fine. Well, do something about that music box. I'll keep my end of the bargain, but that doesn't mean I'll be the one to hide the thing." Nicole shook her head. "What are you talking about?" Tiffany glared at her, before storming from the room. Fully confused but realizing she couldn't force Tiffany to open up, Nicole pulled down the Tupperware container where she usually kept her music box. She gently tucked the box away, making sure it was well wrapped. Then she returned the container to its spot on the top shelf. It had been there for at least 8 years, if not 9. Nicole turned to her phone, glad to see the speed charger had already charged it to 25%. She turned it on, leaving it plugged in. It beeped over and over again as she received texts and missed phone call notifications. Most of them were from Lizzie. Rather than opening them all, Nicole gave her best friend a call. "Hey, glad you finally got back to me," Lizzie said. Then she rushed onward, her words spilling out of her mouth in a tangle. "I seriously need a haircut and pedicure. And gosh, Nicole, I'm not going to make you paint my toenails. I'm not sure why you were going to do it anyway. Can you remember?" I mean, if you're dead set on doing it, I guess you can, and I'll definitely appreciate it, but we've never given each other pedicures before. Do we want to start now, or would you rather go to a salon and have someone else do our toes at the same time so we can relax? Nicole chuckled to herself. She sure loved Lizzie, and couldn't think of a better way to get over her jet lag. You want to meet here? Or should I head over there? Lizzie chuckled. Come here, please. I'd like to take a break from running into your mom. The fitting was enough. Nicole grinned. Not caring that her phone was far from being charged, she unplugged it and tucked it and her charger into her purse, then grabbed her keys from her nightstand. She couldn't wait to spend the rest of the day with her best friend. This has been Forsake, Mosaic Chronicles Book 10. Continue Lizzie's story in the Coven Chronicles. Would you like to know what was on Austin's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austin's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.